Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. It's nice to have you back in the conference room. You will all agree that yesterday was both a delightful and an exhausting session. And we were very pleased and very happy that Professor Ingo Strauch was able to present on his results from Hawk Cave, the inscriptions on Socotra, as the last speaker of yesterday. So we continue the discussion started by him on maritime traditions of the Indian Ocean. I am not the chair of this session. The chair is Professor Molly Kaushal, who will join us soon. She's on the way. But let me start by introducing Professor Molly Kaushal, and she will take over when she reaches. So she's Professor of Performance Studies and Mission Director of the National Mission on Cultural Mapping, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. We are very delighted that she has agreed to chair it because she's a folklorist. She's neither a historian nor an archaeologist, but has worked on oral traditions. So we are hoping that this session really becomes a multidisciplinary session because we have archaeologists, historians, and the chair is a folklorist. And, we hope that there will be a good discussion at the end of the presentations. Her main area of research has been on the Gaddi communities, the Gaddi women, and their traditions. And she's also worked on the Ramayana and has directed a film which is called, relating to Ramayana performance traditions in India, which is called Leela in Keria. It was done in 2016. So the way we have structured this session is that our first three speakers will talk about, within this larger panel on sailing communities and maritime traditions, they will present to us the results of their recent survey that the Archaeological Survey has undertaken, which deals with Sikotar Mata, the oral traditions relating to maritime goddesses, and particularly with reference to the work that ASI is doing in Vadnagar in Gujarat. So there will be the first presentation, which will be by three presenters. Mr. Ajay Yadav will start the presentation, and followed by Abhijit Ambekar, who is DYSA, Archaeological Survey of India, and has been working at the site of Vadnagar for many years now. Dr. Sanjay Manjul, who is Joint DG, Archaeological Survey of India. And after these three, which really is one composite presentation, the second will be Dr. Chaya Goswami, who is who teaches at S.K. Somaiya College, Mumbai, is a prolific writer and has written extensively on the communities, the Kutchi communities, and their participation in maritime connections, particularly with the Gulf and with East Africa. And mine will be the last, and we'll see how that goes. So let me, with those words, let me invite Mr. Ajay Yadav to start the session and to make the presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have the presentation loaded? So the presentation is containing ideas and the work which we have done together. And before we start, I think it's a little nebulous presentation in the sense that it's trying to cover a lot of aspects. So I think at the end of it, we will have to bring all these strands together to sort of see what could be the way forward. With this, I'll start the presentation. The organization of this presentation is that I will sort of show you what all aspects will be covered by three of us. Next. Is your present slide changer?
You have no slide change.
So this is, as mentioned in the introductory remarks, that this is though a survey of Sikotri Mata temples in Gujarat, but the trigger of this survey was actually Vadnagar. And how Vadnagar, being a very inland center, how it could trigger something very coastal related research is something which Abhijit will take us to, and he'll also introduce that what all has been happening in Vadnagar. And then we go to the journey of this survey that we carried out. And after the survey, which we finished, then we realized that the repercussions of geological and climate changes and this Sikotri cult is also intricately linked. So some part of the presentation will also talk on that, and there we actually expand the horizon from Vadnagar and the current Sikotri cult to little earlier phases, in fact going up till Harappan phase. So on that, once we reach that area, Sanjay will take us particularly for some of his new areas of research or potential areas of research on Dholavira. With that, we will kind of close this presentation with some tentative remarks about possible outcomes. So with this, I'll request Abhijit to take us to the trigger point and how Vadnagar took us to this maritime expedition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vadnagar, now in this slide, especially showing that plan of the Vadnagar, is a fortified town. Presently, present township is perched on the archaeological deposit of around, we can say, 24-meter cultural deposit. This is roughly around 1 kilometer by 700 meter in expansion. And the main feature of this site is the Sarmishta Lake adjacent to the township. So the first archaeological reporting we find it from S.R. Rao, who reported red polish ware in 1952, and that leads to the subsequent the following year excavation conducted by MS University Vadodara in 53-54, B.S. Subbarao and R.N. Mehta Sahab, to know about the RPW in chronological stratigraphical sequence. So that time their main concept, the area of the excavation outside the fortification wall, and that time the antiquity of this site goes up to we can say 2nd century BC to 1st century CE level till 10th century CE. Then 2006 and 2012, in between 6 to 12, then State Department of Archaeology, Government of Gujarat, they took up some excavation within the fortified area, and they brought out the evidence of vihara within fortified area. Till now, we were aware, the findings come to know about away from habitation or in forest area along the water bodies. But here vihara brought to notice within the fortification. That was some different, very unique aspect of the excavation 2006 to 12. Then ASI came into the picture in 2014, and that time initial 2 season we were concentrate more peripheral area because there were hardly any open area to have a large scale excavation. Since the deposit is around 24 meters, so we need larger area to reach earliest level to know the cultural sequence and all the things. To 2000s, so there are 2 phases of the excavation now. 2016 to 2019, we concentrate mostly within the core area and peripheral area. And 19 onward excavation, our objective was very different for the creation of experiential museum concept, where people will have that site open to have a view of the excavation, as well as the findings will be displayed adjacent to the excavation area. This was the experiential museum concept. While excavating along the periphery of fortification wall, we came across about the Sikottar temple. We were not aware about that temple because it was completely covered, and some local, they were worshipping this temple, one or two family. While cleaning that area, we came to know about the existence of the temple. The location here is very important because it is outside the fortification, and there is a close entrance of pre-Solanki era. We can say around before the 10th century CE, that entrance to the fortification, it was closed down. So outside that close entrance, there is a location of temple. The tradition here is very important, and we will explain about, we will come in detail, we'll talk about the Sikottar findings in another slides. So this is the overall idea about our excavation within the fortification area and outside the fortification area. There are different locations. Next slide, please. This one. Okay. There are different locations. We brought out 7 cultural phases, right from 750 BCE till present. We can say we have divided into 7 cultural phases. The first phase was pre-defense era. There were no fortification, no defense structure. First defense structure was introduced in the form of a rampart and moat around 2nd century BC. We can say contemporary to Indo-Greek people. Then this rampart further strengthened with the erection of brick-built fortification wall roughly around 1st century CE. That period is 1st to 4th century CE, contemporary to the Kshatrapa's ruler. Then post-Kshatrapa, we define as a Maitrakas as well as Rashtrakud, Pratihar and Chowda period from 5th to 9th, 10th century CE. Then again, there is a rebuilding, reconstruction of the fortification wall during Kumarapala that we define as a period 5 of Solanki era, Solanki phase, 10th to 13th century CE. Then again, there were some addition during Sultanate Mughal period in the fortification, repair and all the things that we define as a period 6, that is Sultanate Mughal era till 14th to 13th, 17th century era, the CE. And then Gaikwad phase is the last phase and the present occupation on the top of the mound. This is the cultural sequence of Vadnagar. Now, while conducting excavations, besides our excavation, the multidisciplinary aspect is very much important. We associate with many institutions. The first institution we associate with IIT Kharagpur, because any archaeological findings, we have to see in the climate. So to study the climatic seasonal monsoonal pattern, to understand, we associate with the IIT Kharagpur, and for this climatic study, we concentrate mostly on molluscans and that shell that grow in the this water, especially in the talab area, pond area. So we collected all these molluscans from the secured stratigraphy, right from 2nd century BC to present, because we couldn't reach down because of the water table and all the things. But we have molluscan shell from secure stratigraphy, and the oxygen isotope of these molluscans, they have tells us about the monsoon pattern. Like now we have made some that one conclusion is that the data is coming out now. Ki 2nd century BC till 4th century CE, monsoon was very congenial, that our data is showing here. 5th, 6th, 7th, its monsoon was getting little bit arid, but 7, 8, 9 and 10, there was an extreme aridity, what data is showing here. Again, monsoon is getting congenial from 10, 11, 12, 13th century, that period. Then again, monsoon getting changed from 14th century CE onward, and there are extreme aridity. So this data has been generated based on the molluscan studies with association of IIT Gandhinagar. How this data is reflected in our study, that also we have studied thoroughly. Then another study is a seismic event encountered in Vadnagar. That also study has been taken up in association with Institute of Seismological Research, Gandhinagar, and they have estimated that it could have been more than 6.8 on Richter scale. And this tectonic event occurred between 9-10th century CE. Still, we are working on it to exact event when it happened, for which we are taking the help of Himalayan Vadillo Institute of Himalayan Geology to get OSL dates from that level, because we tried on soil, but we couldn't get that exact date. In traditional way of our study, we can say that the date could be this between this period, but we want the exact now even when it happened, because Kumarapala, this 1152 CE inscription clearly mentioned that the entire fortification rebuilt for the protection of Nagaras, who they were known for their knowledge actually. So if we say why fortification there, we always say it's from protection for the people, but it here is a fortification mention about the protection of knowledgeable people. That is a very important aspect of that inscription here. Then third study we have taken up with the Birbal Sahani Institute of Paleoscience and Deccan College, Pune, Professor Kajale, and Department of Botany, MS University. We have taken up the study on paleobotany aspect. It clearly shows that rice were cultivated in Vadnagar, where the semi-arid and arid zone is there. So it's very, how they rise, they grow. There are many reasons. So that also different aspect. But here is main, when there was a aridity in climate, they shifted their agriculture. It shows the resilience. And a large cereals, they come to the small cereal pet, the millet-based society. It happened in 14th century CE onward. So their earlier tradition of cultivating their food pattern is got completely altered from 14th century CE onward. It's clearly show in paleobotany our study. Then another is a national forensic science universities. They also play a very important role here. We have around, I can say that, around 5,000 coins reported from secured stratigraphy from Vadnagar now. So many coins are there, coin molds are there. It is very important to know whether this was a minting site or not. That also study, almost we are clear to our conclusion there, that study also. Then when a study there was about R.S. Sharma's that theory and all the things, the pluralism aspect, decline, land grants, many things there were discussion. So now when we come to Vadnagar, here, the period, post-Gupta period, it's completely shows a different picture. Yeah, our climate data show that there is a aridity. There are land grants during the Maitrakas and Rashtrakutas in Gujarat, that area. But Vadnagar clearly defined different picture. There was no rise that time, what paleobotany data show, but their manufacturing activity was on their peak that time, 5th, 6th century CE, the data is showing to us. But here role is very important about the interconnected artificial water bodies. It's very important here because this knowledge we were aware right from Dholavira. Dholavira known for artificial water reservoir. Then we have Sudarshan Lake, the knowledge we were having from our ancestors. So here they have created the artificial water bodies. Around 36 interconnected water bodies they have built in and around Vadnagar within the 3 kilometer perimeter area. This was the major, we can say, response to the climatic change. Though Sarmishta and there are one more water bodies there, Kotha Ambachi Lake, their dates definitely goes beyond 2nd century BC, but other water bodies is come up from 4th, 5th century CE onward. Later on, they built step well, then even well they dug up within the water body and around the water body. So this was their response to the climate change, what we could find here. Then other studies, glass beads, especially Indo-Pacific beads. That's again, I'll explain about the next slide. And the significance of the Sikotar temple reported from Vadnagar here. This is the overall our study from major research area. Then I was talking about the minting. So now we are getting coin mold of Indo-Greek, that Apollodotus II coin mold. But now this coin mold should have reported from our spirit 2, that is contemporary to Indo-Greek level. But this coin mold we are getting from the deposit of 4th-5th century CE level, and around 36 coin mold we have documented from that deposit. So now the question is why the coin mold is getting here, because all Indo-Greek coin are a diastruct coin. This is the coin mold. It means it's a cast coin. So we take up some scientific study to understand whether this coin mold are locally made or not. Again, that institute of Gandhinagar, that scientific research institute, forensic research institute, they take up some study on it. So preliminary, still we are working on it. It shows it's a local. Now, when we see Tran's some reference, we come to know that Bharuch, for the exchange during that maritime trade, they as an exchange they preferred to have this Indo-Greek coin in 5th-6th century level. So we can say that this coin were cast in Vadnagar and they might supply to Bharuch area. This could happen because their coin mold is getting reported from Vadnagar. Then we are getting lead sheets, because in Vadnagar reported exponential number of lead coins having Garuda motif. So now one of the dig we have found around 15 kg these lead sheets. That also we are working on it to understand whether these lead sheets they use for the minting of coins or not. Our study is going on this aspect. Now I was talking about the 36 artificial bodies. Here we can see the water coming, how they are interconnected to each other. This slide is clearly defined. There are 3 major sources of the water. Another source of water is flowing through these water bodies, and this third source now. This way, these are their distribution of water bodies and getting filled during the rainy season. Now, this about the Indo-Pacific beads. Now, Vadnagar has shown very different picture. Right from 2nd century BC level till Gaikwad and 17th, 18th century, from different level, we are getting very tiny beads. If you measure, it is between 1 mm to 6 mm. And they have reported in different 10 shades. Manufacture such 10 shade beads, it's not easy to, it can't be from the single side. There should be a manufacturing different sides. So that elemental composition analysis we have taken, because from where this bead got a name, we can say that how many these manufacturing units in other areas. So we want to compare all this data with other manufacturing sites. Important is such kind of beads reported right from Japan till eastern coast of Africa with different time era. So that we have also tried to create show all these sites on the map through this slide. Then another important aspect of Vadnagar come out as we have identified as the largest shale manufacturing. It's from beginning of the site. Right from beginning, we are getting shale artifacts here, but the important aspect is that we are getting manufacturing waste of different stages. That shows on the large scale, the shale crafting was in existence right from beginning till 13th, 14th century. Then it got replaced with glass bangle and ivory bangle. So with the cultural period, the fashions get changed in shale bangle. Around 30 major types we have identified, and we are divided into around 150 more than subtypes. So with cultural phases, we can identify now, yes, this shale bangle is belong to this cultural phase. This slide is important because right from Harappa till present, the same technique is being applied for the shell corrupting. Now, in present Bishnupur community, manufacturing waste being dumped yet thrown out. But in what we have seen in Vadnagar, whatever the leftover was there, they also utilize for manufacturing of beads as well as pendant. So these are our shell assemblies from Vadnagar. And now I'll request Ajay sir to.
Thanks, Abhijit. It's always pleasure to listen to you about Vadnagar. One thing which this shell manufacturing tells us that most of these shells were sourced from Gulf of Kutch. And so this is very interesting for us because this is a continuity as a resource base from the Harappan times. So I'll come to the survey part. I think this this survey was done between 4th and 8th of October, and I think we covered around 1800 kilometers in 4 days. So this is the path we took starting from Vadgaon. Then we went to Vadnagar temple to see the Sikotra temple there. Then we came to Bhavnagar where we saw Kuda and Ghoga, and then we traveled all across the coast to see all the Sikotri temples. Around 40 such temples we covered, and then we also tried to take a sea stretch of around 58 kilometers to see how the approach to coast will look. This was expected to see if Sikotri Mata temple can it serve a purpose of lighthouse or some kind of a navigation signal for the coast. So this was the path taken these 4 days. Now, it is not that this is not known. This was known to Dr. S.R. Rao, and I think he was the first one who actually sort of tried to link this with Harappan also. He actually commits that, but I think after that, no one picked it up. So on the image on the top right is the actual image before excavation of the site at Lothal, where the trench number 3 was laid. At this site was a Sikotra temple, which he records that he wanted to lay the trench, and when he wanted, the people of that village refused because they had a lot of veneration for that. And they said, if you do that, there will be consequences. And there were consequences. Of course, the trench was laid and some people died in that thing. So Dr. Rao then later got the temple constructed with all rituals outside. So the left image you see is the current Sikotra temple at Lothal, just abutting the boundary wall of the protected site. People still worship there, and it's very freshly painted. And when he records in his the book, the report is much later, but the excavations for 1956, at that time he records a number of other places where Sikotra Mata temples are mentioned. And within Lothal, he also mentions about smaller ports that are written in italics, Nani Boru and Moti Boru, which he said were frequented by smaller boats till recent times. So the pattern that we will see in the course of this survey, that the maritime tradition in Gujarat coast was not directly through sea, but it was a very riverine kind of a journey, which will take off from very, very small ports and then merge into rivers, and then rivers will merge into estuaries, and then they will take up a large, a long sea journey. And as we will see in the literary traditions, we find mention of numerous varieties of ships, of boats, from very small to very big. So I think all of them played their role in the whole network. So this was 1956. I think not many people took note of this. 1963, we have a next peg on this association, we can say, Shri Pushkar Chandarwakar. He is basically ethnologist. I think he didn't have much idea because he didn't mention at all about Lothal excavation and that Dr. Rao is also working. Perhaps I think by 1963, the report also had not come out. So he visits, he is fascinated by this temple. He was principal in the local college in Khambhat. We also visited that college, arts college. So in 1963, he visits these 7 temples all along the Khambhat coast, where Sabarmati Mahi meets the Gulf. So he mentions Ralaj, Vadgaon, Mitali, Sarkarpur, Bajipura, Dholera, and Varna. Now, Mitali and Vadgam are also mentioned by Dr. Rao. He also mentions Hatab, Kuda, and Ghoga that we'll see later. So on the right side of the image is the current Vadgam temple idol. I will show you the temple also. So, but to stay back, what we observed, that this is the not a very great map to see, but the green lines are the river, whatever the water bodies, and this is the Gulf, which we see. Now we have marked Vadgam and Ralaj and Kavi. So what he records, Chandarwakar, in his writings, at that time when he visited in 1960, the temple was very old, and there he found writing on the walls of the temple with charcoal or some kind of a black material. And one of the writing he has quoted that the fishermen and boat owners of Kavi. So Kavi, if you see, is on the other side of the land. So these people are going to sea, but before they go to sea, they come and bow before the Sikotar Mata temple at Vadgam. So the names of these people are mentioned very, very particularly, that whatever Ranchod Sona, Manga, Bhikha, Jivan, Nana, Bhagwan, Asha came to this temple to bow down to Shikotar. Now, Ralaj is also on the same track, but we do not, I don't know if there were Ralaj writings, we do not know. But our idea is that because Ralaj has a big temple, huge temple of Sikotri, so we presume that perhaps these people did not have to come to Vadgam, and they could have very well bow before Sikotar at that temple, but the Kavi people may be coming. This is just an observation, maybe signifying some kind of a community linkage. Okay, they don't need to have a separate temple. So these kinds of inscriptions you see are all name inscriptions, which we saw yesterday in Sokotar also, that these are the names. So this is the current temple, if you see at the top, and at the back is the sea. It's a very beautiful landscape. And on the left of the temple, you see usual Bhairav is there, where all liquor and cigarettes are even now very liberally offered. And in the middle, this is Sokotar. And the bottom is the painting version of this temple, which is done by Sanjay. We were fascinated by this temple, so I think he's done a nice painting of that, just to show his painting skills. One other thing associated with the Sikotar temples are the lighthouse poles, or what are called Diva Dandis in Gujarati. So this is what we expected, how it looks when we intended to have the sea sojourn to see how a sailor or a small boatman will see what is visible. So if you see on the left bottom, there is a huge flag. I think this flag masts are very huge. If you go to the Gujarat coast, you see very high flag masts and very fluttering these flags are there. So these fluttering flags show the location of the landing port during daytime. And during the night time, the rectangular portion, which is the Diya portion, if you see the second image on the first image on the left is the pole, and the second is a rectangular thing. And in between that, they keep something to burn, some light to burn. But I don't see any of this being burned. I think many of them use now electricity to sort of light them up. So this Diva Dandi is a very, very typical marker of ancientness of, if you can say that, of Sikotar Mata, when you want to separate them from the more modern renditions of them in the inland areas, which have come at a number of places. So in the Ralaj temple, which we told about, the third image from bottom is the Ralaj. It's a very one beautiful temple. We couldn't. I think the photo is not there. So there, if you see, they have encased the whole pole in some copper plating because they wanted to preserve. It's a very old. So right side bottom is the is an inscription, a modern sort of label, which says that this pole is around 300 to 500, 350 years old. So the tradition, of course, this pole has to be replaced regularly. So these are the Diva Dandis of various temples that were visited. This is Kuda. Kuda is mentioned by Dr. Rao, but we did not know when we visited this. We were not aware of the mention of Kuda also. We were aware about Lothal Sikotar Mata temple. So this is, I think, the most stunning landscape of Sikotri Mata. This is the left side. If you see top, bottom, is since that was the first leg of our journey, so we paid obeisance to Lord Sikotri Mata, as was expected. Otherwise, she'll get very angry. So we did that dutifully. And below that, if you see, there are some hero stones kind of articles, and there are large number of them at the back of Kuda temple. And this is what you see is this slight mound is there. These are the more modern ones, which is around some 1800, 17, 1800. But I'm sure, but if you dig down, you're going to find a very long tradition. And the same, this is also at the same site. This is a small well. And there, if you see, this is some sea water coming on the back side. So there's a well. So this is a very ideal place for small boats, not only taking off, but also passing by to collect water and fresh water and food. So, and there are two huge banyan trees, and they're absolutely stunning. So just we spent some time under those banyan trees. It's very, very peaceful place, this Kuda, beside being a historical site. I think it's been mentioned by Dr. S.R. Rao. And one more thing, I think, which we observed, wherever we find Sikotar temple, there is also association of Shiva temples in subsequent times. Here, people do not know about this Kuda temple, but people know about Nishkalank Mahadev here in this temple. Similarly, Vadnagar also has a huge... so this association, we are still not able to understand. And all these sites, they paint a Trishul as a symbol. The kind of Trishul which we also see in Sikotar, but we do not know to ascribe it to Shaiva tradition or to Shakta tradition or the goddess tradition. So this was Kuda. And then from Kuda, I leave out many of the other temples. We are just focusing on the main learnings that we made. This is Somnath. So on the top left, it is very early morning. We used to start by 4 o'clock every day. So this is right at the coast of Somnath temple. It's a small, very, very small this hut kind of a Sikotar temple. There's a goddess. But below that, if you see left bottom is Pir Haji Shah Dargah. And if we've had a very detailed survey report there, we mentioned about a lot of legends. And we presume that this perhaps could have been the site that was for the original Sikotar temple. And this is also on a very high moon. I'm sure there is a lot of antiquity beneath this. And we find a lot of architectural features and other features which make it of a different denomination before it must have been a dargah. On the right side is very, very interesting evidence that we got. If you see, Chandavakar has tried to trace what is the antiquity of the Sikotri cult, and he has cited literary references to say that it is mentioned in some of the literary traditions. So he mentions about Shri Val Kaha or Shri Pal Katha, which is of 1362, written by Ratna Sekhar Suri. This is an earliest reference, you can say that it's a very interesting story, and which is further expanded in another Gujarati story of both of them are Jaina tradition. Sri Pal Raja No Ras. So this explains huge association of Jains also, but there the Sikotri Mata comes not as part of the Jaina tradition, but the story is like, I don't know if many of you would have known, but in brief, it is like big business merchant from Kaushambi by name Dhaval. He starts the journey. He's a big merchant, and he travels with around 500 to 600 ships. So he starts from Kaushambi and he comes. He's a very evil guy. It is shown in the thing. And our Sripal, who is a hero, who also happens to come to Khambat to board a ship because he wants to make some money. So when Dhaval is about to take all his 500 ships of various sizes, there's a very detailed description of all these kinds of boats. His ships are stalled because Sikotar Mata is very unhappy with him, and and she's apparently conveyed. It's conveyed to him that he has to sacrifice a man with 32 omens to Sikotar Mata to start his journey. So he finds this very nice guy, hero of the tale, Sripal, who is a devout Jaina layman. He meditates continuously on some kind of Navpad and Shri. There's some Jaina practice, Navpad, and so this is like mantra or some. It's a drawing kind of a thing and meditation. So he is focused on that. He meditates, and with that, his faith, he fights him physically. There's a physical scuffle happens, and Dhaval fails to win him. So he goes and appeals to King of Ujjain that I need army support to take this guy. So there the Ujjain king also comes into the picture. And also we'll see, before he starts his journey, he has to obtain the license from King of Ujjain. So later we'll see that Ujjain played a very, very important part in authorizing or licensing such long-term trade. So many of these small port people who are maybe peddling the ship, but the ownership of the whole expedition is as far as inland as Ujjain and Kaushambi. So and there are many other references which Chandravakkar gave, which takes us to around 1350 or something. So in Somnath, we found literary references. So we trace this epigraph. This is a very interesting epigraph dated 1264 century by a businessman from Hormuz. He's a merchant man named Firoz, who comes to Somnath, and he has very good friendship with a lot of local people. And his best friend is someone called Thakur Chhada from Somnath, who says that he wants to construct a mosque. And he, with the help of his friend, he says that I'll procure your land. And the land right outside the Somnath temple was procured. And the mention of the link with Sikotri is that the land, the inscription says that the land belonged to Sikotar Mahajanpalli. So we are looking here, the Sikotri is associated with Mahajan or some kind of a land piece owned by Mahajanpalli, which is named Sikotar. So this is the reference of Sikotri. So, and on the right hand side is the Arabic version of the same thing, which is perhaps addressed to the Arabic thing. And he talks about the usual, how the idol worship is something. On the left, there's a very separate debate, because there the author of the inscription identifies Allah as part of the Vishnu. So this is a very different debate. So I'm not getting into. For our purposes, it is only that the land which was taken up for construction of a mosque, which we presume could be the Pir Hazi Shah Dargah, was Sikotar land. And there are literary references where this Pir orders the goddess named is Ganga there. He says, you leave this place now. And then she says, if you ask me to go, where will I go? She says, you go and live at the coast among the stones. So, and she says, okay, as you command, I shall go and from now on live at the coastal stones, among the stones in the coast. So I think this place which we see at the very barren among the stones could be, I know this is all our presumption, which may be completely wrong, but this inscription pushes us to 1264 century, which we have a very strong evidence that Sikhotar cult must have been very much in prevalence. So if this is 1264, we can presumably assume must be 100 years at least we can add to confirm. So this is the, I'll move quickly, ma'am. So this is next in the journey. This is Koel Dungar. So this is very interesting because here the temple is called Harsiddhi Mata Temple. And here, if you visit this place, most of the shops will sell you the boat, sort of small boat mementos to offer to God. And the same kind of ships are also sort of deposited at Socotra whenever these sailors from up go. Now, this is also linked to, interestingly, there are a lot of literary references, tales, which says that this temple and the goddess living here, Harsiddhi, has a strong link in the Harsiddhi temple in Ujjain. So goddess goes for the evening prayer at evening arti at Ujjain and then comes back for the morning thing. So this is in a way kind of telling us the link between Sikhotar maritime tradition and Ujjain. So this is how from Koel Dungar you see how the sea looks. It's fantastic. And here the whole event of Jagdusha. Jagdusha is supposedly passing the same stretch when she casts evil eye upon him and he then propitiates the goddess and brings her down. So the current temple is down. So this temple is at top, which was active till before COVID, but after COVID it has gone down and not in use. So this is the, now after doing the survey, we think that we have to bring the Ujjain part also. So now right side, we brought the Ujjain Harsiddhi temple also to complete the story. We don't know, it may go up till Rajasthan also. We are also looking at where all this Sikhotar tradition can go. And if we are lucky or if we are sort of, if it is there, it may go up till to the western side also. And we have been also informed that we have Sikhotar temple perhaps in Iran, Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and Somalia, Ethiopia, and other places. Also, there's a likelihood. So Ujjain, I have said, and I think I'll not waste time. Only on the last point, which is another observation that we had. So when we visit Gulf of Khambat, most of the Sikhotar temples are on just at the coast. If you saw the Vadgam temple, but the more you move towards the Kutch area, they are more inland, or the sea has receded. So we may believe, we feel that, it could be that there is a shifting of this religious tradition, could be an indicator of the shift of the sort of maritime expeditions also, because you see most of the Hawk caves are going, no one is from Kutch. They're all from Bharu Kutch and Khambat. But in the Harappan times, most of the people are going from the Kutch area, and even till Periplus is also mentioning that. This is another observation that we made. And the one more observation is, this is Dholavira. After this, once we find that these are all coastal, and if Lothal was associated, we find, okay, let's see other Harappan sites. And it just fits everywhere. So we went to Lothal you find. So this we went Dholavira, and I think the whole excavation were there. People never noted Dholavira, the Sikhotar temple. So this is Dholavira. Then we again found what are other sites. This is Nageshwar, which has been excavated as a mature Harappan site, as a very, very industrious center for shell making. There also, right at the bank, we have Sikhotar temple of a little inland water channel. So we find that this is very, very strongly associated with Harappan sites also. Now, this is the Dholavira idols. You see, I'll just one more interesting. This is Ralaj, goddess. And this is Vadgam. What I'm trying to tell you is that the more coastal temples still retain the Vahan of this goddess as boat. more inland places, or like Dholavira, which have no coastal continuity of the tradition, have shifted this and made it into this. These are observations. Maybe we could be absolutely wrong on these things, but these are just observations. So this Vahan changes in Dholavira to a lion, and many of the images of the modern images, if you see of the calendar images, she's seen seated on the lion, but the boat is there. So that is another modification of that kind. But ideally, I think we presume the Vahan, because that's how the Vahanvati name comes. This is the Vadnagar idol, which is like all stones. There is nothing, but there is that calendar is hanging, that of Jagdusha, and she looking up. Temples far from coast have replaced with this, could be. So now I'm just, I think I'm shooting the time terribly. Okay, so this is just we thought that many of this shifting of the maritime tradition could have been also because of the regular earthquake and changes in the course of rivers as a result of these earthquakes. So this is the kind of faults that we have. These are not interplate faults that we have seen in between Himalaya and Arabian plate. These are within that particular land piece, very unique geological features of Gujarat. So Kutch, Saurashtra, and this Kembe basin, which we see a parallel line, these are fraught with a lot of earthquakes in the past, from late Quaternary and till recent. So they have caused a lot of sea changes. I'll not go much into that. So one important thing just I want to show you, if you see the little run of Kutch, and if you see the Khambat area trying to jut into the little run of Kutch, that there is a Null and Bhal, that area is there. And we believe that the Lothal site, though, is also approachable from Khambat, but we could be completely wrong also again, was actually approachable from little run of Kutch. And I think Sanjay will show his plotting of the maps. There you will see that particular area, which that link which is connecting, we will see a lot of Harappan sites there. But at subsequent time, due to some tectonic movement, this whole area, I think perhaps then later got completely sedimented by river course. So this is the geological study which we have found sort of very closely coming to attest our observations. If you see the 125,000 years ago, this is how the green part is the sea. This is how it looked like. So that means this link between Saurashtra and Kutch were absolutely like islands. And there was no Gulf, Kutch and Khambat. This corridor between what we call run of Kutch and Khambat was open. 18,000 years, this completely receded, and then it became very heavily sedimented. This is the phase, I think, a lot of tectonic movement and a lot of sedimentation happens. Then I think in 6,000 to 2,000 years ago, that means we are talking about 4,000 to 2,000 BCE. That is like very shallow sheet of water is there, but still connected. So not large ships can go, but smaller ships, that guides the actual tradition of smaller ports, smaller ships, smaller ports, and then you enter into the sea. I'm so sorry, Sanjay, I've taken. Over to Sanjay.
Thanks. Yes, now straightforward, I'm coming to the Dholavira, because I thought that Dholavira playing the major role in maritime tradition in early or Chalcolithic period, particularly around 3000 to 1500 BCE. 1500 BCE is in little later. That has the different layer, which we will show you in this is the town planning of Dholavira on the Khadir island itself, and having a lot of stages during the excavation, Dr. R.S. Bist has made this entire chronology of 14-meter deposit of at Dhalavira, and also has the unique town planning and water management at Dhalavira, Middle Town, Lower Town, and Citadel, and many more, the water management system, etc. Is the what important about for understanding of the climatic change, or the role of that entire plateau that just discussed in early slides by Ajay sir, about all the fault and all that, and in the deposition in the run of Kutch, either in the Great Run of Kutch or in the Little Run of Kutch. So there is a lot of sites. So we have in Dhalavira itself, during the mature phase, or particularly stage 3A, having the evidence of earthquake that clearly mentioned by Dr. R.S. Bist, and we have that, and that possibly dated from 2800 to 2600 BCE. So that's a very, very important understanding that what happened during that period itself. So there is a lot of work done by geologists at that area, and mentioned that before 10,000 years, there is a lot of sedimentation happen around 62 meters. So, and before 4000 BCE, 40 to 50 meter deposition therein, that particular the run of Kutch. And after that, after 4000 BCE, around up to 2000 BCE, around 9-meter deposition were there that changed the entire landscape or land for the maritime trade, particularly in Chalcolithic period. So these are the excavation having the different stages of settlement, and after earthquake, they have done a huge repairing, and also they have done expansion of the site and coming up the different a segment in town planning also, and also they have done the water management, added water management in stage 4. So if you see, this is the map showing the mature Harappan culture, in particular all the region, either in Kutch and Saurashtra both, and the late Harappan culture, see towards the Rupen and that area, the late Harappan culture migrated there. So this map, the distribution of the site is very, very important for understanding of shifting of the port site or maritime tradition from the mature Harappan to late Harappan phase in the different landscape. So if you see that area that has already been discussed, why this land, Khadir, is chosen for settlement of by the Harappans itself. So if you see the river system in Indus and Hakra Nara and other side Luni and Banas itself, all coming towards in Run of Kutch, presently Run of Kutch. So that time this land is well connected with both the region. One, the another region of Saurashtra and all that, the mainland of Gujarat and the Thar, Rajasthan and Indus region also. So this strategic location played a very, very important role for in maritime trade, particularly in the Harappan period. So that is the reason more than 60 sites reported along the this Run of Kutch, and also a lot of. So how I have chosen the clue that this is very, very important site, because I have done one excavation at the time of my training period under the BIST SAP. So these are the factory site I have explored and excavated also. So the same pillar member transported to the Indus region also, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro. So how they have transported these huge pillar members towards the Indus. So that's another map. If you see the distribution of raw material, that also connect the land route or even the river route of Indus and Saraswati River. So these are the some clue is very, very important. Now the time is short. I'll take 2 minutes only. This is the closer view of the settlement of Harappan settlement, Dholavira, and why they have settled, whether it's a port site nearby, so that has not been explored. So this is the future study area for my work. See, this is the several nalas is there, seasonal rivulets. The one is Manhar and another is Mansar. In between Manhar and Mansar, this site is located. If you see the several other nalas also, and this is very close to the run at present. So this area is very, very important for understanding whether it's a port site of that. So we have done some physical exploration recently in last 15 days or month. So work is going on. These are the new study area for understanding how this Khadir weight, and also the actually, I can say the Dholavira is the power center of Harappan, controlling maritime trade in greater run of Kutch and also the little run of Kutch. So that is the reason the trail of sites, if you see in greater run of Kutch, in the just close to the sea, there is site Junikaran that is also excavated, just a replication of the same planning of Dholavira. And also the one side, the Lothal. So in between, there is a lot of industrial site also. So that cater the Dholavira, and Dholavira also have a very good connection with the lands, which has already been discussed. So thank you very much. Over to you.
I think we wanted to take you all the things, but I think we'll skip these slides. So I think, and the conclusions which we have also are mentioned. But this is like we saw yesterday, these are the Goga findings of these 3 big jars. But we leave this part. I think these are the conclusions, which I think we'll discuss it when we come to the thing. So thank you so much for the patient here.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think we'll take the questions and have the discussions after Chaya's paper. So whose paper?
All the papers.
Yeah, after your paper, sorry. Yeah. So Dr. Chaya Goswami, she's from SK Somaya College, Mumbai, and she's going to talk about, I think, more of intangible now, moving away from the tangible. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Professor Himanshu Prabhare, and the team behind this. I was so wishing that Professor Ajay Yadav leaves Jagdusha for me. Like getting there. And okay, so like I'm trying to see this subject in different ways, primarily through the theoretical perspective, also thinking about how do we try to derive essence out of the long Deori tradition of Sikotar Mata, and then I'm also connecting them with the idea of how seafarers are, at sea, thinking on this religious line. So basically, like in my first part of the discussion, I will be focused on the theoretical idea and then how it has translated into number of other traditions and culture through legends and Socotra itself. So though sailing on the high sea, we all know, often catches our imagination, some of the ocean routes were treacherous, and the relatively shallow sea near the shoreline created significant wave action. So the collision of the waves coming from the different directions also required action and intervention of for smooth sailing. And here only, I mean, you would see that just not only employing the navigating skills and techniques, the divinity was also brought in. So here, like before that, if we see, the boisterous weather often deterred accurate latitude and longitude calculations. So moreover, then strong gales would instantly place a ship in the risk of being driven onto lee shore. So overcoming these dangers, the sails of the ships were set and maritime ports of the Indian Oceans were frequently traversed in the across the centuries. And this study, which I am trying to investigate, is trying to feature the historical significance of seafaring traditions, which shows sailing as a significant geographical activity in which maritime players who employ a faith story. So it shows how a thriving sailing network was formed, encompassing the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the other Western Indian Ocean ports, right up to China. Then, moving over to the east to the China Sea and Southeast Asian waters. So it also recognized various cultures as innovators in navigation and geography, including the compilation of maps, landmarks. And my main focus is on the pothis, the logbooks. So the pothis summarize geographical knowledge of the Kutchis for successive maritime generations. Especially I'm talking about Kutchi seafarers and the seafarers from the Gulf of Kutch. So all throughout the seafaring history, celestial navigation has figured conspicuously in gauging the progress and the advance of a sea-centric culture. So application of this maritime faith strongly influenced land-based paths, and its use introduced, the days of prosperity for maritime coastal littoral societies and state with wealth, with wealth of knowledge and control also. So fabulous wealth earned through profitable but perilous overseas trade empowered the economies of the sea-oriented states, and knowledge of distant land also framed their belief system. So this is getting entwined, it's just not about trade or trading networks, but the cultures are getting entwined with that entire process, right? So diaries, and for example, now let's come to the seafarers and how they are doing, right? And what they are trying to do when they are on board. And then like diary and journal keeping was a long established tradition of the Gulf of Kutch, where socio-religious culture and the mentions of the faith or religious practices would have been the norm on shore. So commonplace books or commonplace books chronicling religious reading or confessional style journal entries revealing struggles with sin or attempts to at reform had been part of culture and practices on land for centuries. So however, due to sailing and sailors' perspective supposedly irreligious, that is the main part which we have to focus if we want to really try to see how they have been imagined in the mainstream society. And if we really try to see the seafarers in I mean, I'm not talking about the margins and all that. I don't want to come into that subaltern dialogue also. But my idea is like, just to see that, how they have been perceived as irreligious. Because the feeling is, the general feeling is that they are away from spiritual matters, and the contemporaries, they try to see them through a stereotype. So for literates or not so literate seafarers, a long or a journal helped pass to time at sea that sometimes weighed heavily on all aboard during the lull in activity that characterized maritime work. So, as life on sailing ship frequently exposed seafarers to existential dangers from storms, accidents, or their own crewmates, there was number of fights. If you want to read that, read Gunvantraya Acharya. He'll give you that entire idea on how many fights. Like, how did they really sail through? It becomes a question, even if Sikotri Mata would have come, how to, so like the disputes were many, like number of scores of it. So writing in a journal helped sailors process thoughts about morality, mortality, and the afterlife arising from their perilous experiences. So in the Badrik Samaj, as they used to call Badra Samaj, the hierarchy, the seafarers held a dubious place in religious thought. From the ancients to early 19th century or antiquity to 19th century Gulf of Kutch, the Badalas, the Kharwas were often viewed as occupying the lowest rank of public morality. Here comes the idea of morality. And then and you better ask the Kharwas and Badalas how they see the Badrik Samaj, as what kind of morality they had. So the terrestrial religious critics across the centuries have seen seafarers as particularly prone to drunkenness, swearing, and other forms of immorality, using profane language. So classifying them as hardened sinner. And that's why, I don't know how many of you have really thought of this, but Gunvantraya Acharya really thought of this. He, there's this, we all know that Kala Pani and, Brahmins not given that permission to sail across. But it was not this, what Gunvantraya Acharya feels, that this kind of hardship the Brahmin wouldn't have survived, the way the seafarers have. So that's the perspective. I was so so excited to read about that. Yes, the life is quite tough at sea, and a delicate Brahmin would have got number of problems. That's what I mean. That doesn't mean that Brahmins never sailed. They were but then according to the imagination which catches here is about how do we see the different perceptions developing out of this. So the other forms of immorality, classifying them as a hardened sinners far from God. However, if you see, seafarers have also long been described by religious writers as having special access to God through their immersion in the wonders in the deep. And seafarers' view from the deck of powerful storms, vast ocean depths, huge creatures, strange sights, and unexplained phenomena were thought to have given them unsurpassed witness to supernatural power and a profound dependence on divine providence. So while seafarers' religious belief or lack thereof have been long debated and examined by their contemporaries on land who sought or condemned them, less attention has been paid to the vestigial faith story. And this is where I try to situate Sikotri Mata, the vestigial memory and the oral traditions, how that has been going on since ages. You can see from the archaeological research, the wonderful archaeological research is to the other tangible remains we come across in our field research. We try to see, the divinity being passing through number of phases, right? So by examining the logbooks and the Malamni Pothi diaries written by the seafarers while at sea, the depth of seafarers' religious belief are sounded through their own words. And this research, then adds to the growing scholarship examining ships, logs, and journals as a unique genre of primary sources shaped by the maritime environment and to our understanding of manuscripts. So, like what I'm trying to glimpse is navigating the religious environment of the seafarers while crossing shaped and suggests concurrent translation of it on the terrestrial landscape. So it's just not like, the sites have been shown by the archaeologist. And if you see, the sea has now here quite in a fluid way blended, right? So as the seafarers of the northwest coast ventured further in the western Indian Ocean, seafarers passing by Socotra archipelago sought to secure their voyages. During their voyages, seafarers confront with the morality of their own doings and of their own crewmates, and they sail around the fragile line between life and death at sea. So the religious differences between these on deck and those in port raises some questions. I have some questions. Can you just show the no, the screen is not showing. Can you switch to the PPT?
No, it's not showing.
Okay. Yeah. If you can give the full screen. They have the command. Mine is in this laptop. Yeah. Okay. Just a second. Yeah. How do I go to the previous one? This one.
It must be on the left side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are the questions, like, and I bring in two works. Here is Bernard Cap. He notes that the Puritan revolution made the British sailors more religious than at any other period during the age of sail. And then you have Marcus Rediker. He talks about regress of works at sea combined with unpredictable natural element forcefully affected the seaman's worldview. So, these are all different dimensions through which we can see seafarers trying to connect with cosmic power or divinity and divine intervention. So your case studies, of course, of Sikotar Mata, and during their voyages, the seafarers just not believed in, of course, Sikotar Mata. They believed in Darya Lal or Ratnakar Maharaj, and hoping to reach their desired haven, or that divine guidance and divinity guiding them to the to their desired destination. So the superstitions of outlaws or worship of family gods or faith on mysterious helpers, some type of talism or objects of ensuring immortality, good or bad elements of worship of God also you can see coming through. So with amplified oceanic activities, navigational experiences altered while circumnavigating the Indian peninsular arc. The Badalas and Kharwas often faced the storm named Gajus. And evidently, the boisterousness and the stress of weather would often dislocate their latitude and longitude. So Malams knew how to hold the bearing, but then also, it's just not relying on their skills. They would then call the divine intervention as well, right? So I intend to juxtapose environment in the dynamics of networks and pose the following questions: how religious sources can allow us to peek into the movements which forged these these trans-regionalities, and how their experiences generated through environmental conditions such as winds, monsoon storms, or volcanic eruptions and earthquake and drought. So if you try to see that how religion acted as a bridge between the trading and the culture, so open and enduring context with sea and its milieu inherited the astuteness and clever understanding of oceanic dynamics. Around the perilous navigational experiences, certain customary and cultural systems too originated to secure the voyages. Conspicuous one was seafarers' deep belief in Vahanvati Mata, or also known as Sikotar Mata. Looking at the long Dury faith story, the seafarers, show that how oceanic cultural and interfaith constructs framed. And if you want to go through the different ideas of Sikotar Mata in Ralej Khambaj and the entrance gate, Arabian Sea, we come to the part of legends. Sorry, I'm just jumbling up. Yeah. So here you have 3 legends associated with Sikotar Mata I came across. One is during Navratri time, Mata would come to Sikotar to play Garba. Sound of Mata's anklet was so powerful that farmers in nearby villages could easily hear like this. You can have those sound. So the legend says that back in time when ships would lost their way, they would pray for Vahanvati Mata. Soon after, a lamp would lighten up on the copper pillar, showing the direction to the ships. And then there is one more which is related to Jagrusha. I like, before that, there is one report of Times of India by Kalpana Desai. And I mean, she talks about the seafarers would salute and reverentially float a model of their craft towards the isle as they passed by. And, over time, they started to raise shrines to Sokotra's memory when they landed safely at home. So in these shrines, the island's spirits became a mother goddess. And Sokotra Mata or Sikotar Mata was worshipped by seafarers. She was also Vahanvati Mata or Harsiddhi Mata. There are different times, like Harsiddhi Mata, if you see from the mountain range or the hilly side, and then when Jagrusha's tale come, it becomes Vahanvati Mata. So Times of India talks about that they are guarded by, there were Dwarpals also of Sikotri Mata. They were the one who were the guardians. So they are guarded by headless Dwarpals and their heads are at sea. So this is where, you see how do we see both the dimensions, terrestrial as well as oceanic, right? And if we move on further, let's bring Jagrusha in picture. He was, of course, a merchant from Bhadreshwar, that is near Mundra in the south of Kutch, right, near Mandvi, Mundra, right? And he had heavily invested in this Khambat trade, and he was a true devotee of Mata Sikotar. But there are 2 legends around him, just not one. One of them is about that when he heard that his ship was about to sink because of the wrath of the goddess, he went over to the goddess seeking her. I mean, he fasted for some days, and thereafter the goddess got pleased, and goddess said that ask for what do you want, ask. She had the dialogue, they say. And then Jagrusha said that make the sailing and the voyage of the voyage at high sea easier, right? And that time the goddess kept one condition, they say, and the condition is that because she was brought down from mountain top to overlooking at sea. So the condition was that every step she will take down, the buffalo would be offered. And now here comes the Jaina tradition. Here, this particular paragraph I've taken from Devdutt Patnaik. Now he doesn't mention about that buffalo was never offered. So the Jaina tradition talks about that how non-violence was followed by Jagrusha, that instead of buffalo, he offered his adopted son first, and thereafter he offered himself. And at that time, the goddess agreed on that particular the sacrifice. And hereafter they say that goddess became the one who ensured ships return after successful business trips, and thus Vahanvati Mata. Now here, the idea is just not Jagrusha as a big business tycoon of his time, because you can see this remains also. Yeah. So this is these are the ways contemporary or 20th century times Jagrusha's tale has been imagined in the pictorial description. And you have the ruins of Jagrusha Palace, Bhadreshwar, Kutch, Gujarat, India. So here you see the contradiction, the paradox, that it is just not merchants, but I mean just not seafarers, the merchants are also. So merchants are from Badrik Samaj. So whose goddess is this? The idea is then who here it is just a maritime tradition more than anything else, I would call it, because ocean blurs all the differences in this context. And if we move on, we try to see Socotra. There are tales related to Socotra also. This is right. So it's a mysterious landform. And inside you can see diversity itself, like it's quite cosmopolitan and UNESCO World Site. But more than anything else, there are Sanskrit etymological connection, Sukha Dhara, island abode of bliss. And sailors also, Gujarati sailors have called the maritime route near Socotra Sikotro Sea, meaning the lion of Socotra that constantly roars, referring to the high seas. And this is where they embody Sikotar Mata's intervention. So historically, this is of course isolated from wider world, and it has rich biodiversity. It is also known as Galapagos of the Indian Ocean. And Socotra is ill-famed for shipwrecks, shoals, and also violent storms, especially during the monsoon months, during which the island entirely gets cut off. And then there are bizarre tales and sustainability in challenging environment of tree yielding dragon blood, cucumbers, or forest of frankincense and towering pinnacles in the mist. And then, of course, Sinbad the sailor also connects with the phoenix story. So faith story and a response to sustain in a challenging environment is what draws this study. Since I'm running short of time, I'll just conclude through this that how do we try to see the tradition developing? I feel that these sports culturally, interlocked in exchange or were negotiated and reimagined, particularly in robust way. And there is this subsistence commodities and the idea of even dealing with some special commodities, like it is mentioned here, the frankincense, alloy, and myrrh and all. So those were reinterpreted in a way where oceanic worlds to incorporate new influences, sailors' own religious identity too. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
So we now move on to the topic of the
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is. I don't think I need to really introduce you since you are the pivot of the whole.
Okay, so my presentation, I'm going to look at Vadnagar and its sailing traditions, and I'm going to move away from the archaeology to the ocean. So let me start by moving to my first slide and show you the location of Vadnagar. Vadnagar is, as we know today, equidistant from both the Gulf of Kutch and the Gulf of Khambat. So the question arises, how does it participate in this wider sailing network? And what kind of evidence do we have for that? So my objectives in doing this are threefold. My first objective is to talk about, and this has been done already, so I'm just going to briefly go over that, the landscape, the changing natural landscape of the Gulf of Kutch. My second, which is the primary objective, is to trace the Persian Gulf connection. Because if you recall yesterday, when we were listening to the talk by Ingo Strauch, he was constantly talking about the Mediterranean and the larger connection with the Red Sea. But I think the Persian Gulf connection is often missed, and we need to discuss that. And the third objective is to look at the islands, especially the islands of Maldives. So one point that I think I would like to highlight, this has come up in when Ajay was talking about the Divadandis and the way in which the land is indicated to incoming ships. The Periplus provides quite an interesting distinction, or quite an interesting detail on how flat Kutch is and how flat the land is, and that it's very difficult to navigate or to negotiate from the ocean to landfall. So we need to bear that in mind, that without GPS, without the maps, it is quite flat and it's quite difficult. And the second point is, which is equally interesting, is that there were local boatmen or local people who helped incoming vessels navigate the Gulf of Khambat. So I think we need to bear the environment in mind. The second point, again, mention was made of the changes in the sea level. This is 100 kilometers from the sea, Jinjuwada, where there is an ancient lighthouse. It's also a 12th century city, and there's a fortification and a gateway there. So clearly there's a lot happening in terms of the shifts between the various sites. And the emphasis in the morning presentations was on Vadnagar, but I think there's lots which relates to the emergence of different cities along the coast. Another point that I would like to make and shift the discussion from the Harappans, I'm sorry, Sanjay, but to talk about the fact that there were early sites, and this is there's only one report which I saw about the wood that was found in the Gulf of Khambat, and it was dated to to a pre-Harappan period. But there has not been much discussion on the submerged sites and the dating of some of the wood that was found at these sites. We also seem to have missed out why Vadnagar was important, and why do we see this emphasis on Vadnagar when the political center was somewhere else? And the political center in this case was really at Junagadh, and the political center with reference to the Mauryas, with reference even to the Kshatrapas and the Guptas, was really in central Gujarat rather than in up north. So one of the issues that I think in future research we need to bear in mind is why the continuity of settlement at Vadnagar when it's not a political center, it's not a sort of major capital city, and why do we see this continuity? And I think that's something which needs investigation. Just a brief mention of the way in which the Arthashastra relates to Gujarat, particularly to Saurashtra, the large number of coins that have been found, and the fact that really it's seen as particularly the Saurashtra region as somewhat different. Let me move on to my second objective, which is the Persian Gulf, Gujarat, and Gandharan route. And I think this is important, especially in terms of the Indo-Greek coins or the molds that you brought up. Why Greek, and why Indo-Greeks, and what is the relevance there? If you look at the Periplos, it is quite fascinating. The Periplos does not talk about the Persian Gulf at all. So let's be very clear in that the Persian Gulf is not mentioned as far as the writing of the Periplos is concerned, which is really looking at what the people on the Red Sea looked at when they approached the west coast of India. Does that mean that the Persian Gulf was absent, or does that mean that it didn't exist, or does it mean that it was absent in the imagination of the Greeks? And again, there's a contradiction here. Because there is no shortage of Greek settlements, particularly Hellenistic settlements in the Gulf. And, these settlements are quite prominent. There's a lot of archaeology which has been done in recent years in the Persian Gulf, Edur and many other sites, which have produced very rich archaeological material. So the point then is that we need to look at the Gujarat, our two Gulfs, Vadnagar, its participation in maritime connections, with reference to what is happening in the Gulf and at the archaeological sites in the Gulf at this time. And also the fact that this is not something which comes up in the, in the historical period. It has much greater antiquity. And this takes me back to the point you were raising about the Harappans, but that, but we see a break. So there is something which we need to investigate further with reference to the Gulf. The site of Edur is quite fascinating and quite interesting because it has early dates. They also have archaeological material which shows that much of what was found at Edur has connections not just with Gujarat, but also upstream the Indus and upstream into the Gandharan region, and especially the coins that have been found, the Kshatrapa coins that have come up in the Persian Gulf, which again corroborate the point that I've been making, that there are these ancient connections which link us. There was a mention yesterday when we were discussing the inscriptions from Socotra of Kharoshthi, and that Kharoshthi does not come up in Gujarat, but is sort of really relates to Gandhar and, the connections that were made with Gandhar. If you look at the bilingual Kshatrapa coins, it's very clear that there are in Greek. So Greek presence is very marked. But also there is inscriptions, the bilingual inscriptions are also in Kharoshthi. So this connection of why coin molds, what is the continuity these Indo-Greek coins indicate? They are found, as rightly described by Abhijit, that these are molds. These coins are die-struck. So the molds are imitating an earlier tradition of die-struck coins, but nevertheless, the fact remains, why are they imitating this? So there is a connection which is being continued from northwest down into Gujarat and into the Gulf at this point in time. I mean, I don't need to go through these slides because most of the people who do archaeology and who do archaeology of the Gulf are quite familiar with pottery, which has been found, Indian pottery, which has been found from many of the sites in the Gulf. I already mentioned the site of Ed-Dur, but there are a large number of other sites as well. Let me move on to torpedo jars. This has come quite frequently. It came yesterday in Stephen Murphy's presentation when he talked about torpedo jars being found in Southeast Asia, particularly in shipwreck sites. Abhijit did not talk about them today, but I know that in the exhibition that was being planned, torpedo jars were being shown. The point that I want to make is that these jars are not limited to to 100 years or 50 years. They have a long chronology, and we need to place them, from the early period, but also coming down to about the 5th, 6th centuries. But what is equally striking, and I think this doesn't get enough attention, why are torpedo jars found at what we would understand as religious sites? And Elephanta is a good case of where torpedo jars are found. But Elephanta is only known for the Shaiv caves and only known for the very beautiful images. It's not known for anything else. And, Bet Dwarka, Dwarka are the other side. So I think there is a question there, which brings me to the whole 6th century description of Cosmos, who was essentially, he was not a trader, he was not a merchant. He was a man of the church. He became a merchant in later years, but his account, the Christian topography is really fascinating because it talks, amongst other things, about the products of the west coast of India. It also brings in 2 other things of relevance here: the islands of the Maldives and Sri Lanka, and it brings in China and what it calls the Silk Road of the sea. And it really takes it across. And this again goes back to a point that was raised yesterday, whether Socotra, after the inscriptions, in the Hawk Cave, did it come to an end or did it continue? Because there, Cosmos talks about Christianity on Hawk Cave. This Christianity did not come from the Red Sea or South Arabia. It came from the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf was a major center for Christianity, and this is what Cosmos then describes. 2 other very quick points before I close, and the chair can then decide if to open the floor out for questions. Shell, this was raised earlier as well. Shell and cowries. I would go to cowries, and this is a slide from Vadnagar, Abhijit's slide. There's a large, there's a profusion of cowries. My question is, where are these cowries coming from? These cowries are mentioned in the Mahasthan inscription from Eastern India, fairly early, 2nd century BC. And it is assumed that these cowries came from the Maldives and they reached Bengal. So we're looking at 2nd century BC, cowries reaching Bengal. I'm not sure whether work has been done on Vadnagar, but I would really think that we need to look at the Maldives. There's a lot of research which has been done in the Maldives. There are archaeological sites, there are Buddhist sites, and there's a profusion of cowries that you find in archaeological sites. So I think in addition to, and the dates are, are contemporary to the period that we are talking about. So with reference to the kind of archaeological material that we are getting, these are from the Maldives and, the Buddhist sites on the Maldives. So I think we need to widen our research strategy, move away. This has always been my personal gripe, move away from so-called Roman trade and the Mediterranean, look closer home, look at the Maldives, look at Sri Lanka, and really look at the Gulf. And I would like to sort of close by, this is my favorite. People who haven't noticed it, this is the backdrop of also our banner. And this is Mata Nipacheri. I am no expert on this, our chairperson is. And but this is not very old, 300 years old. It's now in the Penn Museum. And the people who make it are the nomads, and and they're supposed to move along the Sabarmati River. So they are not seafarers. They are by no stretch of imagination, relating to the sea. But I found it quite fascinating that wherever they live, I mean, on the land or move across the river, they are fascinated by the boat. I was told that, this sells and helps, they make it, so be it, but I think this is a great example of what we've been talking about all morning, this crossing the boundary between the land, the sea, and moving forward. And then just one last point, and this again relates to something that came up yesterday. The Maitraka inscriptions, and these inscriptions are 6th, 7th century. The Maitrakas are known for coastal temples. Susan here has worked on them and has written on the coastal temples. But we do not know whose image was in the coastal temples, because there are no images there. There are only temples. And now you have the image, but you don't have the temples. And the point is, the inscriptions are fascinating because they talk about local goddesses. If anybody can, and including our chair, can talk about these the names of these local goddesses, there are 2 names which are mentioned. These are in Bhavnagar district, and one of them is related or is identified as being in Hathab, and that's an excavated site as well, and very early. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is that, excuse me, there are these bits of information from archaeology, from oral tradition, from what Abhijit talked about, analysis of the archaeological data, and what we see from inscriptions and the temples. What we really need now is a narrative which links up all that we've talked about in these various traditions. So with that, I would close, and I would be very, very pleased if this initiative by the 3 of you is taken forward and we sort of tie it all together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Himanshu. This Vahanavati thing and the Maitrika temples, coming from the tradition, actually, I'm one of the most illiterate person so far this field is concerned to be sitting here and having the audacity to chair it. But I've been doing a lot of secondary research. But basically, it concerns the eastern coast, and I've been looking at this whole Lankeshwari thing, and then looking at it, that how its movement, and Ajay, since Ajay, you spoke everything about what I knew about Vahanavati, and I was thinking of its movement inlands to Ujjain, but I'll come to something, another goddess there, Gad Kalika, which has similar connections. But let's stick to first to the Vahanavati thing. And Vahanavati, the Matani Pachedi, though is done by the community, nomadic community, the drawings and all, by the Vagaris and all, but they have been associated also with the sea. But the goddesses that appear on, there are so many of them. There are Kodiyar Mata is there, and you will know Hadkai Mata is there, and the Vagars are actually more closer to Hadkai Mata than to Vahanavati. And it is the Kharvas who are actually, the patrons for the Vahanavati Mata. So, and all these goddesses, and I would agree that, what Chaya was saying, and what my secondary thing also kind of research into it, is taking me towards, is that these were all these communities that were like, they had issues. The Bhadrak, if you had, and the thing is in terms of their morality and their ethics. And these goddesses, in many ways, their myths and narratives defy the Brahmanical notions of purity. So one of the most important goddesses that appears on Mata Ni Pachedi is actually Melody Mata. And she is, one of the myths really says that she's born out of the male, and she will be the goddess of everything dirty. And of course, then there is a mobility of these goddesses, and you can see also these connections of Harsiddhi and Vanavati, and she is going into Ujjain, and she becomes the Shakti Pita there. So this kind of mobility from these peripheral goddesses to upward mobility, you see that even in East Coast, when Lankeshwari, who is supposed to have traveled with the merchant from Sri Lanka, and then halfway midstream, her myth becomes also Gauri Mangala. She gets connected to Tara Tarini also. And she is in many other myths in that area, is also becomes the presiding deity of many of the dynasties there. So these are very interesting connections, both in terms of when these sea-related goddesses are really moving, making their travels inland. What are the reasons of their movement of going to inland? So what I gather from, from the, how I look at it, that how can we, as a folklorist, what is my profession is, which is even considered below an anthropologist, I suppose. So, yeah. But I think I'll give you one little example quickly and stop, because we also need to start the question answer session. Is that I take you back to Ujjain, and so you have Harsiddhi, but you have equally very ancient temple there of Gadkalika. And since again, I'm saying that because all this is coming from what I've read, or what I've also kind of, in interviews asked the archaeologists. So what I'm saying may be altogether wrong, or it may, so maybe the, ASI, my colleagues would be able to correct me or make additions to what I'm going to say right now. So this Gadkalika, nobody could think that Gadkalika would have any connection with the sea in any case. And she was considered to be a tantric deity, and a lot of myths, though it is not a Shakti Peeth in the, the classical Shakti Peethas as you had Siddhi is, but the myth is that, she had a fight. Actually, in this myth, it is said that she was a demoness or she was a goddess. I mean, then versions happen in oral. So you have this whole concept of the Dakinis. Okay, so even these matas on the Pachedi and Shikotri Mata, Harsiddhi, at some point they have been the Joginis or they have been the Dakinis, and so is the Lankini also. So in Gadkalika, I came across this myth while I was looking at Lankeshwari in Eastern Coast, and where Hanuman and Gadkali, the Kali Mata there, Kalika, they have a fight. And Kali was scared of Hanuman, who had made this big Vishal Swaroop of his, and she ran away from there. She'd actually initially wanted to eat him up because she was hungry. And since my major work is really the oral traditions of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, I was quite taken up by this thing of Lankeshwari in Odisha, where you have one of these similar myths coming up, which says that the Lankeshwari, actually when Hanuman goes to Lanka, and most of their Ram Leelas end in certain areas with Lanka Pori Jatra, where he burns the Lanka, and then Lankani is wounded. And Shankojit is sitting there, who introduced me to this one particular version of it. And then she ran away to the forest, and then of course some kings or some dynasty kind of adopted her, and she became the presiding deity of that area. And this whole Kandamal area, which is basically tribal area, and the anthropologists and the folklorists, when they go, they actually ask questions about the forests. They ask about the way that we have kind of tried to look at what a tribal population or a tribal group should be. So their connection to the sea, apart from some studies, I think in Kerala, has never been kind of investigated either by the anthropologists or the folklorists. If archaeologists have done that, I'm not aware of it. So it was possible that when all these patterns, the ports, whether it was, Narendra, whether it was the undivided Koraport, the entire eastern coast, that some of these populations definitely shifted deep inside the forest. So what we know them as tribal and not having questioned or not having collected any of the lore or the myths that may connect them to sea, we can't see these connections. So I think oral traditions probably at times can be very useful, because coming back to from that to the Gar Kali thing, so this myth made me think that why should a myth like this be there? Because why should Hanuman fight Kali? I mean, according to the Hindu mythology, she's the mother and he's the son, and they should be like living forever very happily together in the same place. There is a Hanuman temple there. There is also, they discovered ruins of a sun temple. Then the excavations, showed that they found some glass beads at the Garkalika temple. They found some remnants of port. So first I was shocked. So I kept asking, do you mean port or do you mean fort? Are you sure it was a port? So I believe, and I would love to then read these reports and see. So the Garkalika connection with the sea then becomes, and it means at the mouth of Shipra, somewhere there was a port, and then uploading and all those activities were taking place. So Ujjain becomes a very important center, for that matter, to look at these various myths, because even the tantric, and I think yesterday also someone mentioned about the role of Southeast Asia in the tantric development. So these are many connections. We now don't have the shrines. We don't have the tangible aspects of many of these myths. The shrines that we get are already, which have been renovated, reconstructed, newly. So for example, Lankeshwari was actually in the Mahanadi, was just a rock, an islet, which was, and then a temple came up, and now you do have temples in the tribal areas, but these are all new shrines. So probably somewhere we need to look at whatever surviving rituals, myths. I'm not necessarily saying that these myths give you a historical interpretation, but definitely these are memory archives which can probably bring out certain relationships between the archaeological findings, the historical findings, and then linking the gaps with the oral tradition from where I come. And one such region is again the entire Chhattisgarh area, which has this whole tradition of Ravan tradition. And you have the Lankeshwari shrine there also. So these connections, I think these gaps are probably what we can look at. And now I open the discussion questions to the three panelists from ASI, Ajayji, and to Chaya and Himanshu. So, or you can do it to the whole panel, whichever way.
I would like to congratulate the four speakers, preceded by the excellent conclusion by the chairperson. I don't have the question because I was so mesmerized by the ASI presentation and also by Dr. Uma. And what I would like to just say as a layman, I have visited Gujarat completely, fully. But at that time, my eyes were not opened, which have opened today in this particular direction. When I visited Ralej in Khambat, and also other temples like Rudreshwar temple near Nalia in Kutch area, which has a jetty, which has a Shiv temple, as well said that all these temples are also along with Shiva temples. I would also suggest that there's a place called Kot Lakhpat from where Guru Nanak Ji proceeded towards Iraq. And that place also has some ruins and can be excavated because, as I said, I was not so well read and aware in this direction. But now in my next visit, I'll be looking at the things in a different manner as I've been educated today. So maybe ASI will also look at these places wherever the Shiva temples are. This leads to my second observation that these temples can be the syncretic of Lakshmi and Parvati. As we saw some pictures, they have a boat, ocean, which is along with Vishnuji and Lakshmi, and lion, which is symbolic for Parvati. So that aspect can also be studied, and I will also go through in some details about it. My third observation is to Dr. Goswami, when she mentioned about the endurance of Brahmins for not being able to undertake the sea journeys, ocean journeys. I would refer when in Mahabharata, Karna goes to Parashuram for training, and he was bitten by Scorpio, and he didn't move at all. And Parashuram immediately said that you can't be Kshatriya because Brahmins don't have the endurance. So I conclude with this. Thank you.
I am Umakanta. Congratulations to such a wonderful lecture by Ajay and his presentation. I was most likely your senior in, and you have been staying in Jhelum, I believe. That apart. But ma'am's presentation was sweeping, but it raised several issues. But one issue that which we have also learned from ma'am, to treat the seascape as an independent scape. And the very fact that long ago, on introductions to geography, leg of rights, that coast is a place, you call it a twilight place or a junction place, where water ends, but land ends and water begins. And we have in these junctions right throughout history, the connection between hinterland and the water. And therefore, can we think of these goddesses which are of the people of the coast, and their inland travel as an extension of the arc of the sea? Because right from the very beginning, we have a number of ghat sites which emerged. For example, taking Odisha, because you have been referring to Lankeshwari traditions, and in those regions, we have number of ghat sites where only iron age emerged in Odisha around 700 BC. For example, Manmunda Asurgarh. There are many sites in Sonpur district where we have evidence of connection between coastal area, sea, as well as with inland areas. And as part of these junctions, we had contact with sea, and obviously people of the hinterland are connected with the sea. And sea goddess as object of worship is naturally extended inland. This is one observation to make. The other observation is about how these local autochthonous deities, I'm not going into the questions of integration and acculturations of Kulke, but this is an issue that needs to be done, where local deities, it's a reverse direction in which local deity at some level become very important. And there are Brahmanical cultural examples where these local deities and the Sanskritic deities such as Puranic Durga converge. Dasara is one site where you see the convergence of many communities, many cultures in Odisha. And therefore you have Dasara provides an example where the tribal Bhuyas or others of Sundargarh had their own traditions around the Durga Puja. But we have the Puranic religion and Puranic Durga Puja. And it is in those sites that, in these converged sites, that we see the coming together of many traditions. Therefore, we need to look at these rather than Sanskritization process, acculturation process. We should see them as convergence at certain point.
So first, congratulations for the wonderful paper, Ajay sir, Sanjay sir, and Abhijit sir, because it's like it's opened my mind and so many points have been clicked. I have one I have one query. Beside Ujjain is this Mata, Sikotri Mata, is she also connected with any other site? Like other than and that polish ware, they are the large geographical area in India and also in the Arabian Sea. So these things are like larger connections are there. Not only the coast are important, but multiple areas become connected with these activities. So like if goddess temple or legends are there which are connecting multiple places, it will really make it very like large network kind of a thing. Many people coming in and joining in. Another point is you also connected with the goddess with the Shiva. Like Karvan is there in Gujarat, which is associated with the Pashupata sect. And Skanda Purana has been studied by, I think, Elizabeth L. Cecil. And she talks about how the Pashupatas were connected with the urban centers in central India, particularly Malwa region. And particularly in 4th century AD, we have Valkha inscription, which all talks about the Pashupatas there, connected with the shrines. And so it also makes this entire region very interesting. And another, now to Dr. Chaya, again, I really enjoyed your paper, particularly the picture that you showed in the beginning, the goddess picture. And I really like the iconography. The boat, I think, is peacock, the bird.
And it is from Amazon.
Okay.
And the wings were created by my daughter. So this is
so-
how we also carry on the tradition.
So I was just wondering, like,
Yeah.
because if we look more closer to the iconography that
Yeah.
the goddess have, like loin is there, then this bird is there, the boat.
Yeah.
So so many things are connected because Gir
Yeah.
region is associated with the lions.
Yeah, if I can, if I can show one slide which I missed out because of lack of time, you can see how I mean, as Professor Yadav is also trying to connect with Shakti cult. There is entire Sarkar, Swargani Sarkar. So in that, the role of Sikotar Mata is being described. So if I can, if you can just arrange that.
In relation to this, I was also wondering, like this shift from the name Sikotra Mata to Vahanavati Mata.
Yeah.
Does it signify? Because Sikotra, if we are suggesting like it's connected to the Iceland, Vahana is Vahana word is
Ship.
associated with ship.
Shipping.
So it's a kind of a shift from Iceland to a ship. Is it related to some other development, something like
No, the legend very clearly says that it was Jagru Shah's shipping network, which he wanted to save it from the wrath of God, right? So thereafter, in 13th century, they say that the Vahanvati Mata named, otherwise her Siddhi. And then Sokotra, of course, because of Sokotra Island. So, yeah, descriptions of it.
Yeah, because all these things like Navratras are connected with the goddess, buffalo sacrifice. So anyway, anyway.
So this is regarding the site of Miani, where Harsiddhi Mata temple is. My thing is that the Harsiddhi Mata temple that is there currently is a later construction, and then there are a lot of constructions at the base of the hill also. So there's a whole sacred landscape that is being created there, A. B, the earliest temples that we have, which are the Maitraka temples, are actually very small, and they're located while you're walking up the hill. So now my question is that if we are associating Sikotri Mata with a maritime tradition, and there are these huge number of temples along the coast, and also some of them, which I recently found, you have remains of red polished ware coming from those villages. So do we study these Sikotri Mata temples in isolation, or do we study them in a context as to the riverine routes that are there, a concentration of temples between certain rivers, near creeks, and what are the routes that we are traveling? So when I was doing the foreign wear in Gujarat, surely where you find the torpedo jars and you find the Dressel 2-4 amphorae are not usually the same sites. So there are multiple trading networks that are happening, and they're going inwards in different directions. So if we have a sailing tradition, and which I don't know, because we are associating in our field of study right now, as far as history and archaeology is concerned, we have found a very easy association between Sokotra in Sikotri Mata or whatever is there. But the deity has just transformed. Where has this happened? That first that Sikotri Mata tradition started. Thereafter it became Vahanvati Mata, which means any Vahan. I mean, besides Sanskrit, Vahan yani Vahan hai. Ab chal rahe, ab ya to raaste pe chal rahe ho, ya sea pe chal rahe ho, ya nadi pe chal rahe ho. And then also Harsiddhi Mata, because so now it is Harsiddhi Mata. And also Miani, what I was told by locals there was even the Jadejas are associated with that Harsiddhi Mata cult, and how the deity traveled again. So again, the deity is just not based on sea routes, but also inland communication routes connecting. For me, she's an important goddess connecting the coast through the rivers and through land routes right into the interiors. That's just my point.
They did make that.
They said that. Now that site is known for Harsiddhi Mata, basically. And that story with the trader merchant.
These names, they are coexisting. So it is not to, they are not. Okay, because see, when I look at the Lankeshwari thing, the Gauri Mangala and the Taratarani and Lankeshwari, they are just interchangeable. So they so in case of Sikotri, if they're different, then I won't, if she's still being identified as Harsiddhi Mata, is she or is she not? I don't know. She is. And so her shrines also, I think, yeah, you will. Yeah, so I think, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to, as a historian and as an archaeologist, I'd like to put this in some chronology, because otherwise you can change anything with anything, and there are any number of names which have been floating. So how does it matter, whether she's called this or that? So I think one of the questions that was raised by Umakant and also by Susan is the question of space. Now, you have raised the questions of riverine and maritime, which you raised very well. There is also the connection of along the coast. Where are the concentrations? And what Susan was saying, that around Porbandar, there's a real concentration of Maitraka temples around, also further up north, and Somnath, which again you brought up very well. Somnath is a different kind of tradition. So essentially, what in my mind, what we are trying to do, which historians do very well, is generalize. I think we need to, there's no a tradition, there are traditions and spaces. And we need to make that distinction. Otherwise, at the end of it, we have everything thrown in the bag, Shiva and Mata and
No,
There's a Brahmanical tradition, please. And then we go in somewhere else, syncretic, so
no.
sorry for all this, but I think that we need to be very clear what space we are talking about, what period, and certainly there are changes, but those need to be really qualified. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, so this slide is from Malamni Pothi, where the Red Sea, you can see they in the middle, it's Adan, Dweep Adan no. Then they're talking about Garduf. So it's near Socotra. So all of these are imagined, not imagined, they are being penned down in their nautical calculations, and how the landmarks they try to identify that what shapes of the ports and the island they are trying to. And then this Shivji Bhai Fofindi, about whom I wanted to speak, he is, I think now 85 or something. And when I took his interview, he mentioned about that it is the miniature model of the ship they offer in Socotra, not in at the coast while sailing. So it's like a stopover before going to the East African voyages or Madagascar. So he himself had gone several times, and he said that it's a manyata. It's a manyata that you have to, and there is a priest over there who takes care of this padya or a temple. He's mentioning both. So I'm confused whether there is a proper temple or there is just a hero stone kind of, remain. So Shivji wife of India. And then if you see, this is the inside picture of her Siddhi Mata. You can see Lord Shiva over there. But if you look at this is where I wanted to give the answer. Is the heavenly administration or administrative council, where portfolios are given. So you can see secretary is Sikotri Mata. So see how it translates in number of things. And it is also one of the, we are talking about goddess, Trambavati Nagri, Manchavati Nagri. So there this, the Aarti, which is talking about Khambat as Trambavati Nagri. And that's why in Ralej, you can see Sikotar Mata being residing. So these are the ways. And then of course, Nalia Sikotar, as ma'am was talking about. And now you have contemporary, what kind of version you would call Sikotar number 1 Sere. So this is a song, like, she's number 1. So you can make out the idea. And this is where you can see Sikotar Krupa. It's in Okha Mandal. I had, when I had gone to chase pirates over there, I saw this. So this is where, one can see more tangible remains of Sikotra. And this is, of course, Socotra. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you put PPT, just one conclusion slide? No, I'm not going to speak, but just some of the observations which maybe. I think I take all the points which have been raised. I think there is more research needs to be done, and I think expanding the geography from Gujarat to further east, west, and also south to Maldives, I think it's a very well taken point. We are gradually expanding our, and I think this expansion will really go far. That is, of course, expected. On the other things, ma'am, I think the other points which I request Abhijit and Sanjay to chip in, but on the issue of the local deities and Sanskrit deity, that discussion, I think that survey report, I think we have dwelt slightly on that. We do not subscribe to this point of view of this is some kind of a profane domain of local deities who are identified as Lankini, Dankini, and the other word used is Vayantri, which is in the later, or the common Hindi is Bhajantari. You see, this is a very common refrain. See, we find that this whole perspective of looking at these gods and goddesses is pretty colonial. I think we have spoken about that. You know, there's no point talking about and wasting our time too much on this is what are the features of occultation of these, how are we trying to. There has been negotiations, but the negotiation is not between sacred and profane. Negotiations are between all gods and goddesses. And in terms of antiquity of Sikhotar as a goddess, which we may identify right now as a very profane goddess, but if Skand Puran has, if we take some point of antiquity of that document, it says that when the Mahisagar Tirth Mahatmya is explained in Skand Puran, they say that the Sikhotar goddess has been brought specially to make this whole space very, very, so to sanctify this space. So then there is no illusion of profanity, or or her association with some kind of demonic features of eating the sailors away or something. So there is also not an association of sea thing with that. But the only point I'm trying to make is that we believe that this gaze of seeing this is sacred, profane, or this is some kind of an occultation happening, I think this is more in terms of the communities who are you sort of associating them. I think that is their movement up and down and other things. So that is how these goddesses are changing. I'll give you two instances to this. One is, you see, the whole thing of inland worship of Sikhotar goddesses by communities who have nothing to do with seafaring. As far as we see, they are completely, and Waghas particularly, they are also worshipping other goddesses. But if you see, try and see it in the context of the changing landscape and transgression and recession of sea. They may have been associated with seafaring at some point of time. So that's a tradition that they have been following for, say, 1,000 years. But then there is some degree of socioeconomic change, and they have to respond to that change. So they carry the tradition, they move on to the new community or new socioeconomic practices, and perhaps change of some kind of organization. They may be more mobile compared to earlier. So the tradition has a lot of mix and match. Yes. So it is not very simple to say. But now coming to the point that, you see, we have to separate that tradition. What we have done in our survey is we are only trying to look at the tangible evidences of seafaring association of this cult. So this cult may continue in various forms. And the second instance to support that, which you would ask, that what are the association in various other sites like Ujjain. If you inquire about the tradition of Sikhotar there, most of the people who worship Sikhotar at coast, they believe that the goddess came from Sindh. So at some point of time, the association is very, very medieval, that when, you know, down. So this fits very well into our archaeological perspective of that somehow this whole tradition of seafaring was moving from further north to south towards the Gulf of Khambat. We believe it is a response to the changing geological conditions. So this is our perspective, and all the traditional aspects have to be negotiated within this response of humanity or societies from the Harappan times. This is one of the. Isko aage aur thoda le jayega. I have the thing. So sorry. On the other aspects of that, I think we have to see that many changes have happened since the Sikhotar have this thing. And many of the coastal sites in Gujarat have presents more of Islamic Muslim sailors. If you go to Gujarat now, most of the sites, and all these sites where we find Sikhotar Mata, you also find some existence of a Peer or a Dargah. And so when we took the sea stretch, we asked them, whom do you worship when you start? So we were very eager. So Hindu said ki Sikhotar Mata ko karte hain. And Islamic fellow, they say they don't believe in that, but they have the blessings of the Peer. So if you see all those Peers, they have all the paraphernalia of the same tradition and thought process. They also have same huge Divadandi and fluttering flags. The only thing is you can differentiate the green flag is of a peer, and the saffron or a white with some tinge is a different flag. So that we also discovered. So I believe the tradition is there, but it has been changing continuously, and I think it will be a tough task, but a worthwhile task to actually document that. That is one part of that thing. And I think this is I don't know if I've missed out some questions, but this is something I think I'll conclude. These are the observations, and on the Sokotra and the nomenclature or the naming of the various names of the goddesses, I think we'll try to bring some clarity. We may be completely wrong. So the first point I think we have already made, that there's shift, and in that way the Sokotra temple observation that we have found is an instance of that observation of shifting of maritime tradition or this thing from north to south, from Kutch to Khambat. And this is seen in the temple location, current location. And so there, I think the point which has been made by Professor Ray is absolutely valid, that this changing tradition is somewhere we need to locate the rise of cities like Wallaby, Junagadh and Vadnagar. So that is second observations now. And we believe if this tradition is so old, and we are of a strong opinion, but we don't have evidence to say that almost all the Harappan sites in Gujarat have association with Sikotri Mata, because we have found this temple. We don't know. These are all modern temples. Even when Dr. Rao excavated, that was a modern temple. But we find some kind of a sacred space being identified with those sites. So we believe strongly that Sikotri Mata must be some kind of an known entity during Harappan times. If that turns out to be true, then we must find that there could be some evidence in Sokotra of Harappan tradition, which I think an expedition is going in by the end of this month to Sokotra from ASI, which is primarily also will be looking for some kind of a pottery of Harappan origin that we can see. Second inference from that is, if we are somewhere saying that Sokotra is associated with Harappan, are we looking at some word which Harappans might have also used? So the linguistic probability of this association is huge. For the first time, we will know of something intangible, that what were they worshipping, what were their goddess called. This is all absolutely speculative at this point, ma'am. We do not know. And but these are our bold sort of takes, which we completely wrong. On the name nomenclature, we believe that Sokotra is named on the basis of Sokotra. And I think Chaya has raised certain issues that it is called Suktardhara, but if you read the work of Ingo Strauch, he has completely demolished that linkage, and I think he has conclusively proved that it's a myth that has been sort of invented during the British time to give that etymology. So that etymology he has now traced from an Arabic word which has a root called skurd. Now we have some problem.
Suk is a market. So it's a market of frankincense.
No, but the root there he has cited is kurd. There is so he but we believe that our guess, because some of the more things we could not share in the slide, that Big Dwarka is a later Harappan site. There we find a lot of sort of some material, and one interesting thing is we find a conch shell seal of Harappa. So that is an island or a place where most of the scouring and this is a great resource for Turbinella pyrum, that is the shankh, which was not only used in Bengals, but I think it is mostly used in religious worship and wars and that thing, the complete intact piece. So we are only talking about the working on it. But most of the shanks which were sort of taken, they must be going inside, because all the temples were worshipping that. And Mahabharat, we see the instance of everyone blowing their own conch, and everyone has very nice names, from Devdutt to all kinds of Panchjanya. Krishna is blowing Panchjanya, and they have different sounds, and they make different messages during the period of war. So this area particularly was a great source. And I think there are also some examples that some of the shells are found only in Kutch, this Turbalapyrum. So whatever evidence you find, and some are found in Oman, so whatever is found in Mesopotamia must be made by these people who are sort of doing these resources. So anyways, to cut the story short, the other name of the island Bet Dwarka is Shankhodar. So we believe since the antiquity of that piece of land as Shankhodar is the most old, because we have evidence of Harappan times. So we have got some linguistics thing, and also because we are not sure that in Arabic you can continue with the word Shah or Shah, because it becomes Ha. So that is our So I think that way Hawk Caves must be something shock, not shock cave. But so our assumption of the thing is that initially it would be Shankhodar has a very long legend, I think, which we couldn't describe, which is related to Susan Koel Dungar temple, Harsiddhi. So from Shankhodar, he wanted to kill the Shankhodar demon. So therefore, he comes to Koel Dungar. And so then once they defeat, so everyone is very happy. So that feeling of Harshit, so that became Harsiddhi. So if we trace the thing, so Shankhodar has to be the first. And then I think Harsiddhi and Jagdusha episode is very medieval. So I think this Vahanvati comes little later.
Yeah,
so that
it's
is the.
13th century.
So we believe that Shankhodar is the cause, and that allusion has gone to naming of Sokotra. And considering the epigraphical domination of Brahmi inscriptions there, we believe that that whole landing point of Sokotra was heavily dominated by Indian Gujarati.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, but then how would you situate the continental drift, Gondwana? Because Sokotra is kind of.
I think we should discuss that at lunchtime.
Okay.
So I think
Yeah.
uh, information in how to really look at these various deities that are coastal deities. Their iconographies have boats, like the Ramchandi, for example, or the Goan goddess Titari, who's also a boat goddess and draws its connections again with Lankeshwari and with Ganjam. It's called Ganjam, so Ganjam. So all these circularity that I think we were talking about, the networks we were talking about in the first day's panel, is something I think is brought out with such clarity in this session. And I thank all the speakers, and thank you all for listening and contributing to the discussion. I invite you all out for lunch now. And back at 2 o'clock, please.
Because what happens is they can't see the. No. No, 1 second. No, leave the lights on because we'll see. So should we start? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. After a hectic morning session and a hefty lunch. So I hope we will all be engaged with the next two papers, which a shift to a different terrain. We are now talking about the temple, which we just touched upon very briefly in the morning. And, we did bring it in with reference to the archaeological excavations at Vadnagar. But in this afternoon, we are shifting completely to the temples, one in India and one in Southeast Asia. But that will be for the chairperson to introduce. Let me just introduce the chairperson. Our chairperson this afternoon is Dr. Neeru Misra. She's an art historian, but has worked on the medieval period and she has engaged with archaeology and Southeast Asia in many capacities. She was the director at the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, and I remember having interacted with her on several visits that she arranged to Southeast Asia, and also edited books or conference papers on Southeast Asia. She was also the visiting faculty to the National Museum Institute for History of Art, Conservation and Museology in Delhi. She holds a master's and doctorate in history from Allahabad University. And like I said, she has published extensively on art and architecture, especially her books on Humayun's tomb and Rajasthani paintings are very well known. She's a fellow of the Royal Asiatic Society, London and Ireland, and is also an academic advisor currently to BL Institute of Indology, Delhi. So over to you, Dr. Misra.
Thank you, Professor Ray. My association with you has been really, as you mentioned, for a very long time. And each meeting with you, I have learned a lot. And even these 3 days, day before yesterday evening onwards till now, it has been very engaging. It has been very illuminating for me as far as knowledge and learning is concerned. I thank you on the outset and express my gratitude to you that you invited me and chose me to chair this session, not only this session, but consecutive, the second session as well, by, Dr. Gouri not being able to attend. I also express my thanks to India International Center, which has been a cradle for such learning and such discussions and such researches and scholarship which keep taking place here. And the involvement of the President IIC itself is very encouraging. I'm also encouraged to have with us Professor Madhavan Palath, who is sitting with us. And I got the chance of listening to him the first day in the evening. And it's always very interesting and very learning experience to be. Thank you, sir, for being here. And also Professor Molly Kaushal, who was chairing the session in the morning, and she's part of this session as well. So thank you, Molly, for staying back in spite of your very busy schedule. Professor Ray has really brought us to a point where our learning, our scholarship has gone into a different direction, embedded in the wider theme of shared cultural heritage across Indian Ocean. She has curated this 2-day gathering of scholars around relevant, contemporary, very contemporary, and engaging and emerging premises. The event this afternoon, which is comprised of workshop session 3 and 4, revolve around to 5 different and very significant themes. The first theme is culture and heritage, temples in context. The discussion would be opened with a presentation by Dr. Emma Stein, and she would speak on the multiple lives of the temples. I would like to just point out 2 things which I felt during the discussions, that in the previous sessions, we have listened to such erudite discussions on the centrality of the temple in a society. Temple is the harbinger of cultural, social, economic, religious, and ethical values of a society. Here, I would like to supplement the discussion held so far by adding about our Vedic mantras reverberating in many of these temples. According to Vedic teachings, sound is the first and the most subtle layer of creation. To transform the human consciousness from gross to subtle and higher realms, mantra recitation and meditation is a potent technique. This is the reason why music and bhajans and kirtans have invariably found place in the sacred spaces of temples. Sankirtan of Manipur, since I've been associated with Manipur Culture University, I was visiting faculty on intangible cultural heritage. Sankirtan has been inscribed by UNESCO in the intangible cultural heritage during last decade, and Vedic chanting has already been there, which achieved this distinction years back. Perhaps it may inspire some of us and some other scholars to undertake a more comprehensive study of the music, dance forms, as Professor Ray said yesterday, of the temples, and we will work further on this. Dr. Stein, who is present here with us, she's a well-known scholar. And second presentation will be by Dr. Veronica Walker, who will be presenting her paper online. So I'll be introducing her later. Dr. Stein is Assistant Curator of South and Southeast Asian Art, National Museum of Asian Art, Smithsonian Institutions, my alma mater, where I took museum and art and cultural heritage training. Her exhibitions include revealing Krishna journey to Cambodia's Sacred Mountain from the Cleveland Museum of Art, prehistoric spirals, earthenwares from Thailand, and power in Southeast Asia. Her monograph, Constructing Kanchi, City of Infinite Temples, was featured on the New Books in Indian Religious podcast by Raj Balkaran. Grounded in fieldwork throughout South and Southeast Asia, Dr. Stein's work and her research has been sponsored by the American Institute of Indian Studies, the Paul Mellon Center, Yale University, and the Smithsonian's. She frequently lectures and teaches lectures in Asia, Europe, and United States. Floor to you, Dr. Stein. We are looking forward.
Thank you so much for that very generous introduction. And thank you, Himanshu, for the invitation to be here. It's a great honor and a pleasure to have the opportunity to present here at the IIC. So thank you. At Dr. Ray's request, I'm going to focus today on the South Indian city of Kanchipuram, or Kanchi as it's more simply known, located in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, and use it as a point of departure for what I hope can be a broader discussion among our group about the multiple lives of temples in urban centers around the Bay of Bengal. So Kanchi today is a thriving, if somewhat provincial town known for its temples and silk saris, but it once was the royal capital for 2 South Indian dynasties, the Pallavas and then the Cholas, and it was a major urban center with a multi-religious population. Under the auspices of these rulers, primarily during the 7th through the 13th centuries, dozens of temples were built that still can be found throughout the urban landscape. Many of these sacred structures have been built up. Can we turn off the lights, please? Because this is a very visual presentation, and I trust that none of you will fall asleep. But with the lights on, you can't see it and half is lost. Okay, great. So many of these sacred structures have been built up over the course of more than 1,000 years and remain active ritual centers. The popular sites attract a multitude of devotional tourists who flood into the city daily on extended pilgrimage tours that take them all over the subcontinent. This gives the day a kind of cyclical rhythm, where in the morning the population of the city swells, and in the evening the streets return to the residents. The large temple complexes in Kanchi host a busy calendar of daily pujas, food offerings, annual festivals, and special multi-day ceremonies involving fire pits, ablutions, and to bring in the sonic, continuous recitation of sacred texts in both Sanskrit and Tamil languages. Kanchi is better known among art historians as home to the Kailasanatha Temple, a royal Pallava monument built by a king in the beginning of the 8th century. And when I say 8th century, I mean the 700. So the first quarter was the 700 to 725. It stands as the largest and the most important Pallava temple. It was, after all, the Pallavas who established the practice of building sacred architecture in the durable material of stone. When the 6th century author and king Mahendravarman I sponsored the excavation of a cave temple at Mantakapatu and claimed his conquest of materials, for he had built a home for Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu without brick, timber, metal, or mortar. Continuing in this aesthetic tradition, the Kailasanatha temple houses exquisite sculptures and paintings on its walls that count among the greatest compositions in the history of Indian art. Like a handful of other temples in the city, the Kailasanatha has become an archaeologically preserved monument that stands relatively isolated from devotional life. Although it's open to the public, it lacks the people and the local vibrancy of Kanchi's active temples. Still, other temples in Kanchi resulted from local patronage during the Chola period. These shrines are essential for the people who live in the immediate vicinity, and also to those of us seeking to learn from the inscriptions on their walls. Unfortunately, most of these records of land grants and pious gifts are now hidden behind more recent layers of plaster and paint. So, taking all this into account, my book, Constructing Kanchi, City of Infinite Temples, which was published at the end of 2021 by Amsterdam University Press, considers the relationships among temples, local landscapes, and trans-regional networks of religion and power. And I'll just introduce it briefly. Constructing Kanchi works through 4 main chapters to peel away the layers of time from temples built up over the course of what has often been more than a millennium of construction and renovation. To do this, the book's organizing structure is the pairing of kshetra and kshatra, the dual principle of royal dominion known from South Asian literature. Kshetra, which means field in Sanskrit, is defined as a ruler's terrestrial domain, and kshatra represents the less tangible sphere of influence. The first 2 chapters map Kanchi geographically during the Pallava and then the Chola periods. They trace the city's shifting contours and the emergence of a major pilgrimage route around the year 1000, which led precisely through Kanchi's urban core. The 3rd chapter moves outwards to Kanchi's broader domain by considering the transportation networks, river systems, residential enclaves, and agrarian estates that surround the city. And even further to connections with multi-religious urban capitals across a wider South Asian and Southeast Asian region. The 4th chapter turns to the afterlives of temples and the reception the Pallava and Chola sites received in the colonial period. It examines the city's role in the production of colonial knowledge and the shaping of Kanchi's identity as a modern temple city. At its core, the book demonstrates that Kanchi is structured with a unique urban logic that coordinates the placement of temples and roads. Overlaying this tightly woven urban plan, the construction and renovation of temples in and around the city has enabled Kanchi to continuously thrive as a prosperous center from at least the 8th century through the colonial period and up until the present. Now, when I arrived in Kanchi for fieldwork in 2013, there was no comprehensive list or map of the ancient sacred places. I developed this map over the course of my research in order to show the locations of temples and their relative chronology during the 7th through the 13th centuries. It's a little hard to see here, but the pink dots are Pallava temples built roughly the 7th through 9th century and made of sandstone. The dark blue dots are Chola era temples. The pink dots encircled with a blue ring are Pallava temples that were renovated during the Chola period. And the green dots are actually contemporary structures that contain strong evidence of having originally been built during the Pallava or the Chola periods. So I did this by surveying the city on foot and observing how the temples are used today. And I synthesized those observations with existing archival materials, which were fairly limited: epigraphic and archaeological reports, early photography, and colonial era travelers' accounts, which I'll talk about more later. I began by visiting the better known temples in the city, including the handful of documented royal Pallava monuments, such as Kailasanatha, and the major devotional centers like Ekambaranatha. Identifying the oldest fragments and complexes was my primary objective, and these findings would eventually form the core of the book's first chapters. But it soon became clear that I had barely scratched the surface. As the book explores in chapter 2, I found that Kanchi is not what might be called a typical temple town of Tamil Nadu. In a typical temple town like Tiruvannamalai, which I'm showing you here, a single expansive temple complex occupies the center of town, and the residences and commercial areas cluster tightly around it. There's only one main temple, and it can be extremely large, built up over the course of more than 1,000 years. The temple complex has a formulaic structure. The main shrine is at the center, surrounded by a series of concentric square enclosure walls. Often, though not always, the main shrine is the lowest part of the temple. Between the enclosure walls are subsidiary shrines, shelters for pilgrims, gardens, wells, and other water features. You enter the complex through towering gateways called gopuras that are aligned with the 4 cardinal directions. And streets lead directly to the gateways. This means that the gateways serve as points of orientation for any approaching visitor, and the temple can be seen from anywhere in the city or the town. So we've been talking about the way that temples and sacred places can function as landmarks for sailors and seafaring communities. So too in an urban space or a town, right, or a settlement, the temple is a kind of beacon. So Kanchi's urban landscape is different, though. It's absolutely peppered with temples. There are many large complexes, but there is no single center. Instead of a large temple, it's a road that defines the center of the city. It runs north-south, and all the temples in the city face the road. This is one of my most exciting findings. All temples on the west side of the road face east, and all temples on the east side of the road face west. This orienting of temples towards the main road is consistent, regardless of a temple's religious dedication, date of construction, or any other factor. There's nowhere quite like Kanchi in Tamil Nadu. But there are places across a wider South Asian and Southeast Asian region that share key features with this city. The places marked on this map all were once royal capitals with multi-religious populations, and all are home to a great many temples that were built precisely at the same time as Kanchi's urban efflorescence, so roughly the 8th through the 14th centuries. The maritime networks that crisscross the Bay of Bengal made this region well connected. Merchants, pilgrims, entrepreneurs, and other types of travelers traverse these routes according to the monsoon winds. Buddhists stand out as key agents in the spread of cultures from India to Southeast Asia, and from Southeast Asia to India. And in fact, the great monk and translator Vajrabodhi is believed to have been born in Kanchi. It's not hard to find clear connections on both micro and macro levels. However, I've traveled to each of these places to map and locate and note the orientations and locations of temples. And nowhere but Kanchi does this convention of orientation towards a main road hold true. It's only found in Kanchi. It must have existed in the fabric of the city and been knowledge that remained deeply local. So it's still done today. If a new temple is constructed, if it's on the west side of town, it faces east. If it's on the east side of town, it faces west. Nobody talks about it. No one seems to, know that all the temples on this side face that way and all the temples on that side face that way, but it's just what's done. Right. So there's ways in which these kind of practices in visual culture and material culture carry with them local memories that maybe have been lost, generation to generation in a human memory. Okay. So how was the city of Kanchi, now we're moving on, how was the city of Kanchi received, interpreted, and understood in the 19th and 20th centuries under colonial powers? One's first instinct is to look to the photographic surveys. It certainly was mine. The earliest photograph of Kanchi, which I'm showing you here, dates to 1868 by the artist Henry Dixon. It depicts the now closed 1,000-pillared hall at the Akambaranatha temple, though the caption leaves the structure and location unidentified. About a decade later, in 1900, the Archaeological Survey of India carried out its first extensive photographic surveys of Kanchi. They leave us relatively little documentation to go on, and close examination reveals certain biases at work in what they chose to capture. For example, this 1900 photo shows the great Kailasanatha temple looming in a state of ruination. Its large scale grossly outweighs the limited ritual requirements of the local residents who are gathered in the foreground. We find similar images of degraded, ruinous conditions on the other photographs. And there's a nearly exclusive focus on the Pallava temples. These photographs become extremely useful in tracing the structural histories and successive renovations to Kanchi's Pallava temples, but they paint a picture of a city that was in decline. I suggest that these early ASI photos tended to focus on the Pallava temples precisely because they had long since fallen out of use. These temples had not continued to receive local sponsorship because they'd originally been built by kings and members of the royal court. In Tamil Nadu, royally sponsored monuments tend to fall out of use with the fall of the sponsoring dynasty. By contrast, temples that were established through gifts from local people tend to have longer lifespans. They continue to be used and maintained by generations of devotees. The dilapidated conditions of the Pallava temples required interventions by colonial officers, which aligned well with a much more widespread and insidious narrative of India's overall state of decline, politically, aesthetically, morally. This narrative also privileged Buddhism. This is a point that's already emerged in our workshop. So the narrative privileges Buddhism, followed by Jainism, and only then Hinduism, as religions that were seen, kind of in order of dilapidation, to wholesomeness to dilapidation. Consequently, the ASI prioritized the preservation of Buddhist structures, as well as temples they mistakenly believed to be Buddhist. But the photographs really do not capture all of the story. And we're lucky to have several accounts of Kanchi that look beyond the crumbling walls of the Kailasanatha and the other Pallava temples. Far fewer European travelers ventured to South India than to North India for various reasons, and even fewer stopped in Kanchi. However, those who did leave us records that shed important light on the texture of life in the city. The most important sources on Kanchi for this period include William Daniel, James Wathan, Henrietta Clive, Colonel Colin Mackenzie, and the Russian Prince Alexis Saltykov. Through their letters, diaries, and illustrations, we learn that Kanchi was only semi-colonized. Many of Kanchi's temples maintained a level of significant autonomy with their own administrations that defied colonial rule. When European officials tried to meddle in local politics, the results were sometimes catastrophic. For example, around the year 1800, Kanchi's district collector, Lionel Place, attempted to revitalize the Varadaraja Parimoo temple, even though there's nothing besides his own testimony to suggest that the temple needed any assistance. In fact, Place's efforts led to such extensive overcrowding that several devotees were trampled during a festival. Overall, the travelers' accounts paint quite a different picture of Kanchi from the archaeological photos and official colonial reports. In the 1840s, the Russian prince Alexis Saltykov traveled to Kanchi and recorded his experience through illustrations and eloquent letters written in French to his brother. The prince's visual and literary representations show us that, unlike archaeological surveyors, he was interested in temples that remained lively theaters for religious activity. Here, a group of devotees stands before that same 1,000-pillared hall that appears in Henry Dixon's photograph. Far from a ruin, the Ekambranatha temple emerges as a lively community center and a ritual space for local people. The prince's writings and illustrations also show us that there was a level of religious equanimity in Kanchi that colonial officials sought to obscure. Here, in a bustling scene, Shiva and Vishnu are worshipped together at the Varadaraja Parimoo temple. This ceremony took place daily, at least until the middle of the 19th century, when it became less and less common to find integration between religious groups. It's through writings like the prince's letters that we can also begin to discern levels of continuity between the present and the past. The prince describes a large festival that strongly resembles one I saw in Kanchi at the Kamakshi Amman temple in 2013, in which the goddess was carried out of the temple on a palanquin, through the towering gate, and through the surrounding streets. What made this procession unique from the many others was that she was then placed in a golden chariot and processed around the temple complex. She made a spectacular sight. It's also through colonial era writings like the prince's that we can begin to see how the lives of cities and temples work in cycles. I'd like to turn now to a brief case study of a single temple in Kanchi that has undergone several significant life events within the last decade alone. So the Avalokiteśvara temple was built in the first quarter of the 8th century as a royal Pallava establishment. Sorry, let me show it to you. It's situated directly to the east of the Great Kailasanatha, and it faces west towards the larger temple. I've found that the Avalokiteśvara temple's location marks an important boundary of the Pallava's early city, but I talk about that in the book. The temple's walls feature a similar sculptural program to the Kailasanatha, but as you can see, Avalokiteśvara is not protected by the ASI, and the structure has been badly damaged by the ravages of nature and by informal repairs with brick and cement. When I arrived in Kanchi in 2013, I had a terrible time locating the Avalokiteśvara temple. It was hidden behind a perpetually locked gate set back from the main road, and its superstructure had fallen down long ago, meaning it was impossible to see from the street. It had lost that orienting power. So I was able to access the temple only after many attempts and with the kind assistance of a tea seller whose shop was directly adjacent to the temple. A month or so later, I arrived one morning to find the gate wide open and repairs to the temple's tiny lot underway. A Chennai lawyer had generously decided to sponsor a renovation, and he had hired my friend, the tea seller, to oversee it. We consulted about what should and should not be done to the temple itself and agreed that, I feel fortunate to have been consulted here. We agreed that in the absence of conservation expertise, dusting and light cleaning would be sufficient. The beautiful sculptures steadily began to emerge from behind the cobwebs and overgrowth, and similarly, people began to return to the temple. Slowly, what had been an abandoned lot again became an important sacred space and place of peaceful gathering. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Avalokiteśvara temple has taken on yet another new role, not only as a ritual center, but as a place of sustained annadanam, the temple practice of donating food to the needy. Since August 19th, 2021, Anbarasu, the tea seller, has sent me a photograph of the temple gate every single day. From what I could understand, so I'm showing you his photos. I haven't been back to Kanchi yet. I'm going next week. Very excited to see this. So Anbarasu has sent me a photograph every day. And from what I can understand, the Kanchi Rotary Club pledged a 365-day annadanam, distributing free food for the local community. Slowly, the photos expanded to show the growing lines of people, young and old, mostly masked, receiving packets of rice wrapped in banana leaves. The rains came, the rains cleared, and every day the table, filled with meals arranged in neat piles, was met with gratitude. Anbarasu has featured more and more prominently in the pictures. Given the tea stall's proximity to the Avalokiteśvara temple's gate, his already busy shop took on a new level of centrality, as did the temple. Now Anbarasu is responsible for the food service. Each day, his family prepares the meals and brings them to the center of the city. He has some donors who support his efforts, but the commitment to continue this generous act lies entirely with himself. I'm moved by this one man's efforts, but I bring this narrative into the context of our conference to think through the many ways in which temples serve functions that go beyond religious or political purposes. Avalokiteśvara is a wonderful example of a place whose history connects with a much larger narrative at any given moment in its story. It was established as a royal temple by the Pallava rulers, perhaps as a satellite temple to the great Kailasanatha. Its location in what would become central Kanchi by around the year 1000 enabled it to continue to some extent as a site of local devotion, and it was not selected for preservation by the ASI. At some point, the temple fell into too much of a state of disrepair to properly serve the needs of its devotees, and the priests who had maintained it gave it decreasing levels of attention. And so, 1200 years after its royal establishment, it comes back into local discourse, first through a pious private rehabilitation, and now all the more forcefully as a result of a global pandemic. To conclude, I'd like to ask a question for further discussion. How can the multiple narratives at play in the living city of Kanchi inform our understanding of the history and the historiography of temple cities around the Bay of Bengal? In places like Bagan, Angkor, Palanarua, and to name a few, the areas that once were urban have become archaeological parks, frozen in a picturesque view. And I'm not kidding when I tell you I took this picture in 2015. It could probably pass for an archival photo, right? But how might these ruined conditions in part have been created by the narratives that inscribed their histories during the colonial era and onwards into the age of global mass tourism? And how may this change, not only through the transformations that have already occurred through the pandemic, short as it is in the greater scope of time, but also through efforts towards a more equitable version of history, giving volume to the many voices whose stories have traditionally been left untold, like the Kanchi tea sellers, and, if we may give our conference organizer credit, through the kinds of conversations we're having here in Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stein, for a very crisp yet very elaborately explained the existence of the temples in a place like Kanchi, and also the humanitarian work, what we were discussing yesterday about sacred spaces can be used or are being used for so many things, as you mentioned, that how shelter and some services are being provided by the people staying nearby the temple. I will take the discussion and the questions later. We have second presentation, which will be online by Dr. Veronica Walker Vadillo. She is a maritime archaeologist affiliated to the University of Helsinki, Finland. Her current project is titled Human Environment Interactions, the Role of Nomadic Fishing Communities in the Establishment of Angkor Empire. The proposed research project focuses on human environment and interactions in Southeast Asia, looking particularly at the role of nomadic fishing communities of the Mekong River in the development of the Angkor Empire. The aim is to discern the processes that linked environment and human action, eventually evolving into a complex fluvial cultural landscape that affected the economic, social, religious life in Angkor. So can we have online presentation, please?
Yep. Should I start already?
Has she been connected? Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. So we'll wait till we see you.
Okay, no problem.
And so that we can hear you and see you both. So just give us, yeah, there you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll share my screen now.
Yeah. No,
share.
Share the screen.
Yeah, you should be seeing a beautiful boat there. There you go. Okay, I'll put this on somewhere else. Okay, so yes, I do rivers. There was someone mentioning it the other day that we don't talk about rivers enough. I absolutely agree with that. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for all the work that they have invested in making this exchange of ideas possible. I was actually very intrigued when Himanshu first proposed to discuss the topic of Indianization versus indigenization and finding ways of overcoming this debate. I am a maritime archaeologist, like it has been said, and while my work at the moment is, I've moved a little bit and I'm doing now more on shipping logistics in Southeast Asia. For my doctoral studies, I did specialize in nautical iconography. Since my work has focused on the Angkor Empire, I have always been intrigued about decision-making processes when it came to selecting decorations for the polity's royal barges. As you can see from the image, and I will go into detail in a moment.
Please, Veronica, can you either
Yes.
speak closer to your computer, because I think the volume is kind of low, so we're not getting all of you.
Okay, can you hear me better now? I can switch around. I have a microphone.
Oh, okay. So if you speak in the mic, then that would help. Yeah.
Can you hear me well? Is it better now?
Yeah, a little more, please.
It's I don't know if it's on my end or your end.
Yeah, now it's better. Yeah, now it's
okay.
better. I think we've also turned on.
Okay. So what I was saying is that during my doctoral studies, I focused on the Angkor Empire. So I was always intrigued about decision-making processes when it came to selecting decorations for the polity's royal barges. So as I was saying, like you see from the image, and I will go into detail a little bit more in the presentation, the boats of Angkor are heavily decorated and the decorations can easily be traced across the sea to South Asia. So since the beginning of my doctoral studies, I was confronted with the debates of Indianization and the nature of interactions between the two coasts. I agree with what Jara said yesterday, that the evidence almost always shows only the outcome and not the process of interaction. And like him, I aim to understand processes of exchange and interaction. And for that, We need to find ways of transcending the evidence and polishing our toolkit to finding more meaningful interpretive approaches. Now, this presentation will show the thought process that I went through in searching for a new angle on the debate, having always nautical iconography and maritime archaeology as my point of reference. Okay, so nautical iconography has been widely used in maritime archaeology, but its use has proven to be quite controversial. And this is because there tends to be a lack of systematic approach. And prior to the publication that you see listed on the slide, there have been no attempts to develop a universal method to incorporate these data into maritime archaeology. In the article referenced in the slide, you will find further details of the approach that I developed with my sister. She's an iconographer. And there we try to move away from iconography, which is defined by Panofsky as a study of subject matter in the visual arts, and focus on iconology, which Panofsky understood as an attempt to analyze the significance of that subject matter within the culture that produced it. So while iconography is mostly concerned with form, a distinction is made in term iconology, which aims to link these themes in visual arts to the cultural, social, and historical background from where they emerged. So the use of images to study the past is obviously not a new one. And before Panofsky, there were plenty of attempts to critically examine these data sets. For example, Degatis Davis wrote almost a century ago, if the study of written documents and that of excavated objects have their special difficulties and limitations, the interpretation of picture records, forming a third division of historical research, also offers scope for philological and archaeological knowledge, as well as a wide experience and some psychological sense. We may ask then, what measure of truth can be reached in this third field? So the matter has not been whether or not to use visual representations in our study of the past, as opposed to conducting stylistic analysis, but rather finding an approach that would allow us to critically examine and interrogate the data. So while not without its faults, a full system of visual analysis was introduced by Erwin Panofsky in 1939 in his work, Studies on Iconology. This approach has been constantly applied, revised, and expanded by our history and visual culture scholars to this day, but certainly not in maritime archaeology. At its core, Panofsky's methodology is concerned with the analysis of a work of art to uncover the general history of the human spirit, and in doing so, he meant it to be universal. Panofsky's methodology included an analysis of the formal aspect of a work of art, the interpretation of the content, and the socioeconomic and historical content of its creation. In order to accomplish this, he suggested a system of checks and balances by which the final interpretation of the work of art could be evaluated. Now, our problem of interpreting images lies in confronting the otherness of our position as scholars coming from a different historical moment and geographical area. The systematization of methods applying concepts from art history and visual studies helps reduce this speculation. And this connects to the system of check and balances that Panofsky proposed in his theory when he stated that to arrive to a correct interpretation, one had to relate to as many other works as one could find, documents bearing witnesses to the political, poetic, religious, philosophical, and social tendencies of the personality, period, and or country under investigation. In this respect, the words document can be taken as a blanket term for sources found in archaeology, literature, anthropology, ethnography, folklore, and so on. And this is very much in line with Christopher Westerdale's concept of the maritime and cultural landscape, a research approach that I always incorporate in my work. And of course, this approach also features prominently in Himanshu's work and refers to the understanding that cultures that use watery spaces tend to form specific cultural expressions connected to sea, rivers, and lakes, and that put together, they make up maritime cultural landscapes. So in summary, where iconography is interested in form, iconology seeks to unravel a society's cultural landscape, and it does so by tapping into many data sets as possible. And in my case, I use a combination of archaeological, historical, ethnographic, and anthropological data to uncover Angkor's fluvial cultural landscape. So despite the wide use of this theory in art history and visual culture studies, the theory is not without problems. The main criticism of Panofsky's theory and the crucial point to the debate at hand is that the work of art or image in Panofsky's theory is assigned a terminal role. This means that the work of art is studied in terms of the intention of creation by the artist, the commissioner, and the historical circumstances of the work when it was created. In this way, the work of art becomes a synthesis of the ideas that were current in the culture of the people who created it. It reflects the life of the times, and in doing so, it provides great insights into those times, becoming a useful tool for cultural analysis. Nevertheless, focusing only on this intention ignores the function of the work of art as an actor in the development of cultural attitudes, and therefore as an agent of social change. This idea has led many art historians and visual culture scholars to study not only the art of object in context following Panofsky's theory, but also to take into consideration the reception of the image by the viewers, this being intended or not. So this approach, named reception history, highlights the active role that the audience plays in meaning making. Continuous form does not imply continuous meaning, and reception history examines precisely change of meanings through time. As is stressed by Martindale and Hardwick, there is not one single correct way of interpretation, but an ever-changing fusion of horizons between text and interpreter. That was referring to the classical text, but it can be applied also to iconography or any work of art. So by understanding the life of a work of art beyond its creator and its form, we can understand how that work of art has been interpreted, reinterpreted, used, reused, and appropriated both through time and by non-intended audiences. This post-creation analysis allows scholars to identify patterns of continuity and discontinuity in meaning or function that support the interpretation of any image beyond Panofsky's original analytical framework. Now, reception history therefore allows us to expand the analysis of an image beyond its creation. In doing so, we recognize the role of visual culture as an agent of change, but we now need to focus on decision-making processes connected to visual inputs. As tools of visual communication, Khmer iconography is clearly self-referential. It replicates the social order to legitimate the political systems. Both also support this communication, both in iconography and the real life reference, so both in nautical scenes in the temples, and also the boats that existed in the real life. So the unequivocal link of the declarations to Indian traditions shows that Angkorian sovereigns were tapping into foreign iconography and foreign myths to reinforce their claim to legitimacy. But as Kopitov points out, what defines an object's biography is not the fact that they are adopted, but the way they are culturally redefined and put to use, which is very much what Jairus commented yesterday. The question is therefore, under which conditions were these adoptions made? To approach this question, I find Luhmann's approach to be quite useful, especially when we think about visual culture as a means of communication. Luhmann was a German sociologist who developed what he called systems theory. In his work, Luhmann theorizes that the social world is constituted through communication and through communication only. Social systems are systems of communication, and society is the most encompassing social systems of all. A system can be defined by a boundary between itself and its environment, separating itself from an infinitely complex exterior. Inside the system, we find a place of reduced complexity. Communication within a system operates by selecting only a limited amount of all information available outside the system. In this context, Luhmann conceives communication as a combination of three components: information, message, and understanding. Each system is self-referential, meaning it has its own identity and order that is constantly reproduced through communication. Through this self-referral and self-reproduction, systems developed a criteria by which they select specific items to organize the chaos that lies outside the boundaries. A system has to constantly differentiate itself from its environment, coding all information available in its environment to determine what is and what is not part of the system. Under this condition, systems are always reformulating and re-encoding the noise and chaotic complexities that exist outside its boundaries, so they can be ordered under the system's criteria. And it sounds a little bit confusing, but basically it's like if you have a conception of aesthetics, you have a conception of what is beautiful and what it's not, and the environment presents itself as matters that will be organized into one of the categories. So we now need to consider the implications for how systems relate to each other and how, under what conditions, offers of communication are either accepted or rejected. So this decision-making process. We define systems as self-referential and self-reproductive. They operate according to their own internal logic. And as such, the relationship between systems always generates miscommunication because it involves recontextualizing information. A system also aims to expand into every other system, re-encoding its functions to operate according to that system's interest. So what does this mean for us in the context of cultural exchanges across the Bay of Bengal? In Luhmann's work, society encompasses all social systems. Spatial boundaries are meaningless in his view because these processes transcend geographical limits. Interactions between Indian and Khmer cultures can be discussed using this framework, especially if we hone in on the way these relationships balance interdependency and encompassment. I will do this by examining the role of boats in Khmer culture and the re-encoding of Indian visual culture into Khmer shipbuilding traditions. So in his studies of canoe and sailing in Papua New Guinea, Malinowski wrote, "A craft, whether of bark or wood, iron or steel, lives in the life of its sailors, and it's more to a sailor than a mere bit of shaped matter." To Malinowski, the emotional attitudes of people towards their craft were the motor by which to know what boats meant in the eyes of their user. This anthropological approach to the study of watercraft result in a more meaningful understanding of boats within their social context, always keeping in mind that boat construction is, above all, social practice. If you're interested in this topic, you can read about it a little bit more in the reference you see in the slide, which was a product of another very fruitful workshop organized by Himanshu a few years ago. So a distinctive factor that affects boat construction is the ideological concept that determines what is a boat. In this respect, it is in the bow and the stern where researchers have to turn to if they are to understand the philosophy that governs the society. It also becomes an identifiable cultural trait that demarcates the boat builder's adherence to a specific group. A display that is as much for those that belong to a same group as it is for those outside the group. The production of boats is therefore entangled in multiple elements that affect the design of boats in different ways. However, it is in the social aspect of life surrounding the production and use of ships that ideologies are played out and become most visible. This entanglement between worldview and technology is put in full display in shipbuilding, at least in Cambodia, but probably in other places in Southeast Asia. To the Khmer, the world is divided into two different spheres, the world of the forest and the world of the village. The former is governed by wild ancient spirits, while the latter corresponds to domesticated spaces that ascribe to the Buddhist faith. These are not immutable landscapes, as forests can be transformed into domesticated spaces, and the forest can take over them if the proper ritual is not followed. So even though there's a clear demarcation between the prey and the srok, so the village and the forest, there's also a fluid relationship between them, and there is no concept of permanence in this sense. So there are two ways in which the system of beliefs affect boat construction nowadays: the processing of the wood and the location of boat building activities. In terms of wood processing in the Khmer system of beliefs, it is thought that the spirits inhabit trees, and therefore there is a ritual procedure destined to get permission from the spirit before felling the tree. The way the wood is processed with chiseling tools shows the role culture plays in technology and ensures the continuation of the tree's supernatural powers and agencies into the boat. The second way in which the Khmer traditional system of beliefs affect boat construction is the location of work, which happens in two spaces. The tree is felled in the forest, which is a place controlled by wild spirits. So while the work takes place in this landscape, there are a series of taboos related to behavior that need to be observed. Offerings that combine Buddhist and pre-Buddhist elements are left by the tree to appease the spirits, including the cooked face of the pig, to feed the ravenous spirits and ensure its favor. The presence of offerings that are outside the Buddhist tradition gives us an indication of the strong adherence to local practices in boat building traditions. Once work in the forest is finished, the boat is called tukanrol, which translates as the wild boat. Before the unfinished boat is removed from the forest, a ritual is performed to ask the wild spirits for permission to leave the premises and take the boat. The polishing of the boat then takes place in the village, and the village shaman, which is known as a car, takes over the rituals until the boat is launched and is therefore domesticated. Now, the ritual behavior that surrounds contemporary boat construction in Cambodia indicates that the utilitarian boats of Angkor, which the evidence suggests were made in the same way from a technological perspective, possess the same apotropaic and other than human agency attributions as their modern counterparts. So they were made to bring good luck to the owner. Now, the need to create a functional object with independent agency to bring good luck to the owner and help in the success of the journey was a result of the perceived dangers of navigating the Mekong River basin. However, the cooperation of the spirit came at a cost in terms of construction process, material processing, and ritual behavior that had to be observed throughout the life cycle of the boat. The perception of boats as living creatures that are own respect not only marked the way shipbuilding traditions developed, but also paved the way for their elevation to sacred status through the incorporation of Indian iconography. There are 77 decorated boats out of 106 boat depictions. Now, the archaeological, historical, and ethnographic data suggest that the utilitarian boats of Angkor were imbued with other than human agency, and that they acted as liminal apotropic agents between nature and humans. The boats of Angkor's elite are characterized by a zoomorphic transformation through decoration. Boats are no longer utilitarian objects, but fantastical mythical animals with prominent heads and tails, all of which can be traced to Indian iconography, the Makara, the Garuda, and the Naga Ratchasei. Now, the transformation of boats into mythical creatures that are believed to inhabit the threshold of the divine world suggests that the elite of Angkor was seeking to colonize the metaphysical space attributed to the aquatic environment, and reinforce that connection between the divine macrocosmos and the mundane microcosmos. The correspondence between the Angkorian decorated boats and the divine creatures after which they were modeled would have transformed boats into important symbols of the elite, since symbolic correspondence would mean that by using these boats, they would become the divine counterpart of the picture of the creature depicted in the bow of the boats. Now, the variety of decorations suggests that these were linked to specific activities or specific ranks. In this example, I want to focus on the king's flagship and the use of the multi-headed Naga. The example you see on the slide comes from the Bayon temple and shows a nautical celebration of a royal flagship surrounded by smaller boats. As a self-referential creation, the distribution of space on board reflects the social hierarchy of Angkor. The center of the boat is always occupied by the most important person, with just a few exceptions. And in this case, although the image is unfinished, the king is clearly placed amidships, following hierarchy of figures. The bow is decorated with a multi-headed Naga in the stem post and a dragon on the hull. I call it a dragon to generalize the term, as it seems that there is a merge between the figures of the Makara and the Ratchasei. And the Ratchasei is a mythical creature of the Khmer pantheon associated with water that has a head of a lion, a small trunk-like nose, and is covered in scales. Although it seems to have common features with the Gaya Simha, it is thought to be a mutation of the Makara. And these elements are very hard to tell apart, so the Makara and the Ratchasei, and sometimes they're identified by scholars as a Makara or a Ratchasei or both, or they're simply called the dragon. Now, the decoration of the multi-headed Naga is not perchance, and is more likely a reference to the story of Vishnu and Antasayan, as we will see now. Now, I'm pretty sure that you all know this, but I'll just say it anyway. The Vishnu and Antasayan myth represents Vishnu sleeping on the serpent Ananta on the cosmic ocean from where all things will be created. Here, the role of Ananta is to be the floating bed of Vishnu. And of course, in my maritime mind, this automatically transforms Ananta at the very least in a float, if not into a boat. Although the first representation of this mythological theme depicted Ananta as a coiled snake, this form was eventually substituted first by the elongated form of the snake, as you see on the slide, I think on your left side, and then eventually by a Makara Ratchasei. There are references to the Anantasayan story in Khmer inscriptions as early as the 5th century CE. However, the iconography does not appear until the 7th century. This is Benisti's analysis. During the first phase of the representation in 17th and 7th century, Ananta appears coiled under the body of Vishnu. A second phase of representation has been dated to between the second half of the 10th and the first half of the 11th century, when the body of Ananta appears both plied and elongated under the body of Vishnu. A third phase towards the end of the 11th century shows a serpent's body without any folds. A fourth phase dated to the first half of the 12th century shows the body of Ananta completely elongated. In the 12th century, however, the figure of the serpent is replaced by Makara Ratchasei. Now, Benisti notes that the transformation of the Naga into a Makara Ratchasei would have been a natural process because both are gods of the waters. In some instances, Vishnu is reclining over an elongated Ananta, resting on the body of a Makara Ratchasei. Now, the combination of these two creatures is the same image, is the image that led Benisti to suggest that there never was a transformation of the Naga into the Makara Ratchasei, but rather a substitution that was likely connected to autochthonous traditions. After Angkor Wat, the Vishnu Ratchasei combination becomes the norm. In this example from Prasad Panamrung, from the Angkor Wat style, you can clearly see the Ananta on top of the Makara Ratchasei. Looking at this phenomena with the lens of reception history and Luhmann systems theory, it becomes apparent that Indian traditions were repackaged following the internal order that prevailed in Angkorian culture and used illegitimacy systems to self-reproduce local systems of power. That is, things are not taken at face value. They're taken from the noise and chaos that lies beyond the boundaries of the system and then re-encoded using the internal logic of the system. Now, the use of a multi-headed naga on the stem post and a dragon on the hull of the king's barge evokes this regional variation of the Vishnu and Antasayan myth and serves as a system of legitimacy by associating the user of the boat, which is the king, with Vishnu, whose divine mount is Ananta. It adds internal cohesion with the addition of the Makara Ratchisei in the hull, binding the information to its internal audiences. The repackaging of external information should thus be seen as a result of a selection process that responds to the internal logic of Angkorian systems. This visual communication is itself referential, and through the technological analysis discussed before, it seems to be firmly rooted in the Khmer understanding of the world. Boats are not just beautifully decorated objects. Through systems of social practice, worldview, and iconography, boats are transformed into living entities that bestow power to the sovereign and contribute to maintain his legitimacy. Now, a similar phenomenon, albeit with regional variation, is also documented historically in Thailand, where stem post decorations like the one that you see there has been reproduced for centuries up until the present. Some of them come from the Ayutthaya period. In the Thai case, it is explicitly acknowledged that when the king, who is thought to be an avatar of Vishnu on earth, boards the royal barge Anantanagaraj, boat and king are considered to be a living representation of Vishnu Anantasayan. Now, like the drawing I did in the slide that you see, the reproduction of an element that was created outside of a system can never be identical. And in the process of adoption, miscommunication is inevitable. Therefore, while the broad idea may remain, recontextualization to comply with the internal logic of the adoptive system suggests likely changes in meaning. The idea is then put to use by the adoptive system, where it is re-encoded and merged with the pre-existing systems to create a new reality. The genesis of this presentation was Himanshu's challenge to find the middle ground on the Indianization versus indigenization debate. I think a possible way forward is by understanding the changes in the Bay of Bengal as a co-construction of a civilization that encompasses both shores. I use the term civilization in the way Phuong and Roland define it in their book Civilization Recast, which I really like, and I quote, as civilizations should be seen as practices of feeding and hospitality, of rituals and manners of living and dying, of entering the portals into the invisible world that surrounds and encompasses us, of healing and the knowledge of the encompassing universe and its powers. So all in all, a shared knowledge of customary practices that allow people from different communities to operate when they come together. Now, co-construction in this sense is a matter of persuasion and reception that result in a balance between different systems. In this repackaging of ideas, trust between different groups can be generated so that they can interact while still retaining their differentiated identities. More than a process of Indianization, we should perhaps be talking about the Khmerization of Indian culture through the co-opting of Indian systems in Angkor. As a two-way process, we need also to consider as well the way in which local systems were repackaged by South Asian communities and consider the impact that these influences had on the western shore of the Bay of Bengal. This was nicely shown by Stephen Murphy yesterday when he was discussing how regional variations in iconography of sculptures may have ultimately made its way back to the West Coast. What resulted from these interactions was a space of understanding, where interactions between different communities could take place with a certain degree of trust. When considering the geographical space that separates the Bay of Bengal and the inner seas of Southeast Asia, finding a common ground would have been a necessity for the fruitful interaction indicated in the archaeological evidence. For long-distance shipping lanes to be established, their users must be able to operate in safe spaces. Shippers need to know where they are going, where they need to leave their ships, where they can do business, and so on. So creating a shared system of values, what we can broadly call customary practice, would have been a condition without which maritime networks could not have functioned safely. To quote Himanshu here, temples would have been key elements to enact trust between different communities. Now, I may be wrong, as my realm is mostly maritime archaeology, but from what I have read, this slow process of interaction between South and Southeast Asia was never a road plan to domination and subjugation, and violence like the ones exerted by Western expansions is not the norm. So dialectic processes involving persuasion, reception, and flexibility to integrate external ideas were likely the way in which the co-construction of these South and Southeast Asian exchanges took place. And I do not think we stress this dialectic process enough. I think it's quite important. So lastly, the topic of centers and peripheries was raised yesterday. And while I was listening to responses, I was left wondering whether the idea that things happen at the center was actually true or just a perception that we have as we reproduce questions of origin. A center may be the place where things are produced and exported, be that goods or ideas. But the periphery is where these ideas clash, where they merge, or where they are actually ignored. The place where ideas are challenged and transformed through interactions with other communities. Now, if change is bound to happen, would that not also be at the intersection between cultures during the repackaging of information by all sides? Now, ports as hosts of multicultural communities could be seen both as centers and periphery. Ships, too, could be seen as multicultural movable centers where social complexities are enacted. So perhaps applying more maritime perspectives to our work could open new lines of research and interpretations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Veronica Vadillo, for a very, very interesting and I would say some eye-opener points which you raised there. And the floor is open. Before I start, call you for the discussion, I welcome Ambassador Raghavan, who is with us. And sir, we are really honored that you have come and joined us. So the floor is open for the discussion and the questions, if any. The two speakers, presenters are here, one online, and Dr. Emma Stein is here. Please.
Can I start then? If nobody's keen to ask or is still getting their thoughts together. Okay, so I have two questions, one to each of the speakers. My first question is to Dr. Emma Stein, and my question is your point about the road being central as opposed to a temple being central is well taken. Now, I was trying to figure out, I have read your book and I wasn't, I thought you made a connection which why the road became important, and I was just wondering if that is something you could elaborate on as to why, and that is, I suppose, what makes Kanchi very different from any of the other temple towns. And if I can also continue my question to Veronica, your point about sharing of knowledge and the fact that we need to sort of, or shippers need to really have a trust basis before they can transact business is well taken. And I was, while you were talking about Anantashine Vishnu in the Khmer iconography, I was also thinking about Mahabalipuram and the fact that the shore temple at Mahabalipuram, the earliest image there is of Anantashine Vishnu, and it's around the same time. It's 7th century. It's 7th century. Yeah. It's okay. So it's around, it's 600. So it's you said that about in the 5th century, in the inscriptions, Anantashine Vishnu is mentioned in Khmer inscriptions, but the iconographic depiction seems to be earlier in Mahabalipuram than it is in Angkor. Today we seem to think of these two as India and Southeast Asia, or India and Cambodia. But if we look at different kinds of spaces and the kind of discussion we had in the morning, could we turn it around and look at coast and inland? And if we look at the coast and not look at nation states, then the shared space is along the coast, along the Bay of Bengal coast. And Angkor or other spaces become, Angkor, since you're looking at the riverine spaces, not really Angkor, but some of the early other temples then become inland. So, can we sort of reconfigure our spaces? That was my question. But I think we can take other questions and then.
Any other question? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stein and Dr. Walker. These were absolutely fascinating presentations. And I particularly like this theoretical lens that Dr. Walker proposed of thinking about these as systems that are interacting and trying to figure out how to perpetuate themselves by borrowing forms from each other. On the same lines, I was actually wondering if this could potentially be a new way to think about royal temples in Tamil Nadu. Because if you were to look at for not just the great Pallava royal temples, but also the great Chola royal temples, as you pointed out, Dr. Stein, while they are great ritual centers when they're initially formed, they very soon afterwards lose that initial purpose because the dynasty, as it were, that created that symbol is no longer able to sustain it. The system within which that symbol had meaning is no longer around. I'm wondering if there is a way to perhaps look at this in relation to Angkor's great royal temples. I think it was the scholar Geeta Vasudevan in her book, The Great Temple of Rajaraja, who proposed this idea that the large stone monuments dedicated to royals, to kings specifically, emerge in Angkor before they begin to appear in the Kaveri River Valley. And again, this isn't really a concrete question so much as a series of thoughts. But I think that it would be strange if these weren't linked, especially given that we know that Angkor and the Cholas, for example, exchanged embassies. We know that I think there have been papers in Andrea Acree's edited volumes about how Chola conceptions of Natya Mandapas and so on may have also appeared in Angkor. But I think that that's a really interesting bunch of ideas that are worth, that I think could shed a lot of light in the way that these two cultures are interacting. So thank you both so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, his question. So I could learn from your question, please.
Struck by your suggestion. That royal tend to decay after the dynasty, and community ones survive. But the great Chola temples are royal ones, weren't they? But they seem to have survived very well. Till now, no. But before they became the World Heritage Site, they were in reasonable condition, not of the kind that you showed here, not like the Pallava ones. The other ones did pretty well. And why would a royal foundation decay? After all, it is a center of worship. Wouldn't a subsequent dynasty want to sustain it in some way? It is very much part of their legitimizing process to maintain it. So I'm a bit curious about that, if I may.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having an unsolicited visitor attend this conference. This is tremendous amount of learning that I could, I'm so grateful that I got to hear a question from you, because the premise is his question. Hopefully, if you could connect what I'm trying to both the specialists, Dr. Stein, Dr. Veronica. The question is centered on social order. How the different subjects that you mentioned, philology, ethnography, history, archaeology, iconography, anthropology, it all centers on the centrality of how culture, trade, diplomacy, they have a confluence which is increasingly relevant for the times today. And I'll quickly get to the question because there's so much that I want to ask and I don't have time. Can I have comments from both these researchers, experts on social order, something that you mentioned, political stability, political decline, political ascension, and something that Sir just mentioned, Dr. Menon, he talked about the royal support, the royal temples, as to why a subsequent dynasty did not take it up for furtherance in terms of existence across time and space. So I personally link it with political stability and a passing on of political heritage, which, subsequent or incoming ruling elites may or may not subscribe to, depending on their ideological leaning, depending on their metaphysical leaning. Something that the metaphysical concept was taken by Dr. Veronica when she was discussing the Khmer influence, which I have, the Khmer worldview on boat building, something that she said about forests and village, spirits and domesticated spaces. And then, of course, there's so much of interconnection between the wood used for the boats, the functional object with independent agency that is required. The human agency, it is definitely there, but the functional object with independent agency. Now that agency is something that I'm connecting with social order and political stability. Perhaps I'm losing people here. Okay, social archaeology, history, the relevance of that along the eastern coastline of this country, Southeast Asia that she's specializing on, something that ma'am has just talked about, the Bay of Bengal area, how, okay, I'm again losing it. Social order, political stability, and its relation to archaeology and history. Is there some comment that I can get from both these researchers in your context of art and temples, and how sustaining such temple culture is imperative for not only this country, but this entire Southeast Asian belt?
Okay, thank you. I
First
think I'll
we'll take
start.
Dr.
Yeah. So why did the road in Kanchi become so important? So this concept of a main road is certainly, no one here will be a stranger to the Rajamarga, the king of streets, which is the main road. It's a kind of theater for society to come, for people to be seen and to see others, to meet. It's a community space. It's a political space when it comes time for procession of any kind. It can be political, it can be religious. It's a place where things happen. But why this particular road at the center of town, which still exists as the main artery in and out of the city in Kanchi today? It's Kamarajar Salai is its name, which, I think actually is no coincidence that it's Kamarajar, like it's the king's street too. So around by the year 1000, it's sort of in the 900s, the city of Kanchi shifted about a kilometer eastwards from its original location. So I go into a lot of detail about this in the book, but it doesn't present so well because it's a lot of maps and you need to, sort of look in detail. But we can map this by the placement of either fragments or full temples from the Pallava period, which all cluster farther on the western side of town. And there's local memory of this as well, that's old Kanchi, that's Pallava Kanchi. And you find some of the older settlements there, like the old weaving community is there. Now the newer weaving community is in Little Kanchi and it's farther west, and that's what's known as the weaving community. But the elders know, where the old community is. So this shift happens, and the temples that are built, temples are often what we have as evidence because we don't have domestic structures that were built in wood and brick, and they're perishable materials. But the temples as stone, they stand as vestiges of where there were clusters of people. So in the Chola period, the temples start to be built farther into this eastern area, and this new center emerges that's close to the Kamakshi Amman temple. Kamakshi Amman temple now on the map looks like the central temple, but that wasn't a unified structure until at least the 14th century. It was just a loose cluster of shrines dedicated probably to Hindu and to Buddhist and Jain deities. It became a Hindu temple in the 14th century. So the road becomes this main thoroughfare that connects with other sites that were coming up in importance during the Chola period. So all along the road southwards out of the city and northwards all the way to Tirupati, 100 kilometers north, you have these village sites that have large-scale stone Chola period temples covered in inscriptions from donors who were passing through or were residing in the area. So you can trace that there were these prosperous places all up and down that road that date, in that Chola period time. So the road still stands, fortunately. There was an earlier road in the Pallava period that led into the city. It functioned similarly and it led into the city in the Pallava time, but that road is, it doesn't really function anymore, and that part of the city is no longer as active. Okay, so yeah, absolutely. Veronica, do you want to do one, and then I'll do the next one? We can all
whatever works for you. Yeah.
That's fine.
Hi. So to respond to Himanshu's question, I am going to put my maritime archaeology hat on, because that this is one of my pet peeves. I think that you're absolutely right, but the conception that coasts were centers is still, to me, a little bit too land detached. And I think that and I think that you, Himanshu, agree with me that all this work that we've been doing so far has been very land oriented. And of course, because archaeology has a tradition that it's encroached in land, so all our tools are developed for land excavations, and understanding remains on land. But actually, that I think that we apply more of a maritime perspective, and we think about not centers in the coast, but actually the thing that enables those centers, which is the maritime networks. And we think about shipping logistics, what it entails to move ships across the space, and what it means to move someone from Sri Lanka into Cambodia without going through the smaller areas. So connecting to regions that are physically apart, and that connection is through the boats, through the ships and the shipping lanes. I think that we could start thinking about the maritime networks themselves as being those centers. And of course, not just port cities, but actually the ships themselves are those places where all these interactions are enacted. And when I say that ships have their own complexities, is because a lot of times ships are not only, like we always talk about ethnicity and boat building construction, but the fact is that we don't know whether the people who made the ships were the ones who were navigating the ships. And so that there's also the composition of the crew, the composition of the people who are on board, the composition of the cargo that is on board is very eclectic. And so we need to consider them also as this kind of like centers of action. So I think that, yes, definitely the coast is important, but more importantly, the way that the coast relates to the shipping networks, to the maritime networks. And if we get that vision, then yes, we can start making a difference between what is more geared towards land and what is more geared towards that maritime current that connects the both sides. So that will be my take on your question.
Any other question? Did you get your answer? Yeah.
No, we'll have a bunch more questions. Yeah. I wrote them down. I did want to say a word about Himanshu's second question, also of thinking about, should we think coast and inland? And often it is true that like temples, Padma Kaimal has written really nicely about this, that temples along the Kaveri, on the banks of the Kaveri tend to have, that might be very far apart, east-west, tend to have more in common with each other than a temple that's on the bank versus, a little bit north or a little bit south, but in a closer proximity. I think it becomes challenging then when we start adding in the rivers too, because now is Kanchi coastal or is it inland, right? It's connected on a river to a port, but it's, but it is sort of an inland city with its own market town and all of that. I did want to, want to think more and talk more about this idea of royal temples falling out of use and why that happens. So that is, I cite here Emmanuel Francis, Charlotte Schmidt, and Valérie Gillet, 3 FEO scholars who've made this point, and I think quite compellingly, because the evidence is all over Tamil Nadu. And this is not, necessarily like pan-Indian or pan-Asian, but in Tamil Nadu, this holds true time and time after time, that you can see that the temple that was a royal foundation in the very same village or the same city as a temple that was locally sponsored. The royal one is, now a kind of abandoned parking lot, and the local one is painted multiple colors and is, vibrant and filled with life. Royal temples tend to be, again, this is like general, there are exceptions, but royal temples tend to be new establishments, whereas local temples tend to be conversions of shrines built in local, built in perishable materials, or, under a tree or a stone or something, that become, a temple. I think, Molly, as you said earlier, a temple kind of comes up, right? And we see this, over and over again too, that you have a loose sculpture that then gets a shrine around it, it gets a shelter, and slowly, becomes a huge expanding temple complex. So that entails a level of continuity right away, because it's something that is the great temple at Tanjavur, Tribhuvanam and Dharasuram, like the three great royal Chola temples. These were new establishments rather than kind of upgrades of shrines that were already there, and they were never finished. And they were in Gangakanda Cholapuram, of course, and they didn't maintain that level of active temples not explicitly built by the royal family did. So, the Cholas also, they moved around. Like, they'd establish a capital, so you have Tanjavur, and then they, the next one moves on and goes to Gangakanda Cholapuram, and they also established a capital at Kanchi. It was their northern outpost, and I believe there was a Chola royal temple there. I don't have like firm evidence for it because there's no inscription, but the Jvarahareshvara temple seems to be, probably it was a Chola royal temple, and now it's ASI protected. It has that same pattern where it didn't continue in local use. It's not filled with donative inscriptions. It became an ASI temple, and nobody in the city knows about it. It's like another one of these. It's a huge, big temple, but it's really hard to find. So it seems to be it's something that happens in Tamil Nadu as there are different dynasties coming in and out of play. The Pallavas, I think, rebuilt on, I'll stop in a second. The Pallavas, I think, rebuilt on sites that were already there. Like the Kailasanatha was probably actually already there as a brick shrine from a previous, generation. But the Cholas, they seem to want to, make their own new big building.
Professor, if you could just repeat the name of the Chola royal temple in Kanchipuram.
It's Jvarahareshvara.
Jvarahareshvara?
Yeah. I'll give you the page. I'll give you the reference because I read about it. What? Jvarahareshvara.
Did you respond to Professor Martha? You got the answer.
I think so. Is that? Yeah. Are you satisfied?
Curious why it is only Tamil Nadu and not, say, Karnataka or somewhere.
This I don't know.
There's so many, like the Hoysala temples and so on, they've flourished very well. At least they continue in operation, although the dynasty vanished very long ago. So, yeah, it just strikes me. But anyway, if that is the evidence of it, fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is not really a question. This is, I'm just thinking aloud of what Professor Palat was saying. So a very interesting period, which I find is, the colonial period, the 18th and the 19th and the 20th century, more the 18th and the 19th centuries. So do you have any kind, I'm sure you've got travelogues and, other kind of colonial writings. What do they talk about these temple spaces? Do they say that these temple spaces are abandoned or, there's no worship happening there, there are no communities? How do these writings treat the abandoned spaces? Because as you said, that they are more interested in the places which are actually under worship.
They really focus on the places that are under worship. They talk extensively about Ekambaranatha temple and Varadarajaswamy temple. And these two were active. They never declined. They were never, they never fell out of use. There are a couple of accounts of the Kailasanatha temple, and yeah, it's way out of town. Nobody is there. I mean, it is how it appears in the photographs. I think that the Archaeological Survey of India's photographs of the Pallava temples do depict them honestly, but it's that they do it to the exclusion of anything else, right? So they don't show us this living city. They only show us these kind of abandoned spaces. Yeah.
My question that are they which was my question. If we think about it in this, whole Orientalist framework, then are we saying that they're choosing to depict sites which are dead, or are they, or is just that's the reality?
Well, there were all these sites that were alive in close proximity, but they don't depict those. So I think that the ASI was focusing on these sites that were out of use, because then that was the kind of evidence that they needed to be there in order to preserve. And same with colonial official accounts talk about sort of a city in decline, right? And in need of sustenance, in need of revitalization. But then we have the evidence that when they did kind of pump extra funds and extra staff into the temple, it disrupted like the local ecology of the place, and it fell out of balance. And there was this situation in which devotees got trampled, right? So the evidence is very different depending on who is giving it, and then it's only the Pallava temples and only some of them that get selected for ASI official protection.
Yeah. But if I may just add to her question or comment, see, it was a general practice in Orientalist scholarship or aesthetic preferences to go for the dead.
Definitely.
Because the ideology was that it is all dead and they are bringing it to life. Of course, what you said about ASI requiring funding, they select the ones that are dead because it brings them funds. But it fits into a much larger ideological purpose. And you'd always see the dead and the picturesque, which is what the Daniels and so on keep on representing. And it goes on into photography subsequently.
Absolutely.
And even, I once listened to an interesting paper where even famines appear picturesque. Human suffering through photography is represented as a picturesque display in the Western world. So the ASI's preference fits into a much larger picture. That's what I'm saying.
Certainly. I could not agree more. Yeah, absolutely.
So you have a question? Okay, we'll take the last because.
But we haven't responded to the two questions that we had before.
Yeah, Veronica, take one.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
Like, I'm sorry. I know that sometimes when you're online, you're kind of like just waiting here. I didn't want to interrupt that. I did want to respond to the two questions that were posed before. So if you don't mind, I'll take that.
To respond to the question.
Yeah, because I thought because I thought that no one was going to like the fact that I was talking about systems, because they are very boring and they are too much sometimes to give a presentation. So I was very excited that I got a question about systems. So there you go. I'm gonna answer to that. Systems can be applied to anything, actually, because anything can be a system or can be identified as a system. I would recommend that you read Seeing Like a System. You can contact me for references if you want to, but there's this article by Gershon, which is titled Seeing Like a System, and it's Systems for Anthropologists. And he does raise the issue of individual agency, which is something that systems don't account for. And it can be problematic depending on the way that you're focusing your work or what you're doing your work for. So that needs to be taken into account. But I think that, at least for me, it really does work really well, because I do think that he's a framework of understanding that people develop within a culture, people develop their own way of understanding the world and the way that they interact with the world. When you bring in some external things, they are reinterpreted in a way that is understood by the way that you understand the world. So I feel like Luhmann is quite useful in that sense when it comes to analyzing processes of decision making and things like that. So I really like him in that sense. And then there was this other question about social order. And in here, what I really liked from the example that you took from my slides, which was the worldview and how that affects boat construction. It affects everything in life. Because actually the same way that boat building develops, the way the boat building is undertaken in Cambodia is also represented in temple building, for example. So only a type of wood is selected. So it's the Hope'audoata wood. That's the wood that you use for boat building, for sacred boats. And you only use that kind of wood also for temples and sacred structures. So and there's also this understanding of you cannot take the wood during the rainy season. You have to take it during the dry season, and this has to do with the way that people place themselves with the universe. And from this, I take the book that was recently published by Chris Gostin, A History of Magic, where he explains that people like magic, it's not conceived. He doesn't really mean magic as we would understand magic, but other ways that people want to interact with the universe, how they place themselves in the universe, and the activities that they take so that they can impact that universe. So, for example, with boat building practices, humans don't see themselves as owners of the material that they're going to take. They assume that ownership belongs to chthonic spirits that inhabit the trees, and so they need to ask for permission. So they're showing you what their position within the world is, and so they have to enact these ritual practices. They have to enact these taboos, and this already showing you a degree of social order that has to do not just within human societies, but also within humans and their environment. But yeah, and then in terms of social order, that in Khmer iconography, you see how it's really well depicted. It's very clear. It's undeniable that they had their own order, and that is self-reproduced in the iconography. And that's that's it.
Veronica, please be there. Emma has one more observation. Yeah,
I do.
Quick, and this will be the second last.
Because I should. Yeah. Do you? Okay. I had a question for you, Veronica. I was really intrigued by this switch or substitution for the Makara Ratchuse, is that right? Mm-hmm. For the Naga. And I don't think you should call it a dragon, right? Because there's a term for it. It's not a dragon. Don't call it a dragon. Call it the Makara Ratchuse. That's like perfect.
Yeah, but I'm not an art historian, so I don't know. I always doubt that if I'm using the terms correctly. Because I know that, yeah.
Correct, but dragon's not.
Okay, yeah.
I just went through something at my museum with a dragon and a naga that was very confusing. So we'll use it. But this moment that it switches, like mid 12th century, 1150, after Angkor Wat, was really interesting. And I'm wondering if some of it is a product of like a kind of distancing from India that happens over time. Because you have this period of really heightened interaction between South and Southeast Asia in maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th centuries, like really when that whole, like the Khmer Empire and temple building everywhere across South and Southeast Asia is really like cooking up. And then you have these lineages of Brahmins who are there, and you have local practices like with the Indic concepts already absorbed, already kind of entrenched and re-encoded in Southeast Asia. And so then different choices get made and different forms kind of emerge and can be innovated there locally. So then suddenly you have, or maybe it's not sudden, but there's this switch from like the more Indian Naga to this Makara Ratchuse, more Cambodian form. I don't know, just something to think about. Like, I'm not so interested in like where the origin point is for any of these things, but sort of how to, like you said, the choices that get made at particular moments in time. Is it a product of kind of contact and disillusion, or just like local integration and then innovation?
There's a full book by Jacques Dollier about the crocodile or the naga, which actually discusses what was the prime figure, let's say, of this aquatic world. And so under any doubts, please do refer to his work because it's far better than what I've done so far, because it's not the focus of my work. I think that there was probably, based on what he has done and the kind of stories that you get in the folklore, there was probably, and of course the environment itself, it's more likely that the crocodile in itself was one of the most important animals, because crocodiles are amphibious. So they exist in both spaces. And so these kind of animals worldwide in maritime communities, they're very important because they can exist in two places at the same time, which is usually not the norm. So I'm just guessing that probably there, that's where like their interests lied. And so they just, like, yeah, they just substituted one from another. But I don't do a stylistic analysis, so I don't know the exact question to that.
Thank you, Veronica. Last quick question from Ashish, and then we move.
Okay, this question is for Veronica. Actually, your idea that peripheries are site of interactions and exchange, and which turns sometimes peripheries into center, that's well taken. But your suggestion that maritime routes itself can be considered as center, that is something like it's not clear to me, because routes are facilitating movements, and the routes, people are like boats, ships, sailors are moving along the route. So in what sense one can consider maritime routes itself as center? So that's just a query that I'm raising.
Well, this has to do with shipping logistics and the way shipping changes over time, right? So when you, like, if you don't know where you're heading, you're probably going to do coastal routes. And so connection is going to be based on how far your ship can take you from one point to another before you have to replenish your ship. So you're going to need to stop for getting food for your crew. You're going to need to stop for water supplies. That means that it's not the full coast that's being touched upon. It's only the places where you have to stop so that maritime shipping can happen, right? So that changes through time. So at the beginning, when you're creating new knowledge, obviously you need to stop more often because you still don't know how to optimize a route. But once you've optimized a route, then you can do transoceanic voyages. So you don't need to stop everywhere. You already know exactly where you want to go. At the same time, so this would be, for example, a route coming from South India and Sri Lanka to anywhere in the Malay Peninsula or Sumatra, for example. So you don't need to stop in so many places. You can just go directly there. And then you can have what it calls short shipping lanes, which is smaller shipping lanes that feed into the ports that have now become centers. So there is a difference in the interaction between shipping routes that have to stop along the way because they're doing coastal shipping, and so the interaction with local community is going to be stronger than when the shipping transforms itself into long distance shipping routes where interactions may be just centered on specific places. So by knowing exactly how shipping logistics work, you can determine which areas are the ones that are receiving these influences or these exchanges. Because of course, if you need to, if you're coming with a ship and you have a lot of people on board and you're going to stop in this point, then those people in that community are going to receive the influx of all these crew members and voyagers coming into that place itself, but not the rest of the coast. And so it's a little bit complex to think about shipping because we haven't really done a lot of research into it as a thing, right? So we don't really know how it worked, but certainly understanding how it worked will allow us to understand where these interactions happened and how, under which conditions. I don't know if I've made myself clear, but that's sort of like the thing that we need to look at.
In that case, like coast would remain relevant as far as the interactions are concerned.
Yes, it's just depending on the way that coast relates to the network. So it's not that it's not relevant, but it may relate to the network in a different way. So you need to look at it holistically. Yeah.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of the session 3 workshop. And I had a couple of observations and a question, but being on the chair, can't take the liberty of exceeding the time, which we have already done. So I thank both the esteemed speakers for their absolutely brilliant scholarship and the presentation on 2 different themes, 2 different regions, and with such illuminating things which were brought out and explored during the presentations. Dr. Stein brought Kanchi temples to us. I was really enamored to see the Airavat temple, which I found so close to 17 number temple at Sanchi, and also Dashavatar temple or the Vishnu temple at Devgarh. I wanted to say something, but there's no time. And in the presentation, Dr. Veronica brought a very subtle difference between iconography and iconology. And with this difference, with the reference to nautical iconography of Angkor, and the way how Khmer used Indian motifs, particularly for example, the boat decoration and the Anantashai Vishnu reliefs in Angkor and in Tafrom I saw, and also in Bayon temple. So I congratulate and thank both the learned scholars, and I also thank to all the scholars who brought out such interesting, intriguing questions, which brought out further research on the papers presented. And I thank Professor Himanshu Ray for taking clue and piloting in between wherever we needed her support. Thank you so much. And we meet again at sharp at 4 for the session 4. So please have a quick hot tea. वियतनाम से हैं, हाँ। ट्रान की पुंग, दो नाम है, दो लोग होंगे। अच्छा।
Yes, we can see you now.
Do you have a PPT, sir?
He's going to share, I think.
अच्छा, share, screen share चाहिए होगा।
Okay. I will do it now.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. And we are now in the fourth session and the concluding session of this very interesting workshop and the conference, which we are going through last 3 days. And without wasting much time, because we have to wind up at 6 o'clock sharp. So people who have to ask questions or contribute something, so be very crisp and sharp. So I invite the first, we have 3 speakers. The first presentation is on deciphering the 9th century Dông Vihar in Vietnam by Dr. Tran, Phuong, and Nguyen Thi Tu An. So I invite you, sir, please come on the screen.
Yeah. Can you see my PowerPoint? Hello?
We'll share it from here. We are putting it on the laptop, yes.
Can you see it?
We will share it from our end. And so, because we cannot see your PowerPoint as yet, we are sharing it from our end. And then you tell us when to change the slide.
Sorry. I already share my PowerPoint.
Yeah, okay. So we've got
No. Not that one. Not that one. The one I have here.
No, we can't see yours. We are sharing from our end.
No, please, this one. Can you see this one? Can you see this one?
Now we see it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, you want to
okay,
do
yeah.
this one? Okay, fine. Go ahead.
And we want some volume, please.
We can't hear you. Can you increase the sound, please?
Kindly keep the mic near you. We can't hear you.
Yeah, but I can hear you very clear.
No, we can't. You're better, but we need slightly better, please.
How to do it?
Little more.
Okay.
Say something. पिछली बार आपने बढ़ाया था ना यहाँ से? Kindly start. We can hear you now. Please start. Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. कहाँ गया उनका? We have learned speaker presenter this afternoon, Dr. Tran Phuong. He has undergone archaeology under renowned scholars in Europe. He has served as consultant UNESCO on World Cultural Museum Project, academic coordinator and instructor for Council on International Education Exchange at CIEE Study Center, National University of Ho Chi Minh City, and various institutions in Vietnam. Besides, he has completed a number of fellowships in USA, Singapore, Netherlands, Malaysia, and Japan. Sir, floor is over to you. We can't hear you. Sir, your mic, we can't hear you. No, we can't. Your mic is mute, it seems.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Professor Ray, for your introduction to our presentation. So we would like to talk about it. Our presentation is deciphering the 9th century Avalokiteśvara vihara Dông Du'o'ng in Vietnam. So the purpose of our presentation is this is the first presentation examining the Dông Du'o'ng temple and to propose it for the first time as a Karma mandala, a 3D living mandala, so that the sculpture or architecture, the characteristic of the Dông Du'o'ng Vihara reflect the unique jump localized version of the esoteric Buddhist cosmological art that originated from the northeast Indian region from the 8th to 13th century and was absorbed deeply across maritime Asia. So the huge Dông Du'o'ng Buddhist site, also known as Avalokiteśvara, is that is the largest Buddhist temple in Chamba Kingdom, and it was built during the reign of the King Indravarman. And we have a very accurate date, the 875 CE. This is the one of the rare jump inscription bearing the date. And the more important is near the Vihara, we found another Buddhist inscription, so-called the C138. It was found in the Angkor side. That side is situated about 15 kilometers from Dông Du'o'ng to the east. And that provide the insights into the Cham Buddhist characteristic and forms. In the Angkor inscription, so it's mentioned about three China or Buddha is Sakyamuni, Amitabha, and Mahavairochana respectively. These was the three largest Buddhas discovered in Dông Du'o'ng by stone statue and by a bronze statue. And also in this inscription mentioned about the three Chinalaga or the victor realms. That's very important because it mentioned the three esoteric Buddha family, like a Vajrakula or Vajradhatu, associated to Sakyamuni, Padmakula or Padmadhatu, associated with Amitabha, and Buddha Katu or Chakradhatu, associated with Vairochana. The three families exist in the warm realm or Kakma or Amoghapāśa Dhatu Mandala. We can see in Mahavairochana Sutra or the Susiddhikara Sutra. I'm sorry, I cannot see myself on the screen. How can I do it?
Let it be. You continue. We can see you. We can.
Okay. But I cannot see you.
Okay, we'll do. Okay, you continue with your presentation, and when we are asking questions, maybe we will be able to do that.
Okay. So now look at the map. You can see this the Chamba Kingdom on the sides along the coast. Because the kingdom built along the coast, now in central Vietnam, and the Dông Du'o'ng in the little bit north of the kingdom. So on the side of the Chamba, we found belong to Hinduism and Buddhism, and the oldest remain now we have belong to built by brick. Now we have built around the 7th century, and continually to 15th century. You can see some temple built along the coast, but also some temple built on the highland, like with the inscription mentioned about Avalokiteśvara. at the same time with the Dông Du'o'ng in Tripura here. So now you see here, Dông Du'o'ng is belong to the Buddhism, and Misra nearby Dông Du'o'ng is belong to Hinduism. And all this side along the coast. And here we have the larger map about the maritime Asia and the location of the Chamba Kingdom on the Maritime Road. And you see, Chamba look like the middle, the middle way of between the East Asia and the South Asia. And also for the gateway of the mainland Southeast Asia to connect with island Southeast Asia. That's why the art of Chamba receive both sides, North East Asia, also South Asia, and doing a chain with another state in Southeast Asia. Why it doesn't work? Sorry?
Change the slide.
Okay. So now we go to the Dông Du'o'ng ruins. The site was excavated by the Henry Pamanche, is the French, in September to November 1902. This is the largest. You can see he divided he made the very scientific and very beautiful drawings. Now we for studying on the Chan Buddhist, especially in Dông Du'o'ng, we have to base mainly on the drawings of Pamanche. He divided the vihara into the 3 ancient, number 1, number 2, and number 3. In fact, this is the east. So we had to go from the entrance from here, the main entrance. This is the main Gopura. So we go to here. But he numbered this one, ancient 1, because maybe the number of the architecture, the edifice be inside. This is very, very rich, and look like the main of the main enclosure of the whole vihara. And the vihara, including in the very last space, from here up to here, this is about 1,300 meters. So this is another column like a Dharani, and this is the lotus bund, and this is the main vihara with the coast. Pamanche doing excavation only in this part. Another part like this or this still underground. Can you hear me clear?
Yes.
Can you hear me
yes.
clearly?
Yes,
all
please.
right, thank you. Yeah. So, but unfortunately, after the war, the long war in the last century, nowadays in Dông Du'o'ng remain only the stone wall with very rich decoration, with the typical motif pattern of the Dông Du'o'ng style around the end of 9th century to 10th century, to begin of 10th century. But this remains very important because we can see the combine between the stone and the brick, and this is the earliest structure remain that in which we have the combination between the stone and brick appearing in Cham art at the end of 9th century. We suppose around the 9th century there was a close connection between Chamba and South India, especially in during the Chola period. Maybe they learned the technique, the innovation, the technique of the building, and they learned how to combine between the brick and the stone together in one building, especially for the religious architecture. And this is the still remain landscape of the lotus bund. This is a very original. So. And then we go back to the excavation. You can see in the old picture from the conference at Chairperson, the excavation here, and 9th century in 1920 to 02. It remained the sculpture, and this is the central tower. Now remain only the wall. You just see the color picture. After the American War, they made more. So now we have only one door. And this in 1936, it still remained very good. But during the French War in 1945, and then in American War in 1994, so almost damaged. But then we found during the excavation of Phuong, he found a lot of sculpture. It's now mainly kept in the Cham Museum in Da Nang. Among these sculpture, so we have almost we cannot identify on the sculpture. So we just have some sculpture like this one, this from here. You see the Vajra here. This is maybe the statue of Vajrasattva or Vajradhara or Vajrabani. And this we have the main statue of the side with the life size. The first one is the Sakyamuni in bronze. This statue now keep in Ho Chi Minh City Museum. And in this statue, we learn some influence from the South Indian or maybe from Sri Lankan art style. The second one is a bronze Tara. It's found in 1978 after the war. So these statues bearing the Cham localized art style. And the two large sandstone statue, this Amitabha with hand on knees, is Chinese art style, influenced by Chinese art style. And another one is a Vairocana in Bodhi Akri Mudra, is maybe influenced from the Northern Asian art style, either Japanese or Korean or Chinese. And now we go to the very important inscription, the so-called Angkor stele. Yeah, the numbering is C138. This is the unique charm inscription that provides the information on the tantric supplies or sadhana in contemporary Cham Buddhism, and it's dating back to 902 CE. It emphasizes a system of worship, the three esoteric of Buddha, Sakyamuni, Amitabha, and Vairocana, who have placed the three Chinalaja, or the victor realms of Vajradhatu, Padmadhatu, and Chakradhatu that open to the way, Sunyata, or emptiness, and Mahasunyata, great emptiness, and Sunyata Tito, transcendent emptiness. That is beyond the phenomenon of the phenomenal world of human samsara experience. So this is the unique charm. Provide very good information about the Buddhist philosophy of the Cham, so we can learn the three realms of Sunyata, Mahasunyata, and Sunyata Tatito. This is very important to study the meaning or the symbolism of the three emptinesses. And now we can compare the Cham Buddhist concept in the Thai inscription that related to those of the Gabadhatu mandala or the warm realm. So this is the first time we do the comparing like this. This is Trikula of Gabadhatu or Vajrakatu, Padmakatu, Bakula, and Buddha Kula. So we have in Thai inscription. So Vajra Kula is go with the Vajradhatu, Padma Kula, with Padma Dhatu and Chakra Dhatu. And these Dhatu go with Sakyamuni, with Padma go with Amitabha, and Chakra go with Vairochana. And also we also have the name of the Bodhisattva. Sakyamuni so go with Vajradhara, and Amitabha go with Avalokiteśvara, and Vairochana go with Vajrasattva. And the three Buddha go with the three Sunyatas. Sakyamuni go with Sunyata. Avalokiteśvara, Amitabha go with Mahasunyata. And Vairochana and Vajrasattva go with Sunyata Jito. And now we can compare the picture of the Maha Mandala, so that found in the East Asia Esoteric Buddhism. Here we have the Mahakura, the Gapadatu Mandalas composed. These are two directions. One direction from the east to the south, another from the north, the north to the east to the west, and the north to the south. So here we are the center, and then go this way. We have another hole belong to the Buddha Kula, and go the horizon from the north to the south. So we have another hole like a lotus hole. This belongs to Avalokiteśvara, and this hole is a Vajra hole. It belongs to Vajrapani. In the picture you can see here the Buddha Vairochana in the meditation mudra, and the north is Ratnaketu. In the east, Ratnaketu. In the south is Samkurumita Raja Buddha. In the west is Amitabha or Amitayut Buddha, and in the north, so we have Divya Dundu Buddha. So this is 5 Buddha go with the Gapadatu Kosa. So and here now we compare with the Dông Du'o'ng. At the Dông Du'o'ng, we have this line 1, 2, 3. It's belong to Buddha Kula, and in this direction we have Avalokiteśvara hole here, Ipadmadatu, and in number 5 is belong to Vajrabani hole or Vajradhatu. So we have 3 family: Buddha family, Padma family, and Vajra family. Here, the statue we found is Tara, is an incarnation of Avalokiteśvara, is belong to Padma Kula, Padma family. But we haven't seen, we haven't found any sculpture of the Avalokiteśvara in Dông Du'o'ng. But during the excavation of Pak Bang Che, he mentioned about a lot of broken pieces of the bronze broken pieces of the statue was damaged. Among them, there's a hand, the hand keeping keeping a boat. It belong to Kamandalu. It belong to maybe belong to Avalokiteśvara, but very lucky. So in 1978, we found the torn Tara. Yeah. So in Vairochana Sutra is mentioned Tara, it belongs to Avalokiteśvara in the Padma family. And here we have a Sakyamuni was in the main altar and the main temple of the vihara. So this is a perfect Sakyamuni statue. He in the hand position of teaching, because he teach the secret of the Mahavairochana. And here we have a Amitabha here in the central temple. The central temple is the open air. There are the 4 entrances. You see here, the 4 entrances, because Amitabha is belong to the luminate. He is a unnumerable luminate. So this belong to the light, the luminate. So it's open air temple to spread out the illuminate of the Amitabha. And he also belong to Padma family. And now we go with the second section of the structure in Dông Du'o'ng. Interestingly, because this we found the 4 statue is very fit with the 4 wisdom comes, or we call Vidyadharas in the Gapadatu mandala. So we have here we have a Yamantaka riding on the buffalo. Look at it here. And Asalanatha located here. And Trailokaya Vajra located here. And this one, Trailokia Vijaja located here. So this now we still remain 2 statues. This one and this one. So displaying at the Cham Museum in Da Nang. If you go to Da Nang, you can see this sculpture. And then for the ancient tree, the long horn. So we have a statue like this. The Vairocana, so located here, worshipping here. And this is Kasyapa, worship together with Vairocana. And then Vajra Sattva or Vajra Dara or Vajrabani here. I will explain this statue, the Kasyapa later. So here, and then we have the stupa around, built around the vihara. The number is 56. The small stupa, and 6 tall stupa. So we identify 56 brick stupa like Indra Kila or Vajra, symbolize for the exterior of Vajra hall. That is the protector of the vihara. So be around the vihara. And also right in Da Nang city, so we found the Vajrabani mandala in the cave of the Marble Mountain. So here, this is in the cave. You see in the cave, and then Vajrabani. This is the unique Vajrabani found in Chamba, in Chamad until now. But luckily, because it go very fit with the Vajrabani or Vajrasattva mentioned in the Ang Thai inscription. So now we can compare the wisdom king in Gapadatu mandala. This is found in Shingon Mikyo Buddhism in Japan. Here. So you can see. So we can see here Yamantaka, and here Trailokia Vajra, and this Bodhisattva Prajna Paramita in the middle. And then we have Trailokia Vijaya, and the last one is Asalanatha. So go very fit with the horn of angel or the horn of wisdom king in Gapadatu mandala. And here we have another hole in the east of the mandala. So we have we call the horn of encompassing knowledge, or the horn of Buddha Mother, because here we have 4 Buddha Mother, like Chundi, from the left to the right, Chundi, Buddha Lochana, Sapatagatha Chana Mutra, and Mahavira, or Mahasuka Amoghapāśa. And the most interesting is the statue of Kashyapa. You mentioned here, this part, in his neck, you know, the folder. This symbolizes for the old man. It was identified by Pierre Baptiste, the curator of Guimet Museum in Paris. He's the first one identify the name of this statue. But he didn't put Kashyapa in the complex of the Gapadatu mandala. So now we can compare the statue of Dông Du'o'ng in the what they got to Gapadatu mandala, and the Dông Du'o'ng is composed by Gapadatu mandala, also with the Avalokiteśvara mandala. So here we can see the composition of Dông Du'o'ng. We see on the map in the middle, in the center, in Avalokiteśvara mandala center, Padma in the center. Padma is Amitabha in the center, and it is the chakra is belong to Vairochana, and in the south is a Ratna Sambhava, in the west is a Vajra Akshobhya, and in the north is Khanka. It belong to Amoghapāśa. So we have and you say from the east to the west in the axis east west. So we have Vairochana with chakra. In the middle is Amitabha. In the west, Vajra is Akshobhya or Sakyamuni, because Sakyamuni is a Niyamanakaya of the Dharma. So he can change, he can substitute to Akshobhya. And here we can come back.
May I request you to please wind up in 5 minutes?
Oh, okay. I will finish soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we can compare with the very well-known tantra of Avalokiteśvara, the Om Mani Padme Hum, with 3 jhana, 3 Buddha in Dông Du'o'ng is Om Mani Padme Hum. So you have this Om go with Vairochana, Mani Padme go with Amitabha, and Sakyamuni Akshobhya go with Hum. So we have the east, the central, and the west. And we can compare another temple, another vihara, also esoteric in another country in Asia. You see the structure like this along from the east to the west, from the east to the west, or another structure like in Kesaria, Bihar, India, or Borobudur in Indonesia, especially with the Angkor Bayong. Especially in Angkor Bayong, you can see the line like this. I suppose maybe this is Gapadatu mandala, because you have the center here and 2 buildings, 2 holes. This is maybe Avalokiteśvara. This is maybe Vajrasattva. And then very important is the oldest of the Parimoo Sea in China. He built along this composition like this. So, and in Japan also we have the mandala, the Kama mandala with the statue. So in conclusion, we say the structure design of Avalokiteśvara Vihara Dông Du'o'ng is based on the future of the Gapadatu mandala and Avalokiteśvara mandala to celebrate the main god of the Vihara and to practice the special ritual of the the charm Esoteric Buddhism. In contemporaneously, during the 8th to 10th century, the Kapma Mandala Temple presenting the two great mandala of Esoteric Buddhism, Vajraratu Mandala and Garbhadatu Mandala, is a polar in Mahayana Buddhism in Southeast and Southeast Asia. So we would like to thank to Venerator Thích Huệ Vinh, the abbot of Quán Thế Âm Buddhism Temple in Da Nang, to support us. We also thank you for Professor Yutaka Shigera discussed about the architecture of Dông Du'o'ng, and Professor Peter Sarok in Suez to discuss about the Esoteric Buddhism, and Dr. Shine to discuss about Japanese Buddhism. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerated Tran Ki Phuong, for your detailed presentation. Now we move on to the second presentation of this afternoon, and we'll take the questions later on. The next presentation is on Amoghapāśa manifestation of Avalokiteśvara, South Bihar, and the Malay-Javanese world by Dr. Elora Tribedy. Dr. Elora Tribedy is a field archaeologist and assistant professor, School of Historical Studies at Nalanda University, Rajgir. She also offers courses in the School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy, and Comparative Religions at Nalanda University. She completed her undergraduate studies in history from Presidency College, Kolkata, and postgraduate studies in ancient history, culture, and archaeology from Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute with distinction. Her doctoral research, funded by Indian Council for Historical Research, explored the missing links between the Buddhist and Buddhist cult of Tara in the historical period and the cult of Tara in contemporary worship in Eastern India. She has done interdisciplinary summer school program in the University of Antwerp, Belgium. The floor is to you, Dr. Tribedy. We are looking forward for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have the presentation loaded? Can you zoom it a little bit more? Zoom the screen. Can you please? This one. Thank you. First of all, thank you, ma'am, for chairing the session, and thank you, Himanshu, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to discuss one of the papers that is in process and in progress. I was very happy when ma'am talked about this workshop quite a few months back, and on the debate of Indianization as well as localization, and how we should be more careful about understanding shared cultural past. And I was very happy when in one of the online lectures, she asked a very particular question, that you talked about iconographic diffusion, but you never to the speaker that there was no explanation on the nature of diffusion, of how the diffusion happened, or actually whether it happened. So as we gathered from the few talks in last few lectures, that it's easy to talk about connection, the results. I think Zara also highlighted that the results are very clear to us, but not the process. So there are bits and pieces, but not a grand narrative. So I hope my paper would contribute to that. So I choose to talk on Amoghapāśa manifestation of Avalokiteśvara, understanding the series of sculptures from South Bihar as well as from Indonesia, Malaysia, the Malay-Javanese world. To come to this whole equation of Amoghapāśa, Avalokiteśvara, and I'm apologizing in the beginning because sometimes it might look like too technical information, but please bear with me. I have something to contribute in the end to the debate. So first of all of you, if you are aware with the idea of Avalokiteśvara, who is a bodhisattva, so what we see is at a stage of the cultic development of Avalokiteśvara, we are seeing a particular specialization within the cultic within the cult of Avalokiteśvara, which is going on. So it's very clear from Western Deccan caves and seeing the visual and the textual evidence what we have from all of Asia, that Avalokiteśvara was one of the most important Buddhist deity, was venerated by the sailors, by common people, by inland, by coastline, by maritime, Southeast Asia, in India, so in China, in Japan. But what we see is because of we are moving beyond the idea of core and center and periphery, multiple areas of actions. So we'll see that there were many different ways how Avalokiteśvara, the idea of Avalokiteśvara was received. And what we see in regard to Amoghapāśa, there is a particular further late Mahayana development within that particular cult of Avalokiteśvara, known as the Amoghapāśa. Now, the meaning of the term Amoghapāśa, the unfailing news. And now it also comes with the question of why Pasha. As many of you know that there is a Shaivite connection with the Pasha, but where it is here applicable in the sense of the news is used with what we can believe as a way of saving somebody or pulling somebody out of the dangers, whether there are different opinions about what was the news important or the Pasha important for. I do believe that it was as an important part of the existing idea of Avalokiteśvara, who is considered and venerated as a savior. So what we have regarding Amoghapāśa manifestation of Avalokiteśvara, there is enough evidence from visual as well as the textual traditions from India mainland, from of course from China, as well as from Japan, Southeast Asia, and Nepal. We have a good amount of information where we can look into this. But problem is this particular form is neither discussed in Sadhanamala or Nishpanni Yogavali, which are the two important texts we use to interpret and discuss the late Mahayana and the early esoteric or the late esoteric iconographies. Neither do we have any form of text in Indonesia where there are several manifestations are considered of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara are found. So what actually it is? So in construct, what we have is the early a kind of a Mahayana text, the Amoghapāśa Kalparaja, and it's a volume of 26 chapters. Whereas the first chapter is known as the Amoghapāśa Hridaya Dharani, or the Sutra, Mahayana Sutra. Now, we know that this text is not available to us. I was just referring to this information yesterday, and we know that this text existed, and it must have existed before it was first translated into Chinese, which was late 6th century by Gyanagupta. And we know Xuanzang, Bodhiruchi, Amoghavajra. There were a couple of translations in Chinese of this Mahayana Sutra, Amoghapāśa Hridaya Mahayana Sutra. Another piece of information that we have is a Buddhist monk from Kashmir, quite late. So these are the two layers that we'll also see in the sculpture today, that the sadhana by Shakya Sri Vadra, who was from Kashmir, but he was residing in Bodh Gaya, where he noticed he's supposed to have this vision of Amoghapāśa. And in the vision, we do not know whether it was a dream or actual, because he mentioned about this fasting ritual which was taking place at Bodh Gaya in order of Amoghapāśa Lokeshwar, who was already a very well-known deity. And I'm talking about 12th century, which explains the later layer of development. And also in present day Nepal, as well as from medieval time to present day, Amoghapāśa Lokeshwar Puja is a very important ritual with the Ashtami Brata. As well as I was saying that there are profusion of images from India, Java, Nepal, and Tibet. Now, today I'm going to talk about, as I can only touch, just not in very detail of the range, the first part of my paper, is I will try to see that what is this debate over for, because now, as also we saw in with this model, network model in the Indianization and localization debate, we are trying to focus more on iconographies or visible evidence from the south, which looks like it's a local genius. So whether we can take the 8-arm or the Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara as the creation of the local genius, or we have to actually look into a broader scheme. That is actually the main theme of my talk. I'll be looking into sculptures from Bihar and Odisha, and then I'll be sorry.
Huh?
Okay. Am I going to? Okay. Okay. So and finally we'll try to explain whether what this case study tells us. Okay. So after the reception, I'll just go forward. After the reception, we can see whether we have any clear idea or not. He has to maximize. Yeah. Okay. So now, before beginning, I just want to give you a clear idea that a very, very interesting observation is it's not essential that any Avalokiteśvara iconography or sculpture which bears a pasha should be called Amoghapāśa. At the same time, it's not essential that any and all Amoghapāśa sculptures should have 8 arms. So I want to just clarify that before even going into that, because we do have many references where the Amoghapāśa label is available and the Amoghapāśa iconography is 4-armed. So there are 6 single-headed, 6 8-armed, 4-armed, and also what I'm trying to get at, that number of hands, or sometimes we do not see the tiger skin or the antelope skin there in the Southeast Asia image. So hands and cloth were not the essential components in the iconographic representation of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara. Thank you. So as I said, that there are many 10-arm form, and there is in Japan, we have 8-armed or 6-arm form. Thank you. So rather than looking into the deviation, I'll just go into the slide now. So first of all, I want all of you to have a look at the sculpture, which is often given very, very less importance. And it's just is, can you please minimize this? It's, yeah, thank you. So it was found in the place somewhere between the temple number 3 and 12 in Nalanda. And it's one of the, we can generally say that this is a 12-arm Avalokiteśvara. And we can also see, and I think me and Dr. Uma, we were also trying to look into what are the attributes in different hands. And we do find that there are Tathagata Vandana Mudra, the water vessel has a very, what is the point to make this one, right? So water vessel is here very much, the water vessel is in down, whereas you can see that there one of the hand, the upper hand, I just need this, sorry, this one. So you can see the, very importantly, Akshamala here, text here, water vessel, as well as the Varada Mudra. And where is the noose then? So the noose comes somewhere here, always on the left side, which shows that even if whether it is Amoghapāśa or not a simple 12-arm form of Avalokiteśvara, the noose is not one of the main attributes here. But what is not understood here, that this is one of the earliest example that we have is of a clear depiction of what can be considered as Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara, because it is not only a Avalokiteśvara image. And if we look closely, we'll see that this is a sculptural mandala, which is very clearly can be identified with Tara being seated here, Brikati there. Then we have Arya Saraswati here. And then we also have the Pandaravasini here. Whereas we will see that the Amoghasiddhi is located here and then just above Tara and then Ratnasambhava here. So, and Amitava would be of course here. So this is just not an image of Avalokiteśvara, but rather a sculptural mandala which has been there, which prompted people like Lyoske, Pratapaditya Pal, Debalamitra to consider that this is actually one of the most early depiction of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara, despite the 12-arm form. Now, I was trying to look into the art, the stylistic patterns or stylistic form, if I can say that there are different opinions, and I would place it by pre-Pala or whatever I can say as later Gupta or before the Palas, that the site was also active. And how do I do that? I actually try to look into more detail of in a comparison of how the depiction around the crown has happened and how this umbrella is also located. So I would place this sculpture 2, 7, 8th century in alignment with the opinion with the other scholars. What I just want to highlight also again, what we cannot see here are these 2 lotus stalks, which become very, very crucial for the Southeast Asian later reproduction also, which I'll come back to the later if I have time. So now I was trying to look into whether there are other examples of this. And one of the most important, another example of the same 12-arm Avalokiteśvara is available from a site which is very close, an ancient site called Telhara. And this sculpture is now in Indian Museum collection, and the photograph also clearly shows what I want to show is the Kamandalu being here, the Pash being here, or the Pasha being here, whereas you can see the Avaya Mudra, the Varada Mudra, as well as the lotus, the Tridandi, as well as the text being here. So actually, he has all the attributes if he has to be depicted with 12 hands. At the same time, we have Tara Brikati also depicted here along with the Preta and Hayagriva. So this is very example. So there is another replica of, when Vadillo also was discussing the cult, the very important article, he used this sculpture to explain a very particular form of 12-arm Amoghapāśa, which is there in Nepalese painting. Now, what we can look into, there is another replica of the same sculpture, which was made at the site of Telhara, which is now preserved there in the site, which can be dated to little late 9th and 10th century. So looking into the map, so what exactly has been proposed by Lyoske and later Sonali Dhingra, that they thought that possibly because of the later form, I will show to some of the later, 6-arm form, which have been recovered from Kurkihar, where the same, if you minus 6 arm from 12 arms, you will see that exactly the Pash, the lotus, the Kamandalu, the Avaya Mudra, and the hand with the Ratna, as well as the Akshamala is placed in the same way, whereas Tara and Brikati are there. So they thought these are the original, actually the earliest sculptures of Amoghapāśa, where the Pasha becomes much clearer in late 9th and 10th century from Gaya and Bihar. Hence they proposed the idea that it was not here, it was not Nalanda, but it was not Nalanda, but it was Gaya, Kurkihar, Pretsila Hills in Gaya. That was the area because they already Amoghapāśa's connection with the funerary rites were highlighted. However, we can see that if the early forms come from Nalanda and Telhara, and then there is a later reception, local reception at Gaya, it changes the whole orientation of the theory here. Now, I'll just go back to some of the other 12 arms. So people do not talk about the 12 arm Avalokiteśvara, which are there from Gaya. So not always that not necessarily all 12-arm form of Avalokiteśvara were Amoghapāśa, but there are examples. For example, this, which I am yet to publish, and almost they are from a site in Gaya, which shows very clearly the same replication of what we have seen in Telhara, and there is direct relation with the Nalanda site for the inscription, which I have found here. So I just want to highlight, because the Pasha is sometimes very, it's on the side, so you can actually see it. So it looks like that it is just one of the attributes. So coming to the idea that even for Odisha, which has a beautiful, I would say that a cult of Amoghapāśa, which was going on. And in a same way, what we can identify is actually, they were also making sculptural mandalas. So these are not just sculptures. These are actually the early form of sculptures which have the mandalas there. And the oldest sculpture in Orissa has the Pasha in the left hand, whereas we see little bit later, from the mid 9th century onwards, the Pasha was given the main important role, and the Pasha is transformed from the left side to the right upper right hand, which you can see from the site of Ratnagiri itself. So what we can see is even the Hayagriva becomes very important in the cult. Now, I can see that there are reception. When we talk about reception, it's the reception has not to be cross-oceanic. Even the reception can be between the Nalanda sector and the Gaya sector, or from Bihar as well as Nalanda. And everywhere it has its own way of how, I think the last present speaker was also talking about, how it has its own system of making it its own within its existing society and all. So I think that the Ratnagiri series of Amoghapāśa has a very crucial importance given the esoteric nature of the site. Now, moving on to the second part, or the final part of my presentation, I would say that let us now look into actually some of the early images which have been proposed as the unique 8-arm examples of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara in Malay, Java, Sumatra. Are these examples of local genius? Now, I would just say that maybe this came from Pratapadityapal, that 8-armed Amoghapāśa is not there in India. So very clearly, it's a local, because, for example, this sculpture, it would be dated to somewhere in 8th century, right? And so it will, of course, look like that when they were still experimenting with where to put the Pasha, they actually already came up with the Amoghapāśa with the right orientation. But let us see this. Like I would just say that Jensen Clear has clearly, as Stephen was also quoting him, that the standing 8-arm Amoghapāśa appears to be originated in Malay archipelago, an enduring, well-traveled figure in the Sanskrit wall, never occupied a place in Indian Buddhism. So I'll come back to this argument, though I have discussed before also that it's not about the arms, it's not about the clothes, which can be even within deviation within the cult. Now, what exactly was happening? Because they have to explain this kind of images, which has sometimes a kind of which has sometimes this kind of 8-armed, and they're in addition to different kind of attributes. Sometimes it has the Pasha, and on the left side itself. And this can be dated, of course, to the Srivijayan time period. Now, what I don't see people discussing, and I want to come back to this, is for example, this is what I think Stephen was also showing. I cannot copy, but I just tried to take a screenshot and then highlight some point. Is Bodhisattva Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara, where you can see clearly the Pasha being present on the left side. And the museum description itself say that, well, we can date it to somewhere in the 8th century, but its immediate predecessor will be the 12-arm image at Nalanda. So I don't want to contradict that. And if I have to contradict on Sinclair's point, he just directly quoted after saying that never occupied a place in Indian Buddhism. And he discussed that maybe there is only one example. And this is this 8-arm Amoghapāśa painting from this manuscript, which he discussed. And he says that maybe it is not from, though it is early 12th, early 13th or late 12th century, but maybe it's just from Nepal. And they used Newari's painters to copy the Proto-Bengali, the Sena period time style. So I don't know how to put that, but what I see is possible that many of this kind of Amoghapāśa, 8-arm Amoghapāśa images, which are available, as also you are discussing, throughout Indonesia, Malaysia, and southern Thailand, many times, and they are dated all to 7th, 8th century, many times the attributes are missing from their 8 hands. And even if it is not missing, sometimes the Pasha is not there. So what actually we are arguing about, a local genius or a contemporary contest for establishing the local prestige, or how we are, this is the reason that we are getting at, that whether we can exactly use this evidence to actually say, or is this an exaggerated piece? Another point that I want to highlight is when we look into this kind of sculpture, we forget that this is a production which is succeeded by this series. These are some of the early, because we talk about only important centers and not the landscape. So these are some of the newly discovered 4-arm Avalokiteśvara images along the Batanghari River and the Jambi province. So Jambi province is, of course, it's known for Muaro Jambi and other important Buddhist sites. But what we have is a clear example of how the 4-armed, which also Sinclair agrees, that how the 4-arm Avalokiteśvara was much more prominent in case of whole of Sumatra. And if it was a receipt point from Sumatra, and then later transported to the whole Malay-Javanese world, why not we can connect it with something else? For example, why do we only have to look at Pala? For example, there is very less discussion of how similar schemes were adopted with the Sinhalese metal images that we are getting, or the Peninsula metal Buddhist metal images, along with the Sumatran, this kind of metal images, or the Java bronze images. So it's not necessarily that we have to locate everything to Pala and Sena. There were other influences as well as Orissa. So okay, ma'am, I'll try to wrap it up. Yes. So it lands me to this big question also, the hiatus, which we also should look at. That okay, we have a series of 8-arm, whether it's just Avalokiteśvara or Amoghapāśa from 10th century, 8th to 10th century, and there is nothing after that. And then it restarts with something like this. Now, when you look into this, there are no evidence that these were the sculptural mandala of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara. All the images are alone. All the Avalokiteśvara are portrayed alone, and their attributes are given in their hand. So were they not familiar that Amoghapāśa is actually should be portrayed along with according to the text, with a kind of a group or ensemble? So what we are having after this hiatus is this whole series of what we know as the very typical Java Bali. For the first example, I can locate is from Bali. This is thanks to Natasha's book. What we can see that this is more different. The image is more straight. The Kamandalu is there, as well as we can also see that the lotus is there, as well as the Pasha is somewhere there. And this is said that this was made just like a portrait, but we can clearly see that this regeneration of the Amoghapāśa image possibly started because the king during whose time it was made had a military campaign against the Srivijayans, which then again backfired, and he had to retaliate to the Java from Bali to Java. So what we see again, another one where very clear, very noted, the Chandi Jago example of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara actually having a mandala along with Tara Burkuti on both sides, and possibly Sudhana Kumar as well as Hayagriva as a mandala, though. So there is little difference, but mostly it conformed to the Sakya Shribadra's description of the 12th century. As well as we know, this is one of the finest because we have all the examples, attributes clear, which is also a mandala. You can see the divinities here, as well as we can see the jinas depicted here along with the Kamandalu and the Pasha. What we also should see is the use of this lotus stalk, which is very clear from the Nalanda examples, very clearly there, as well as the use of the Nagari script in the inscription for this, which also is highlighted by Rachel, and I think Sir is going to talk about it, so I'm not touching that. And again, a copy or a gift from the same Chandi Jago to the Sumatra, along with the mandala itself, where a clear definition is there, and it's an inscribed image, 3 times inscribed actually. So the image survived, as well as later reconsecrated by, just in wrapping up, ma'am, in the 14th century, which also Sir is going to talk about. I'm not going to touch it there. So what we can see that the later examples are more clear that these are Amoghapāśa, whereas the earlier examples looks like Avalokiteśvara with 8 arms. And what does that mean? So actually, possibly, there is a kind of reception in Southeast Asia. There is a local genius, but not regard to the Amoghapāśa 8-arm form of Amoghapāśa. So this early series can be interpreted as a local way of portraying that Avalokiteśvara's cult has, or Avalokiteśvara's personality has the 8 arms to protect from the 8 perils, which also I think Stephen was saying in the last lecture, which is, I won't be connecting it to the Western Deccan in that way because it traveled a long time after that. But possibly if there was a connection between the Western Deccan caves, Western coast, as well as the Southeast Asia, through China, through Sri Lanka also, what we see that even it's very clear that possibly the perils or role of Avalokiteśvara as a savior became crucial in giving a local kind of iconographic innovation to Avalokiteśvara with 8 arms, which were clearly not Amoghapāśa at that point. So Sadharma Pundarika Sutra talks about not 8, but 12, 16, 18, and many other dangers which never got represented in sculptural form. So there are Diamond Mountain, severe storm, falling from Mount Meru, some scary stuff there. So some more, what I want to see that, so there is one example which we can have, it's the mandala of Amoghapāśa Avalokiteśvara, which is in Rubin Museum of Art, which we can see that Amoghapāśa is clearly represented here, as well as this mandala is very important, because in the same mandala we see Amoghapāśa, Avalokiteśvara is shown saving different people from 8 dangers. At the same time, it mentions about the Amoghapāśa's brata, which will help people to survive from 8 different types of near-death experiences. So to say that, I'll just conclude here. So have a look at this, the stylistic or the scheme also. When we look into the early images like this, we clearly see that this is an independent image of Avalokiteśvara, of course, with 4 or 8 arms. But the whole situation changes from the 11th, 12th century, where the Amoghapāśa iconography becomes much more clear in connection to this early form of early example from Nalanda. So I would say that it is important that maybe something is originate somewhere, and something is received in a very different manner in somewhere. But what we have to look is in a sequence, not examples from between of, particularly in regard to sculpture, to understand how things were being received and locally being made into another kind of creative examples. So I would like to conclude that uh, we cannot just say that it was like in localization. So it's not local genius, because they were very clear. If I can just go, they were very clear when in the later examples of Bali or Java, that they will replicate each of the attributes in the series that it has been in the text, and it has been shown in the sculpture in India. So we cannot call it a kind of just a localized pattern. So what I would rather say, it's a case of selective localization. So you can only localize some things which are transformable, but you have to keep strictly adhere to certain textual and visual corpus when you are trying to be particular about mandala and other things. So I would say that localization cannot be even, or local genius cannot be very loosely taken when it comes to this debate. So I'll stop there.
Brilliant presentation, Dr. Tribedy, and it shows how passionately rather you were studying all your icons, and your elaborate description of each piece was really taking us there. But due to, unfortunately, paucity of time, we have to move on. Otherwise, we can have many more slides from you. But now I present the last and the third presentation of this session, and last talk presentation by for this going on workshop. As the title is Seva Kola Rituals, Tantric Buddhism and Royalty, Parallels Between Bhaumakaras of Odisha and Singhasari of Java in Early Medieval Times, by Dr. Umakant Misra. Dr. Umakant Misra is Assistant Professor in the Department of History, Provincial University, Cuttack, and his research interests include examining religious equations between Buddhism and Hinduism in early medieval India, religions in early medieval Odisha, India, and maritime archaeology, especially the boat building tradition. He has published extensively on these topics. So I request Dr. Umakant Misra kindly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Ray, for inviting me. I am one of her early students, and in psychology, we used to learn that there is primacy and recency. The first and the last is remembered, but not in this case, I believe, both because of lack of my scholarship, as well as because of it's the fag end of such an intense 3 days or 2.5 days. It's a slightly different title, but I'll be looking at 1268 to 1292. That's the period of a ruler called Ketanagara of Singhasari dynasty. Just Elora showed Amoghapāśa images of Chandijago, which was considered to be the funerary monument of Ketanagara's father, Vishnuvardhana. And there is an argument now, and the long argument has been that these monuments are funerary monuments. And Ketanagara is credited to have introduced so-called a syncretic called Shiva Buddha, and more of a local genius, as people say. Very recently, both Ian Sinclair as well as Andrea have published 2 papers stating that it is not Indic origin, or there are about, there are about presence of these statuaries and the religious beliefs which suggest trans-local circulations. But at the same time, they talk about the coming together of the Tantric Buddhism and Tantric Saivism in the form of Vajra Bhairava. And they have taken the Padang Rocho image of Bhairava, which is again considered to be that of Kritanagara, which was transferred to Sumatra, like the Amoghapāśa image was transferred or donated by Kritanagara to Sumatra for the benefit of Sumatran people, the king, local king, and others. I'll come back to these. But the very fact that these images have Sanskrit inscriptions, both in Nagari as well as in Kawi. We are talking about this in 1280, and there are series of rituals at the end of his career. He was about to be assassinated. There are series of rulers because there is a traditions which has been described in Parapaton, a text of 15th century, which says about of certain deeds that the king would be killed. So he would be also killed in 1292 by one of his chiefs. But before that, there was an impending invasion of Kublai Khan because he rebuked the ambassador of Yuan king or Yuan emperor Kublai Khan not to submit to him and not to send tribute. And it was an impending threat because he had marital connections with Champa. A Champan princess was married to Ketangara, and in 1280-81, I believe, Champa was conquered by Kublai Khan, and Champa decided to send tribute. Just before his assassination, and I looked at the Indian ephemeris to come to the date, it's 1292, April 17th, which is a Thursday, he consecrated an image of Chamunda in Singasari temple, which is again considered to be the royal funerary temple, consecrated or erected by himself in 1200, maybe 82. And how do we look at this? Devanagari inscriptions, because Devanagari as a script in India itself developed in 12th century. The difference between Proto-Nagari and Devanagari is that you have the, what I'll show in the inscriptions, image inscriptions, you have the horizontal stroke on the alphabet, which is absent in early, which you call as Proto-Nagari, which is absent, which came up only after 12th century or after 11th century. It came up only in early 12th century. We have these inscriptions on the images. I'll describe about the images and possible configurations in Chandijago and elsewhere. But in he donated, he sent Amoghapāśa image inscription, whose replica was also created in bronzes. And there are 7 bronze images of these replica we have found. The main image of Amoghapāśa was constructed in Chandijago in 1274, but Amoghapāśa, both stone image as well as the bronze replica, were sent to Malayu, which he conquered in 1200 and was sent in 1286. And I'll also look at the Sanskrit inscriptions. But just before assassinations, I told you that he consecrated Chamunda. And in Deshavarnana of Prapancha, which is again a text which was written in 1385, which is a Buddhist, more like a Buddhist text, because the author has clear Buddhist predilections. And he says that in his old days, he resorted to many esoteric practices, Kirtangara, and which he calls as prayoga kriyas. And what could be the possible prayoga kriyas? And I believe that these possible prayoga kriyas include the Kolo rituals, where both Chamunda and Bhairavas are important deities. So these are the context in which I'll be looking at. And I believe that instead of talking about a local genius or a transcultural network where we have an overlapped system of Shiva and Buddha coming together in the form of Vajra Bhairava, I believe that Shaivism and Buddhism were parallel systems and used as such by Kirtangara. But at the same time, there are overlaps between the two. The best example is Vajra Mahakala image in Ratnagiri. So I'll draw many of the parallels from Odisha because I belong to Odisha. But because I am from Odisha, I am also a Jajurvedi Brahmin, Ekadishta Brahmin. And while classifying the languages of India, Grayson faced many problems regarding the classifications of Odia and Gujarati, whether it's a Dravidian, because we have a lot of Urdhva, Mudra, Bak, lot of cerebral being used, hala, and that is called as Onarya languages in Rig Veda. But I am a Vedic Brahmin. So why am I saying so? Because of the larger context in which these terms are being used. I'll also use one term today, and therefore I am skipping. So since but what we see, Indianizations is broadly understood as diffusion and adoption of Indian cultural values to Southeast Asia. Indian cultural circulatory model proposes to go beyond external diffusion model from India or local or autonomous specificities. It proposes circulatory dynamics of transfer of cultural, religious, diplomatic, economic values involving various actors, agencies, and cultural geography. Like the emergence of cosmopolitan vernacular languages in South Asia and Southeast Asia, we have clear example of Kakwin like Ramayana, and both Kidung literature. I am not going to draw the distinction today between Kakwin and Kidung literature of Southeast Asia, but we have Ramayana, Sutashoma, Arjuna Vilasa, Ghatatkacha, which are clear manifestations of Sanskrit influencing. For example, all Kakwin literature, we have the chandas of Sanskrit being used. But when we come to Kidung literature, we have the so-called localizations. We find this also in many of the art and architectures of Majapati period, which just followed after the death of Kritanagara. The Indic circular system refers to a process of osmosis, specificities, but simultaneously commonalities across different cultural geography of Southeast Asia and South Asia. I have used this model, which is more drawn from our circulatory system of human body, but which is called fractal circulatory schemes of Indic culture that we have nodes like, for example, major arteries, but there are many circulatory, we have many circulatory circles which cannot be classified in terms of Euclidean geometry, and therefore as a non-Euclidean geometry, the use of fractal has come into being. This is a beautiful painting from from Brazilian artist Landini about slide this about the use of fractal circulatory Indic culture systems. So we have therefore the major arteries coming from India, but there are many circulatory systems, and they have their own specificities, which as I told you, Sheldon Pollock is talking of vernacularization. So, as in the development of old Javanese literature, where local Kavi script and old Javanese language developed following Sanskritic norms of Chanda as part of literary aesthetizations of that text, the monuments, statuaries reveal Indic influence with Javanese fits and forms. Many of the ideologies which molded Southeast Asian art inscription texts suggest that Nusantaro was part of fractal circulatory system of some aspects of Indic cultures. Rather than viewing such circulation as being limited to the Puranic geography of Bharatavarsha, with specific points of diffusion of cultures or specific agents of cultural transference. This fractal system refers to, like as in different Puranic geography of Bharatavarsha in 7th century CE onwards, where we see cosmopolitan vernacular fits and forms, the monuments, inscriptions, statuaries, literature of East Java reveal cosmopolitan vernacular culture as part of fractal circulatory culture. About Singhasari dynasty, as I told you, I gave you a brief introduction. He is called Shiva Buddha, but he is one who introduced Shiva Buddha cult, and his Singhasari temple, Jayu temple, is considered to be representing the royal figure of the king, which has been represented as Shiva Buddha. As I told you, I want to make the argument that Saivism and Buddhism remain parallel system, even though there are large areas of overlap, resulting in Vajra Bhairava, Vajra Mahakala, as in Odisha. And I'm going to show that. I'm not going into it. About the literary traditions of East Java. But Singhasari is located in East Java. I must put this because after the eruption of Marepi, after the volcanic eruptions of Marepi, we see around 10th century AD, there is a shift to Brantas Delta, and we have the irrigated agricultural system emerging, as well as Kediri emerging as an important kingdom in East Java. After that, Oiralanga unified two parts of Eastern Java, but somehow he decided to divide the kingdom between his two sons, and it was Kritanagara and his father, Vishnuvardhan, who for the first time unified two parts of Eastern Java, which is called Jungle and Panjul regions. That is Malang area and the Kediri area. And he was the man who not only unified but also expanded. He expanded into Madura, to Sunda, to Malayu, and therefore he created a broad, expansionist kingdom, and then constructed these statuaries and inscriptions. And I have quoted from Canto 43:3-4 of Nagarakatagama or Deshavarnana, that he resorted to many of the esoteric practices, Prayoga Kriyas and Gana Chakras, which are part of the Buddhist rituals. Prayoga Kriya reminds me of Kola rituals, which is part of the Ashtakamakala Prayoga. I'll come back to this because he consecrated the Chamunda image, which is not moving. These are the timelines about Katangara's timeline. So in 1269, in one of the inscriptions, he talks about his new conquest of Sunda Island, I believe, or no, Madura, and also talking about the unification which had just taken place. But in between, as you could see, there are many internal troubles he had to quell, which the Singhasari dynasty faced all through. And in 1280, Bali and Sunda were conquered. He again quelled a rebel within the kingdom. 1280, he most likely constructed Chandijago temple. But in 1285, Kublai Khan, as I told you, had annexed Champa. Oh, sorry. In 1286, I have already discussed this. Just before his assassination, he consecrated the images. These are, this is not visible. These are the temples which are in East Java. I have taken it from Chandi, Indonesia book. This is from Sidomoilu's distributions of Singhasari and other inscriptions in East Java. These are the temples in Malang area. And this is Chandijago. Hardly anything remains, but there are new kind of building traditions which came up at Chandijago, which is more about recessed temple, recessed pyramidical temple, which was not there earlier. There are obviously images of Vairava Shiva. Chandijago has been described in Deshavarnana as a Buddhist site. There is another Shiva site for Vishnuvardhana as a funerary site. The Shiva sculpture, even though it has been described as a Buddhist monument. This is the Amoghapāśa 8-armed Lokeshwara. This is a freestanding Amoghapāśa where we have, Elora has already described about the iconography features, but we have the freestanding Amoghapāśa mandala here, without the attendant deity being attached to the main images. There are freestanding Amoghapāśa mandala here. In the inscription, which is not visible here, and it is written Bharala Amitava, Bharala Amoghapāśa, Lokeshwara. Obviously, Amoghapāśa or Lokeshwara belonging to Amitava family of Panchadhyani Buddhas. We have these cognizance in different hands. These are the freestanding images which constituted part of the Amoghapāśa mandala, which is described both in Amoghapāśa Rudradharani as well as Amoghapāśa Kalparaj. And the inscription is not visible. As I told you, this is very important. There are many Gina Kim talks about this being similar with Konark temple constructor Narasingha I's inscriptions. Pikron talks about rate revival of the Palasena influence in Southeast Asia. But the fact is that this is written in very good Devanagari, and they are all label inscriptions. Therefore, this is a continuation of Prajnaparamita traditions where actually the images are labeled so that people can read. Therefore, there are people who at least, even if they belong to priestly circle, actually knew Sanskrit along with Kavi script and Java language. This is, I don't have to go into the details of the iconography features. Then we have whether the other images that we have found from Chandijago belongs to this Amoghapāśa mandala, which is described in Amoghapāśa Kalparaja, where we have in the outer orbit the existence of Tathagata mandala, we don't know, or whether the other freestanding temple belong to a Tathagata mandala, that needs to be verified. But I have given one reference from Amoghapāśa Kalparaja, where Tathagata, Pancha Tathagatas also appear as part of the Amoghapāśa mandala. But it could be also that we have these images of possible existence of an independent Tathagata mandala, where we have the description in Ispanna Yogavali, where we have the main Tathagatas in 4 cardinal direction and 1 at the center. And then in the intermediate directions, we have the Pragyasa. And I've given you the Pragyans which has been found. This is in British Museum, but all of them, some Pragyans are missing, some Dhyani Buddhas are missing from Chandijago sample. But look at these, this is the Tathagata is missing, but Varali, Pandara, Vasini, and this is very important to note that they don't write Va, they write Ba. And like we Odias write Ba, they write Ba. And if you look at also Nagarakritagama, Pararatan, the title and also Urare inscriptions, which also where he identifies or himself as Akshava and takes the title, Shiva Vajra title, he takes a Vajra Shiva Buddha. I'll show you the title he has taken in Urare. He identifies, therefore we see the possible existence of an independent Tathagata mandala in Chandijago. The point, the argument I am making is that after the shift from central Java, after the eruption of Mount Merapi, there is an end to the Vajradhatu and Bairochana, Garbhadhatu mandala. And there is a shift to, in both Garbhadhatu mandala as well as in Vajradhatu mandala, and evidence from Duong, he showed us. I have some issues with that, but we see clear-cut end of Charya Tantra and Yoga Tantra in central Indonesia. That goes up to Chandi Plausen. What we see after 10th century AD, when there is a shift to Eastern Java, we see Akshava-based emanations. We see the end of Vairochana, both Avishambhadi Vairochana is as in Vairochana Sutra, as well as Sarvavid Vairochana as in Borobudur. That tradition is ending. What we have? We have the Anuttara Yoga Tantra. Tantric Buddhism is divided into 4 parts: Kriya Yoga, Charya Yoga, Yoga Tantra, and then Anuttara or Yoga Niruttara Tantra. In the Yoga Niruttara Tantra, starting from 6th century AD, we have the Guhya Samaja Tantra, where Akshava is the main Tathagata, and we have the mandala alignment around the central Tathagata of Akshava. And from 10th century, 11th century, 10th century AD onward, we have many of the Krodhantaka deities, such as Heruka, Chakrasambhara, and others coming up. And that provided the platform for the emergence of these overlap systems of so-called Vajra Vairava, Vajra Mahakala, and others. Therefore, what we see in Eastern India is the emergence of Akshava. I showed you one, this is the Akshava image, and the right one is Ratnasambha. We have the Pragyans as well. So what we see in Eastern Java, along with the presence of Amoghapāśa, also the possible emanations of Krodhantaka deities. Why did this happen? I don't know, but this is largely because of the preponderance of Tantric system. And I believe that as part of Guhya Samaja Tantra, the mandala kind of worship, mandala form of worship came in order to subjugate, in order to have victory. This comes up both, Sanderson talks of in the making of this Saiva age, but this is also clear in the in the Guhya Samaja Tantra as well. I'll talk about this Manjusri, whether it is part of the Akshava Mandala, because we have this kind of Akshava Mandala where Dharma Dhatu Vagishwara Manjusri also emerges as part of the Akshava Mandala in Odisha, in Naragad, and therefore whether, but this is a different form of, Manjusri, which was dated to 1265, but has been found from Chandijago. Whether it is part of Manjusri as part of some kind of emanations of Akshava, that needs to be further verified and studied. But what is my argument is the, is the coming of the Krudhantaka deity centering around Akshava. And we have this, therefore I'll come back to this, and that provided the platform for emergence of Heruka, Chakrasambara, and Kublai Khan himself also performed this year. But more importantly, the man who performed the Chakrasambara Tantra, which is part of this Anuttara Yoga Tantra, was a man who was taught by Gautam Misri, who was from Bengal and who went to Tibet, and from there that man learned from Gautam Misri Kalachakra Tantra. And Odisha is considered in Tibetan annal as Ratnagiri especially is regarded as an important center of Kalachakra Tantra. Coming back to this image, I showed you the Amoghapāśa Lokeshwara, freestanding Amoghapāśa Lokeshwara in the Mandala form, where the attendant deities were in freestanding, but here it is part of the part of the stele. And we have on the ground the inscriptions which talks about the possible transference to Sumatra.
Dr. Misra, may I request you to wrap up in 5 minutes, please?
Yes. And this is the inscriptions on the back slab, back of the stele, where Aditya Varmana of Sumatra, who for the first time also declared his independence from Majapahit's control, and therefore used the stele which was transferred to Sumatra in order to assert his independence, newly declared independence. And if you look at this is in Malay, and the inscription which was on the front is in Sanskrit language, but in Kavi script, which was by Kretanagara. And I'll show you. If you look at this, there are references to Matanginis. There are references to Matanginis by Aditya Varmana. I'm somehow missing. And this is done 60 years after, where Sanskrit again comes in by Aditya Varmana, but he describes this Amoghapāśa image as Gagananga, Gaganaganja, which is an independent bodhisattva rather than Amoghapāśa. But he identifies Amoghapāśa as Gaganaganja, an important bodhisattva himself. And on this back slab of not Akshava, but Amoghapāśa, we have references to Matangini, and Matangini figures in Kola rituals and Yogini worships as well. This Amoghapāśa image inscriptions, there are 7, as I told you, steles, bronze steles, which are made and circulated. And inscription is in Sanskrit. And here, Kritanagara takes the title Jnana Vajra Uttanga. Jnana Vajra, Jnana Shiva Vajra, these are the two titles he has taken, and both in Urare inscription, which is an Akshava image. I'll come to this. I'm skipping the rather, it is as part of World Conqueror that this image also represents the Amoghapāśa, but I am coming to Jokodolok image, which is now in Surabaya, but which was consecrated in the Smashana of Urare. That's the inscription, 19-line inscription, which describes such. And there he says that the division of Java into Eastern Java into two parts was again reunited by me, and after the consecrations, Sobhaktyam tam pratistapya soyam purbam pratishthitam. Therefore, he is taking this title of Jnana Vajra, which is Akhyava Anurupata. He is taking a consecrated new name of Jnana Shiva Vajra, which is like Maha Akshava Anurupata, as you could see in line 13. And then this inscription, as has been mentioned, belongs to 1286. That's the. So I told you that Akshava figures in Anuttara Yoga Tantra, and in the Guhya Samatantra itself, for fierce acts, Akshava Mandala is worshipped. And I believe that this is part of his ritual practices. And I have already told you these kind of Trailoka Bijas emerge in different parts of the both sides of the circulative, fractal circulative system. About Saiva Kola ideologies, I'll wrap up. This has led to Andre Akri's article about the overlap of Saivism and Buddhism. And we have this Akshava image, which is there on this, as I told you, this Padangrocha Bhairava image. You could see the Bhairava holding the knife and skull cup. And we have almost similar the Padangrocha Akshava image, as well as the Bhairava image, where Akshava also figures in. So that brings in to both Ian Sinclair as well as Andre to make the argument of the presence of this Vajra Bhairava Tantra, where Akshava and Bhairava comes together. That might be the case, but at the same time, there is sufficient evidence, as I showed you, about the existence of independent. So I refer to this, and therefore I'll come to the Saiva Kula system, where we have these in Chandi Singasari, and this is the which is now in Traulan Museum. This is the Chamunda inscriptions, and we have the Sanskrit language, but Kavi script, which is there on the back slab, which talks about the Pratishta of this for the Sakala Dupantara, for the benefit of all the people of the Dupantara islands, and for what? For Bijaya, for conquest that he refers to. And just finishing, ma'am, just give me, because. And we have in Odisha, in the Saiva temples of Barahi, we have the Ashtakamakala Proyogo, where we have these Basikarana, Sammohana, and other Uchchatana that comes in. But these are the Kola rituals where Chamunda is worshipped. Santiko has also referred to, Banerjee has referred to in his iconography book, but Stambhana, Vasikarana, Marana, there are many such Tantra texts we get from Odisha State Museum, where Chamunda and Bhairava are worshipped for as part of the Kola rituals to have control over others. Therefore, we have evidence of parallels. We have also evidence of overlap. That's the case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Misra, for very, very rich scholarship and in-depth study, which you just now presented to us. We still wanted to hear more and see more, but due to the time constraints, and I have very limited time, maybe we can take one or two observation or question if they are relevant, okay? And then we'll give the floor to Professor Ray to wind up the session as well as the conference together. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I'm really sorry I didn't have access to the background paper or the abstract, so my questions might not be that informed, but superficially. Dr. Erola, Dr. Elora, Professor Elora, and the gentleman who just spoke, and the first faculty member, or is he into religious studies? Anyway, the time periods are very different. So, and plus a lot of proper nouns that are used, the epistemological background it is imperative to understand that before I put my questions. So therefore, I'll make it very quick. To both these panelists, incredible. When you talk about iconographic diffusion, the last speaker spoke about how the spatial agglomeration in a local context, right? That it takes shape, especially in Southeast Asia. That is what you mentioned. Now, I'm just connecting that with this speaker over here. When she spoke about iconographic diffusion, for both of these panelists, it definitely is non-linear, rightfully, especially when you took the nuance of Euclidean geometry, right? Those principles don't necessarily apply to a fractal circularity. That is what not circularity, but fractal circular motion. That's what both for human agency and metaphysical agency within iconography. So it's definitely it's non-linear, but is it necessarily circular in metaphysical terms to both these panelists? And of course, if the other panelist is still online, he mentioned about the 3 East Asian esoteric Buddhism, the schools of esoteric Buddhism, out of which the Padma family, within the Padma family, he contextualized that a certain remnant has to be eliminated. Now, in my very limited understanding of Buddhist philosophy, you have enlightenment and then you have illumination. Now, is it necessarily dichotomous, or or do they have some sort of an intersection between illumination and enlightenment? And with regard to the Re'ara, again, it's a proper noun, Re'ara, the protector, the one with encompassing knowledge, does this entity have a figure in encompassing knowledge? That's the word he used, encompassing knowledge, that this protector would have. Perhaps, of course, it is also important to understand why he said what he said. That is why I don't have access to the background papers. But if these 2 panelists can expound on this, I'll be really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for your 3 questions posed to 3 presenters. May I seek permission from Professor Ray? If we have time, we'll go in depth. Otherwise, we can take the questions in writing, and then we can always take the responses from the presenters subsequently. And I'll thank the venerated Tran Ki Phuong and Duong Du'o'ng from Vietnam for a very elaborate presentation and good collection of icons, which we just now saw. I also thank my neighbor, Dr. Tribedy, for her illustrious talk, and also Dr. Umakant Misra. And without wasting much time, because we have to leave this place for another engagement is there at IIC. So I give the floor to Professor Ray so that she can wind up the session and also the conference. We have come to the end. I thank all the presenters in this session and the previous session, and also my gratitude to Professor Ray for giving me this opportunity to hear such rich discussions and researches, and which has made me little literate today. And I'll pursue my research further. Thank you so much, and all the good wishes for future researches.
Thank you very much.
End of 2.5 very, I wouldn't use the term, frivolously interesting, but these have been papers from which we have learned, starting on the 8th evening panel discussion, and both yesterday, where we sat both in the panel discussion in the morning and right up to the talk by Ingo Strauch, and as well as the papers in the sessions in the day, and today's panel discussion in the morning, and as well as the papers now. So I would really like to do no more than thank the India International Center for providing us this space, for hosting us, for so efficiently arranging both the hybrid, the hybrid solution to our online speakers, and allowing us their presence, even though they were only present virtually. The papers themselves, whether they have been online or in person, have been very enlightening. We have raised a lot of questions, which I do not have the capacity at this point to to summarize, and nor do I wish to do that, nor would it be relevant to do that. This is something which we need to take forward. My main objective in organizing this was twofold. One was this whole notion of Indianization, which a lot of us have been working on, including Ambassador Raghavan, in a certain way has become bandied around without understanding the complexity. So my first objective was that we need to focus a bit more what we are saying, rather than just throwing these words around. And my second objective, which I'm also very grateful has succeeded, is to get some of our younger scholars, to take this forward, especially, in India. I've said this many times, we don't pay attention to anything outside India. So I'm really, really delighted that now we have all of you coming up and presenting, taking an interest, and doing research on various themes associated with Southeast Asia. I'm grateful to Emma for traveling all the way, presenting her excellent paper, and to all our online speakers who've spared their time with us. The chairpersons have been the most important parts of this conference, because they are the ones who keep time. They are the ones who keep track of how to proceed. So I'm very grateful to the chairpersons. The archaeological survey presentation today in today's panel 3 was a great opportunity to understand the how we take this. We all talk about interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, but perhaps that was an opportunity how to take this forward, and the many ways in which we can interpret the materiality, as well as understand the philosophical or the ideational concepts behind images, behind temple architecture, behind shrines, and so on. So I would do no more than thank once again all of you for being present here, for being such an interested audience, to participate in this discussion. To the program office, to Tete, Indrani, Mr. Sandeep Biswas, to many of the IIC officials, personnel who have been around, and certainly to India International Center, like I said yesterday, who've been extremely supportive, especially of the conferences and the ideas that I keep floating. And you can see the motto, the sort of logo here, which says IIC, where ideas grow. So thank you all. Enjoy the evening. And we hope we will have many such meetings in future. But thanks a lot.
Thank you.